Judge sentenced him to 60 years in prison. "That's not the end, is it? You fought for him on appeal, didn't you?" Nancy asked, now fully invested in the story. I shook my head as we pulled out on the county road. "Nancy, I never said this story was about me. I said I would tell you a story about a young lawyer, and I hinted it would explain why I don't handle criminal cases. The young lawyer was actually a very successful criminal defense lawyer I went to law school with, one of the best people I've ever known. But why? Why did you tell me his story?" Nancy waited for me to negotiate the turn, then a few seconds longer as the gate rumbled closed behind us. Looking back over my shoulder, I could see the first glimmering tendrils of ice forming on the roof of the entry cover for the gate box. Yup, definitely getting colder. He called me drunk off his ass the night he lost the trial, and he did it again 6 weeks later when his appeal was rendered moot. Seems one of the other inmates in Huntsville stabbed Paul to death in the showers. And that's why I never handle criminal cases, because sometimes the accused is actually innocent, and the system isn't set up to deal with it. Nancy grew quiet for a bit, and she never said a word as we crept through the section of road where this morning's abortive ambush took place. She kept her window down, though, despite the cold and the wind, and her fingers stayed tightly wrapped around the grip of her rifle as I bumped us up onto and then across the bridge. I saw no sign of the line of bodies from this morning, but I still felt the weight of their presence on my soul as the bridge disappeared in my rearview mirror. I didn't believe in ghosts, even though I carried around more than my share. Mentally shaking myself, I resolved to get on with this search and go about our business of finding their killers. Chapter 21. I went on my hunt feeling lucky, but both the addresses we checked turned out to be, as Nancy predicted, busts. The first was an old egg barn, and it had apparently succumbed to damage from one of the recent storms. Like the ones Doyle's family used, this was a long building but built taller than the ones I had previously seen. That height may have contributed to the structural failure, because the rafters supporting the ridgeline, the highest point on the sloped roof, had clearly collapsed and the upper portion of the barn had fallen inside. This in turn pulled down the exterior walls nearly to a 45-degree angle. I was thinking it would have been a great place to hide, but Nancy burst my bubble. "We are looking for hidden tractor-trailer rigs, not field mice. Let's keep moving, counselor." Nancy's playful rebuff made me smile as I shifted the Datsun into gear and Nancy programmed in the next location. I could remember when GPS was absolutely useless outside of town, but in pre-Rockfall days, the network seemed to extend to every little scrap of countryside. Of course, that was an illusion, and I knew we now already had sizable gaps in coverage. If the cell towers were down, or deprived of power, we would be back to paper maps in no time. Best use the technology while it was available, I reasoned, while dreading the day. We actually ran into 2 dead zones on our way to the next location, and Nancy was savvy enough to check ahead and keep us on course for when the network picked back up. When Nancy mentioned this, I told her my thoughts on the failing infrastructure, and she was relieved when I told her about the detailed paper maps I kept stowed in a sealed plastic box under the seat. "You really are a Boy Scout, aren't you?" "Not really. Never had time to join a troop growing up. Learned most of it from my dad, just like Mike and Nicky did." "You never talk about him, or your mom either. Why's that?" "Just don't think about it much," I lied. "They've both been gone for quite a while now." "I've noticed that about all 3 of you. Is that a hardened trait, compartmentalizing your feelings?" "Blame it on my mom's side. All Germans. Very dour people and not much given to showing their emotions," I explained. which was only part of the truth, but I didn't want to pursue that trail much further. Instead, I tried to redirect the conversation back to her. I was glad to see Lisa getting along so well with the other kids. I worried, what with all the upheaval and changes recently, but Lisa's tough, like her mom. Nancy gave me a lopsided grin that I had trouble deciphering, so I just let it go now that we were back on more solid ground. Our conversation ground to a halt as we approached the next address, which was another rural locale, but 15 minutes from the first, and located at the end of a dirt road rather than on a graveled county road. I didn't like the looks of the route, which showed considerable traffic in the rutted road despite the remote location. "This is as close as the GPS gets us, I'm afraid," Nancy declared, setting the phone aside. What did Landshire's map have on this location that merited a visit? It showed an old campground, but with a TXDOT maintenance building off to the side. 2 sites, really, but the metal building looked large enough from satellite images to house a couple of semis. I pulled the Datsun off to the side of the road, then nosed it into a small stand of what looked like holly trees. From the pile of beer cans and paper trash around the immediate area, this looked like a parking and partying spot for the local teenagers. "We going in, or calling Pat?" I asked Nancy, more to gauge her reaction than anything else. "Come this far," Nancy responded with a shrug. "You think this is it?" "Not really," I confided. "Looking at the road, there's lots of in and out traffic, but nothing large enough to qualify for what we are looking for. But we still need to check it. So we're just going to walk down the road?" "Oh, hell no," I retorted. "Even if this isn't the place, Landshire also had this marked as one of his meth cooking locations. We go in through the woods. Let me call Pat and Mike first, though, and let them know what we're doing. There's brave, and then there's just stupid." "Agreed," Nancy said. "Let's get to this." After making my calls, we tactically entered the woods parallel to the slightly winding dirt road and made our way through the thicket of pine trees and sprawling privet hedge bushes that seemed to eat up the landscape. After 15 minutes, we came upon the edge of the forest, but we heard the residents long before we arrived. After exchanging a glance with Nancy, we simply stepped out of the woods and wound our way through the campers and the collected residents. While the signs indicated the RV park was supposed to be closed, what we found was a packed collection of recreation vehicles of all shapes and sizes, all taking advantage of the scant amenities still available. Clearly, these folks had been here for weeks, if the growing trash pile was any indication. If you looked hard enough, you might be able to see the dumpster that formed the base of the stacked trash bags that formed a pyramid nearly 20 feet tall. What we didn't see, though, was any sign of our targets. Somebody had forced open the side doors on the long, low-slung metal building once used for housing and maintaining graders, dump trucks, and tractors, used by the Texas Department of Transportation, the Highway Department, as we all called it, but now the open space seemed to be used for overflow residents and a few communal cooking and washing stations. As we approached the opened building, I clocked 2 men approaching who were dressed in attire similar to our own, including the ammo vests and slung AR pattern rifles. Both men moved gracefully, even on the slick, icy concrete of the parking pad adjacent to the building, and I gave a hand sign only Nancy could see for her to halt. We found out what we came for, and while it was a dry hole, there was no reason to either rattle the locals or blow our cover. "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" the older of the 2 men demanded. He looked to be around my age, with a mixture of brown and gray hair peeking out from a ball cap with ear flaps. His dark eyes were partially concealed by his glasses, but his glance, seemed to show he missed little. I held my hands well away from anything that might be threatening and replied respectfully, "I'm Deputy Hardin, and this is Prentice," I nodded to Nancy. "We were out on patrol and saw the tracks coming in, so we called it in and came up to see what was going on." "I know the deputy who patrols this part of the county, and you aren't him," the man said with a hint of a drawl that sounded more Alabama than Texas. Still, his diction and bearing indicated both a high level of education and most likely a military background of some type. "If I may?" I asked, again politely, as I gestured to the badge fastened to my jacket. "I'm a reserve deputy, sir, and we were looking for something else back here. Chop shop, really." "What's going on? Deputy Hanson usually patrols here, and I haven't heard anything over the radio about this," the younger man said. "And Bill and I are going in for that reserve deputy thing tomorrow. We've kind of been doing that sort of thing here anyway, so Hanson suggested it." I stuck out my hand, slowly, and shook with the older man first, then the younger. The older man introduced himself as Bill Younger, and the other fellow, who looked to be in his late 20s, was Dan Farlow. I told them Nancy's first name and left it at that before continuing. Now, I wasn't the most trusting person in the world, even before the world turned into a sodden, frozen wonderland. However, I'd been watching not just these two men since they came into view, but the other residents of the refugee camp as well. Clearly, these two were not just tolerated by the other refugees, but looked upon favorably as well. In short, they were sheepdogs. Mike and Pat would approve. With that quick bit of calculation done, I then spent a minute going into some detail about this morning's happenings, starting with the ambush. As for the location of our farm, I left it as east of town, and that was it. I did include my theory that the highwaymen were not only monitoring civilian radio, but also had access to the department's encrypted radio system as well. "So why are you here? You said something about a chop shop?" Bill's question got us back on track, so I explained. "Not exactly. We're fairly certain they took 3 rigs this morning, 6 dead, and all in some kind of driver livery. So, driver and shotgun rider, and they probably traded off. The thinking is they will want to stash the rigs somewhere and maybe consolidate their loads before heading to their base. Maybe shift the loads to a clean trailer to throw off pursuit." "So you're checking likely hiding spots to catch them before dark when you think they'll make their move," Bill commented, but I knew he wasn't looking for an answer from me. He'd already put the pieces together. I gave him a thumbs up in reply, which, in black thinsulate gloves, really looks geeky. "What are you planning when you find their hideout?" Dan asked. "We'll contact the sheriff and turn the operation over to him," I lied, and I think Bill at least knew what I had done. Once we found the right location, we would even consider calling it in until we'd scouted the objective. Like I'd told Nancy before, you try to kill me, I'm going to do my damnedest to kill you right back. Before our discussion went any further, my cell vibrated in my jacket pocket. I checked, and it was Will sending me a text. "Got it. Sending you a rally point marker." "Well, look at that," I exclaimed with fake excitement. "That's my mom calling us in for milk and cookies. Guess we better get going." Bill gave me a knowing look and held out a fist, followed by Dan. I bumped them with a solemn nod to each man, and Nancy followed suit. "Keep your powder dry," Bill intoned knowingly, and I held up my hand while I fished around in my wallet for a card. "My number and email are current, but the office in town is closed. Reach out to us if you need some help," I explained. I looked around, taking in the several dozen trailers set up on the property. "Sorry, but we couldn't come close to feeding this many, but if you need something else and the regular deputies are tied up, get with us." Bill took a second to read the printing on the card, and then he passed it to Dan with a little snicker. "You think we'll need your kind of help, Mr. Hardin? A little lawyering?" To my surprise, Nancy finally spoke up. "Hey, John Henry Holliday was a dentist, so don't act so surprised." "John Henry?" Dan asked, confused. "Most knew him better as Doc Holliday," Nancy explained, her grin threatening to stretch from ear to ear. "Come on, honey. Milk and cookies sounds mighty nice right now." "Yes, dear," I replied, thinking this last stop hadn't been a complete bust after all. Chapter 22. The rally point turned out to be a vacant parking lot just off Highway 87, surprisingly just a few miles north of New Albany. These were the rideshare lots that many who worked down country, as we used to call it, would drop their vehicles and carpool to work. Since all those jobs had been washed away along with the plants and refineries that supported them by the hurricanes, these lots now saw very little use except as way stations for refugees. Given our remote location out in the county, I was unsurprised to see we were the last to arrive. What did cause me a raised eyebrow was the presence of a dark brown sedan that might as well have "unmarked county vehicle" printed on the side in bright neon colors. Our small group of vehicles squatted in the back corner of the lot, and I wondered who had overwatch on this rapidly freezing field. As soon as we pulled to the back of the lot and parked, doors opened, and I saw Pat, Nicky, and Ethan emerge from their respective vehicles, followed a beat later by Sheriff Bastrop, of all people. Holy cow, what the heck? I opened my door and got out, and the look of shock must have still been on my face. Nicky, never one to let an opportunity pass, immediately popped off. "Oh, big bro, he followed me home. Can we keep him?" Nancy laughed, but all I could manage was an eye roll as I took the few steps to pump the sheriff's extended hand. Like the rest of us, he was equipped for cold weather operations in a long black coat that billowed out just enough to reveal his body armor overtopped with a tactical chest rig festooned with magazine pouches. "I hope you guys haven't been waiting for us long," I said, trying to ignore my little sister. "We scouted a place out on 1004 that turned out to be an unofficial refugee camp." "Well, not exactly unofficial, but like private enterprise with local sanction," Sheriff Bastrop explained with a wry smile on his lips. "The way I understand it, the owner of the camp invited some friends from Houston, and they invited a few friends as well. We carry them on the books and arrange for them to draw supplies from the same source point as the ones at the schools. Saves us floor space for those that need it." "That makes a remarkable amount of sense," I conceded. "They are using the old TX Dot building as a community center, so I guess our tax dollars really are at work. I just worry about how they are going to survive this winter." "As do I, but that's a worry for another day. We have a mission to plan, and not much time to do it." "I take it you guys made Will stay on site, all alone out in the cold?" Nancy piped up, making a point of looking around for our missing Marine. "Hey, he has the ghillie suit, and he volunteered," Pat said defensively, and I tried not to smile. At times like this, I really missed Sally and her sense of humor, but between Nicky and Nancy we were getting plenty of sass. All right, I thought, that's plenty of grab-ass. "So where is it, and what is it?" I asked, and we retreated to the sheriff's car to grab some of his paper maps to review. "Back through those trees," Ethan explained, hooking a thumb over his shoulder. "About a half-mile. Old pig farm that's been closed down for the last 5 or 6 years. They have a big old metal barn that's about 200 feet long and about half that wide. We saw the trucks up inside being worked over. That's them, no doubt. Okay, we'll take it one step at a time, Pat interjected, taking the forefront in the planning as usual. As we moved to the hood of the high sedan, I saw it was an old Grand Marquis. Dang, Sheriff, couldn't you have brought your off-duty vehicle? I had to ask. This is my POV, Bastrop replied testily, and I wondered how many of the others had asked him the same question. How'd you get roped into being here, and where is the rest of the department? Patrol reported suspicious activity here at the car park when he saw an unfamiliar truck parked up here, Bastrop replied, with his own little grin at tumbling to our plan. When he ran the plate, you can imagine my surprise when it came back as one of my new reserve deputies, so I decided to check it out. And where's your backup? Don't tell me you came out here on your own, I said testily. Hey, once I knew who it was, I figured you guys were poking around on this hijacking crew, the sheriff protested. Then more softly he continued, We're running so short-handed, I didn't want to pull anybody else off patrol. Well, Sheriff, I think this is where you go home to that lovely wife of yours, kiss those kids good night, and put this whole thing out of your head, I said, suddenly feeling tired by the events of the day. Is that some kind of threat, Mr. Hardin? Sheriff Bastrop bristled, and I felt tension ratchet up quickly. I'd been afraid of this, of our official positions becoming entangled with the practical side of what we needed to do. Only if you take it as such, Sheriff, I replied civilly, subtly signaling the rest of our group to stand down for the moment. I think you know us well enough by now to realize we would never threaten women and children, especially those belonging to someone we consider a friend. Sheriff Bastrop was peering closely at me, absorbing my words like they were gospel. I paused before continuing. We are just worried about the blowback from something like this. If we end up assaulting that position using law enforcement tactics, I strongly suspect we will lose some people. On the other hand, if we use the skills of Pat and Will, and those of us with a little training, then we have a much better chance of eliminating this threat to the county, and doing so without endangering those same people. Sheriff Bastrop then looked around our group, his eyes touching on each of us in turn, but his thoughts remained hidden as he maintained a poker face that Pat would have been proud to wear. Finally, he threw up his hands and muttered a curse under his breath. You guys really did take out Landshire and his whole crew, and you did it without getting any of your people killed. That was impressive as heck. The Major said it was true, but I didn't fully believe him until now. No idea what you're talking about, Sheriff, Pat replied with his own mask firmly in place. But making accusations like that could cause a serious crimp in what was previously a smooth relationship. Bastrop nodded, and I think he had just realized how close to the edge he was dancing with that little declaration. Can we talk in private? He finally asked, giving me a beseeching look as he did so. I looked over at Pat, who nodded imperceptibly. As the sheriff stepped back, walking around to the rear of his sedan, I noticed Nikki had her pistol out, held down by her leg to conceal the move. Pat and I took our time moving around the car from the other side, and I saw the retaining snaps unfastened on the pistol Pat wore on his hip. That was a really poor attempt at humor, Sheriff, Pat began, but Sheriff Bastrop held up his hands, palms out. Sorry, I didn't mean to cause any trouble, Bastrop said, again holding up his hands in surrender. I mean, I heard Major Carstairs when he said it before, but I just didn't see it. Sure, Pat, you've got the training and experience, and I know Mike and Will have seen action before, but there were a lot of bodies on that farm. Too many for just 3 men to take out. I'm sure I don't know what you mean, Sheriff, I replied coyly, then continued more seriously. Pat thinks we can clear out this nest of vipers and maybe find something in there that would tell us where their main base is located, but we'll need to do it quietly, and you don't need to be there when it happens. In fact, it would be better for you all around if you were seen back at the office while we're working this situation." My argument tipped the balance for Sheriff Bastrop, and he seemed to deflate. "How are you explaining finding this way station, I think you called it, when Buddy and the rest of my deputies seem to think they have fled the county? I mean, it seems too convenient." "Oh, that part is easy and true," Pat explained patiently. "After what happened this morning, Bryan, Wade, Will, and Ethan sat down and brainstormed all the places these highwaymen might have hidden out in the county. Bryan may not be a local, but he's lived here a while, and those three are not only lifelong residents, but they have worked construction all over these parts when they were teenagers, and Wade makes a living at it still. That's where our list came from, after all. We just wanted to eliminate those most likely hiding spots, and Will and Ethan made the initial survey, driving by to take a look without tipping anybody off, we hope," my brother-in-law continued. "The building those two boys wanted to check out used to be part of a hog farm, and this was an old barn situated behind the house." "Seriously?" the sheriff asked. "Seriously," I replied with a touch of humor. "Not everything is a big conspiracy, Sheriff. However, if we succeed, I think we will need to write this off as another falling out amongst the criminals. I don't think any of us need to be acknowledged as being on the scene." About that," Bastrop started, then stopped. "Look, I know you guys aren't going to admit to anything, and I can respect that. The thing is, I have a confession to make, as long as we can keep it between just the three of us. No telling the wives or girlfriends." "You're working for the cartels," I guessed, pitching my voice low so only the three of us could hear the words. "What? No, that's not it at all. Quite the opposite." Bastrop paused for a second to think about how to phrase whatever it was he had to say. Pat and I, curious, gave him that time. "I was asked to apply for the available position here in Albany County." "Major Carstairs?" I asked carefully, testing the waters, but things started to click into place as I thought about the events of the last few months. "Yes, or as I grew up calling him, Uncle Andy," the sheriff explained. "My dad was his training officer when he started with the Rangers, and they remained close all the way up until my father passed in 2014. When I graduated from college with a B.S. in criminal justice, he tried to get me to join the highway patrol, but I had no desire to start my career off writing tickets, so I went to Dallas PD instead." "Where your first job was writing tickets," I guessed, and the joke served to relieve some of the tension that had accumulated. "Exactly. Getting back to what I was talking about a second ago, Andy asked me to apply here because he knew there was going to be an investigation into the sheriff's office, and he wanted to have someone he could trust inside. I knew Landshire was a crook, just not the full extent." Sheriff Bastrop gave a deep sigh, as if preparing himself for another chore he didn't particularly want to perform. "I have a feeling you went after him to save those two girls that nobody seems to be able to find. Bryan, I wasn't trying to cause you any heartburn, what I said about Landshire. I was trying to give you a heads up." "What?" I retorted, not able to hide my shock at the unexpected turn. "You've got a rat at your farm. Your nephew Charlie," the sheriff explained, not trying to draw out the drama. He was looking down and refusing to meet my eyes again. "He called in at the office a couple of days ago, saying he had information about what happened to the old sheriff. He talked to Dutton, the investigator that took over my old job. He brought it to me, shared what he had. I told him since I was dealing with you on the whole reserve deputy thing anyway, I would see if I could puzzle anything new out of you." "Why?" Patrick asked, and we all knew what he meant. Why would someone we brought in and put under our protection decide to share what he knew with law enforcement? The idea seemed ludicrous, but I sensed Sheriff Bastrop was on the level. He knew too much to mess around. He thinks you guys are dangerous. Some of those crazy survivalists out to overthrow the government, I believe was the exact quote, said you guys were training as a domestic terrorist cell. All he really had to offer was the sudden appearance of 2 young ladies at the farm. He said one was there the day those rogue deputies showed up, and she stayed after they left. Then that night, you all showed up with the other one, all beat up. He tried to get them, the girls, to talk, but he said they must have been too scared to tell him the truth. "What the hell?" I snarled, turning over the words on my head. "We took him in, gave him and his wife a place to stay. He's no kin of ours. His wife is the daughter of my dad's sister, so she's my second cousin, even though we always called her our niece." "Well, you're going to have to do something about him running his mouth, not planting him in the back 40, the sheriff explained, then tacked on that last bit for cover. "Anyway, that's part of the reason why I mentioned what happened to the former sheriff. Andy performed his investigation, concluded the missing Sergeant Bailey and his 2 cohorts was responsible, and left the file open for the sake of appearances. For a lot of reasons, mostly political, nobody is looking to reopen that mess. Are those young ladies going to be a problem?" "If we had any such residents at our place," I replied, this time doing my best to pick my words carefully, "they would be free to come and go as they see fit, just like the other family members sheltering there. I mean, let's be real. Pat's wife, my sister, is standing right over there." I nodded in the appropriate direction, "and she's standing next to my girlfriend, both of whom are armed and prepared to fight at our sides. I don't think they'd take too kindly to us keeping women as slaves." That's about what I said to Detective Dutton when he brought it to me. "I wonder what prompted him to make those kinds of accusations," Pat pondered aloud, and the sheriff seemed to hesitate before answering. He sounded pained by the next words he spoke. "Dutton said his first question was whether there was a reward involved, so you can probably guess his motive." The 3 of us stood in a loose circle for a few quiet moments. Then Sheriff Bastrop removed his ball cap, popped it with his hand in a familiar, almost ritualistic fashion, and replaced it on his head with a tug. "Well, boys, wish I could say it's been fun, but I'm going to leave you to it. Are you sure you've got enough bodies here to subdue those suspected miscreants?" Again, almost like he was reciting a formula. "We got this, Sheriff. Go on ahead. We'll let you know when you can come and pick up the trucks. Hopefully you will get that cargo on to the right destination," I replied, again ignoring the offer for assistance. If Pat was happy with his plan, far be it for me to interfere. "There goes our hopes of remaining under the radar," I muttered as we watched the sheriff drive away. "Oh, he won't say anything. Like he said, he's known for quite a while, and he's covered for us," Pat replied calmly. He looked up, judging the overcast sky. "I wish we hadn't wasted so much time, but we can handle this. You think we need more hands, don't you?" "It would make our job easier," Pat admitted, then expanded on his answer. "I wish we had that crazy brother of yours, but we'll make do. Honestly, Mike's where we need him to be, protecting our people and our place." With that, Pat shifted gears once again. "Okay, listen up and gather back around," Pat announced, raising his voice. "Now can we get on with this planning?" Ethan said with a little huff. "Margie said they were making Mexican rice tonight, and I sure love Suzanne's recipe." "Now that we've made dinner plans," Pat grated out, "let's take a look and see if we can all make it home safely." Chapter 23. After all the build-up, the planning phase for the takedown went off with barely a hitch. Given their lack of real-world experience, Pat assigned Nikki and Nancy to take overwatch positions, with Nancy replacing Will and Nikki angling around to cover the approaches from the dilapidated farmhouse to the front of the barn. From where Pat placed them, the two ladies would have nearly total coverage of all four sides of the tin-sided structure, and Pat repeatedly cautioned them about taking shots that might penetrate the thin-skinned barn, especially after the rest of us were inside. Pat dispatched Nikki to the woods near the highway with instructions to find a shooting position in the trees and cover the front side of the barn as well as the house, which Will had previously discovered lacked most of its roof. No one should be sheltering in the shell of the abandoned structure, but Pat made her promise to spare an occasional glance in that direction as she monitored both the barn and the infrequent traffic on the paved county road to her right. She would alert us if anyone was coming from the road to interrupt our hasty plans. We approached Will's overwatch position at a crawl, spread out like fingers on a hand, as we burrowed through the freezing layer of leaves and fallen branches in a low crawl. Not exactly a quiet approach, but the roar of the generator set up outside the old barn managed to drown out any noise associated with our passage. Will, having received a text warning of our approach, abandoned his ghillie suit to a grateful Nancy and joined us as we wormed our way closer to the rear-facing side of the building. Nancy's new position was a good 300 yards from the back of the building, and Pat placed her there with the hope that she would never have to fire a shot. He didn't say that to her exactly, and I appreciated his handling of the situation. She was willing to be here to have our backs, and that was enough. Nikki, given her more exposed position and proximity to the road, would be more likely to need the use of her rifle. Unsaid was the fact that Nikki had already taken lives, and at close range. I had no doubts my sister would pull the trigger if necessary. We knew from the previous reconnaissance by Will and Ethan that the highwaymen had 2 guards watching the front and back of the driveway. Their positioning, too close to the barn, stationary and without clear sight lines to all 4 sides of the barn like we had, allowed us a small window of opportunity. From Pat's plan, we were willing to take advantage. Of course, the fact the rear guard was sitting in a lawn chair with a cooler half full of beer cans made my job that much easier, and that job was to kill the sentry on duty without getting caught. Pat had wanted to use knives, but I cautioned him about other eyes on the scene after we were done here, and he opted for pistols instead. He at least thought to carry his suppressed Ruger 22, while I was stuck with a soda bottle hastily duct-taped to the barrel of my Sig Sauer. He did have the more distant target, while I only needed to tiger crawl a few hundred yards under the not-so-broad daylight and shoot my target in the head. Because of the 12-ounce Coke bottle taped to the end of my pistol, I ended up using a piece of string with loops tied around the barrel and the butt, fashioning a sling of sorts that hung loose around my neck so I could carry the weapon with me. It worked, but the rough collar left me feeling like I had a noose around my neck before the operation even started. Despite being in the best physical condition of my adult life, I found the crawl challenged my body greatly, as I moved on knee pads and the reinforced elbows of my jacket as each limb made contact with the frozen grass and leaves that covered the ground. I felt a swell of gratitude to Pat for making us add the knee pads and elbow pads to our usual assault kit. The man's experience came to bear once again in making our lives easier. Under this strain of synchronizing my movements, I found my brain straying for a few seconds. From this angle, I could see the sickly yellowish-green tint to the frost-bitten Bermuda grass, and I thought briefly about the explanation I'd just received from what I privately thought of as my ag girls. My God, I thought, how are we going to survive this? Sweating through my clothes despite the cold, I finally reached what I thought of as my optimal range for the pistol work I had in mind. This was murder, pure and simple, and if Will and Ethan hadn't confirmed the presence of the stolen trucks and trailers, I might have allowed myself a second of hesitation. The guard was just sitting there, rifle in his lap and drinking his beer, staring in the wrong direction after all. I did note the presence of the earbud in one ear, the slender plastic cord disappearing down the neck of his woodland camo jacket. He wore a matching set of waterproof hunting pants and boots that I was willing to bet would match some of the footprints Pat had identified back at the ambush site. No sense in delaying this thing, I told myself, as I unslung the awkwardly modified pistol from around my neck. Pat and I didn't have a signal, since we hadn't wanted to risk using our short-range encrypted radios, so the plan was to make our shots independently and work from there. The rest of our team waited in the woods, poised for my action and covering my back from any hostile who might emerge from the barn. I knew from practice the plastic bottle would only serve to effectively muffle one shot, but I needed to make sure, reminding myself that this was no different than killing a chicken, just like I did when I executed the sleepers in Landshire's bunkhouse. I aimed from 10 feet away and squeezed the trigger twice in rapid succession. Pop, pop. The second shot was nearly twice as loud as the first, still barely audible over the hearing protection in my ears, but I saw the red blossom of 2 hits high in the back as I bracketed the spine. I was aiming for twin lung shots, with my first target centered where I thought his heart was located. Whatever the result, I never heard the man make a sound as he slumped forward in his lawn chair, looking for all the world like a drunk taking a siesta. Just killing chickens, I repeated to myself. I paused, resisting the urge to look over my shoulder at the door of the barn as I held my aim, but the dead man never so much as twitched after I delivered my double dose of lead. Finally satisfied, I raised my offhand to give my signal for Will and Ethan to advance. Then I ripped the ruined plastic bottle off the barrel of my backup pistol and replaced it in the tanker holster across my chest. Hearing the crackle of disturbed frost, I looked up to spot Ethan and Will sprinting across the 300 yards dividing the woods from the barn. Well, maybe sprinting was a stretch for that distance, but they were running at a good trot and remembered to vary their steps and direction to avoid making a predictable target for any snipers lying in wait. Will might have had the experience, but he made sure his brother-in-law knew the drill as well. My 2 friends were nearly to the side of the barn when I raised up off one knee and joined them, rifle up and ready to enter. Since I'd heard no rifle fire up to this point, I was going to assume the rest of the operation was going as planned. Will got us into a credible-looking stack as we stood just outside the threshold of the open door, going over our cover assignments one last time before we stormed through into the dim spaces inside. "Are you two going to be okay with this?" Will asked as he hunkered down, ready to take the first slot through the wide opening. "Up for it," I replied hoarsely, already riding the adrenaline rush of combat. Forcing my mind empty to kill the seated guard had tripped the switches in my brain, and I was ready to get the rest of this chore completed. I risked a glance back, catching Ethan's wan features in the uncertain shadow of the building. "Let's finish this gig," he said with a nod to himself, unconsciously echoing my own sentiment. Ethan wasn't a soldier, and he didn't have an aggressive bone in his body, but he was willing to do what was necessary, even if he didn't like it. In my mind, that made him a hero, and I resolved to make sure no matter what happened, he was going home to his Margie after this was over. On Will's signal, we quietly entered the open doorway of the long barn, and I focused my attention to the right as I scanned my assigned sector. My eyes registered movement, and my finger tightened, drawing half slack as my feet continued to follow Will's direction at a fast shuffle. He had front, and I felt the slap of his first rounds firing more than heard them as I zeroed in on my own targets. I had two, occupied with hauling a 55-gallon drum on a dolly from a tank in the far corner. I registered the old rusty Dodge pickup parked at an angle near the 500-gallon diesel tank and felt a release at the added confirmation these were the droids we were looking for after all. The interior of the old tin-sided barn would have been dark if not for the pair of boom-mounted work lights erected in the four corners, serving as islands of illumination that picked out images in high contrast. I spotted more work lights set up near the rear of the three trucks, and I realized they were probably using some kind of makeshift loading dock to go with the forklifts being operated. In the front corner of the tall metal building, I could make out what must have been the spray rig and several canisters of what could only be fast-setting paint. That was all the time I had for sightseeing, as the two highwaymen I'd already picked out started reacting to our sudden appearance. Pivoting at the waist, nearly skipping as I took a sliding gait to steady my aim while still proceeding deeper into the barn, I fired off a pair of shots, corrected for the next target, and repeated the double tap. I instinctively avoided holding the drum and made my shots count as I center-punched both men. I saw they carried slung rifles, and one had a pistol on his hip, but neither made a move for their weapons. I thought about what had happened to Sally, and I took two more shots as insurance. I hit one square in the temple and grazed the other across the neck. Then I forced my focus back on scanning for more targets. More bullets whip-cracked the sound barrier in the barn, and I realized we were taking fire from further into the building. By now, the three of us had reached the first of three tractors attached to their enclosed trailers, all parked close together so that barely 3 feet of clearance ran alongside like two narrow alleys. Will, Ethan, and I hunkered down and covered the approaches, trading rounds with highwaymen trying to work their way in our direction. We could have tried forming up and rushing the other end of the barn, using the trucks and trailers as cover, but that was a sure path to getting some of us wounded in the ensuing melee, if not worse. Plus, we had a plan. Instead, we drew fire and went prone on the filthy concrete floor as we took careful, aimed shots as the increasingly desperate highwaymen tried to get to their rigs. I know I hit at least 2 of the highwaymen in the lower body, and then I fired again as I gave both of them insurance shots to the cranium. As I fired, I kept count of my shots as best I could. At 25, I shouted, "Reloading!" as I popped the magazine release and dropped the nearly spent magazine to the floor. Continuing the motion with my left hand, I withdrew a fresh aluminum magazine from my chest rig and slotted it into the rifle's well, then snapped it home. "Up!" I announced, and as I swept my barrel further right, I saw the movement on the other side of the Chevy. Someone had slipped over in the confusion and used the length of the rusty pickup to shield their escape attempt. As I made out a pair of legs clad in the same distinctive camo pattern as the watcher outside, I emptied half my new magazine into the space underneath the truck and walked my rounds across the floorboard and halfway up the passenger side door. I don't know how many rounds struck home as sparks flew, but I nodded in satisfaction as a body hit the ground just behind the wheel front well. "Reloading!" Ethan cried out, and his shots ceased for a few seconds as he repeated the same reloading maneuver I'd just completed a few seconds before. As I scanned for more targets, my battered ears picked up a change in the sound of battle towards the front of the barn. Not really an increase in the rate of fire, but more like a steady stream of shots answered by a sporadic flurry of gunfire. Pat had joined the fight. "Watch for leakers," Will warned, making his own reload and following his own warning as he shot a fleeing highwayman trying to flank his position on the left. In our plans, based on the reconnaissance provided by Will and Ethan, Pat had made assignments for our firing lanes. Will had left, I had right, and Ethan had to focus on the fatal funnel of the two narrow alleys down the middle of the three parked trucks. Ethan's job seemed almost impossible, but from the floor, firing in a prone position, Ethan had an unobstructed line of sight that was still better than trying to dodge back and forth between the two paths. As long as we stayed low, I knew we had a chance of pulling this off. When Pat had hatched this plan, relying heavily on Will's own experiences, we knew the attention would initially focus on the three of us. We made the most of our distraction, and honestly, I was surprised by the high volume of fire still directed our way. Then, with Pat's unexpected attack from what was effectively their rear, the highwaymen were now panicking and making mistakes. The only concern... The thought triggered action, and I rolled over on my back just in time to catch movement from up top. The two 18-wheeler tractors parked on each side had wind deflectors mounted on the cab roof, but the one in the middle, an aging Kenworth, did not. Apparently, someone had been working on the roof of one of the trailers when our attack kicked off. Now that someone was clambering across the roof of the Kenworth cab on his knees, pistol drawn and looking for a target. Across the dozens of yards separating us, our eyes met in a split second, frozen in time. The angle was weird, with me oriented upside down to the highwayman while laying on my back, but I already had my AR-15 shouldered. He was a stocky man, well into middle age and what little hair remaining on his head, carrying a heavy frosting of gray. His expression showed a whole panoply of emotions as anger, sadness, and resignation flashed across his blunt features as we frantically raised our weapons, racing death to the finish line. He fired first, and I barely registered the flash as concrete chips and lead sliced into my left cheek as I got a shot into his torso, throwing off his aim even more, and he struggled to bring his pistol to bear even as I stroked the trigger a second and third time. The 68-grain hollow points did their job, opening small craters in the dead man's chest as he fell boneless and doing a header off the cab and onto the concrete below. I held that pose for a second, then cradled my rifle, gloved hand sensing the heat coming off the barrel shroud as I rolled back over to scan for more targets. I held that pose for the next 5 minutes as I waited, tense, and nearly shivering from the letdown, until I heard Pat's voice boom over the drone of the still-running generator. "Clear this side. Let's check the cabs." Another 10 minutes of white-knuckled tension interspaced with a few seconds of terror as we systematically swept the cabs and sleepers on the 3 trucks, followed by scouring the 2 pickups parked to the side, and Pat finally signaled, "All clear." We were done with the fight. Now it was time to pick through the pieces, and I steeled myself for the necessity of questioning the prisoners. Chapter 24. None? Nope, not a single survivor. Somebody was a little too good with the old double tap, Will teased as we finished checking the fallen highwaymen. Like the attack on Wade's farmstead, we processed the dead in the dying light of the day, piling up the pocket detritus for each one as we went. About half still had wallets, and Pat had Ethan take a quick photograph of each before moving on to the next. Pat had us use the forklifts to gather the bodies, then we lined them up in 2 rows inside the barn. 16 in all, which was quite a few more than the 8 or 9 reported by my 2 friends. So much for timely intelligence. I wanted to complain, but didn't. Pat confirmed the engine of the second pickup, a late 90s Ford F-250, was still warm when he checked the hood. We all figured that was the source of the additional forces meant to escort the newly repainted rigs once night fell. "So how do we figure out where they're layered up?" I asked, resisting the urge to kick the nearest corpse. His wallet said his name was Wallace Pendergast, and listed his last known address in Pasadena, which was suspiciously close to Baytown. Several of the others also had addresses either in Baytown or close by, which tied back to the previous intelligence I'd gathered from our good buddy Kyle. We had a hostile group of unknown numbers situated somewhere close to us, but we didn't have their location, the count, or the backing to carry forward. Were they militia, survivalist, preppers, or a cult of some kind? In the end, it didn't matter, but my own personal opinion placed them in the category of wolves. That is, a group who might espouse a survivalist creed, but in reality they, or at least their leadership, planned to prey on other members of that community if times ever went beyond the pale. They might bide their time in the event of a simple hurricane, but this was a different matter. The handwriting was on the wall that this series of disasters might actually bring down our society, and now they were willing to flout the law and their very humanity to ensure they came out on top. For anyone who ever spent time on any of the preparedness website forums, lurking in the posts like I was wont to do, you might run across the wolf mentality expressed as, "You go ahead and store up all that food because I've got guns and I can figure out where you live." Most weren't that obvious, of course, but working gun shows with Mike opened my eyes to the attitude. Heck, I'd seen T-shirts that basically repeated that message. "We leave everything here and make an anonymous call to the department in a few hours," Pat replied to my earlier, almost forgotten question. "Even with everything else they've got on their plate, the department is still better situated to work this scene." "Dang it," I growled, but not in earnest. "I hate using up a burner phone for this." "Then we see what Sheriff Bastrop can turn up," Ethan finished the thought we were all thinking. Yes, they would have a shot at hacking into the password-protected laptop, while even our best computer geek, Mike, would almost certainly fail. Just not in his skill set. The laptop and some paper notebooks offered us the best avenues of approach, since the insurance cards on both pickups linked back to addresses in Baytown. "What about the cash?" Pat asked, opening up another area of possible discussion, but Ethan spoke up first. I know at Landshire's we ended up splitting the cash," he started, then stopped, almost bashfully. "Thanks for that, by the way. But here, I was wondering if I could somehow donate my share to families of the drivers who were killed. Will got the list of names from the sheriff, and I knew 3 of them. Worked with 2 of those guys. I know they have families." Ethan cleared his throat, then confessed he used to work with the same 2 guys as Will did, before he switched to driving a tow truck. He wanted to do the same as his brother-in-law. "I've got no problem with doing that," Pat said. "I might need to twist Nicky's arm, but I think it's the right thing to do." We shared a quiet snicker at the thought, since Nicky was well known now in our group as being tight-fisted when it came to holding on to $1. We don't know where they stole it from, so returning the cash really isn't an option. After Pat spoke, I noticed the other 3 looking at me. "What? Just because I'm the shyster, everybody thinks I want my percentage," I blustered, but by now all of them knew when I was yanking their chains. "Actually, I was thinking we need to take the money, then slip some of it to the sheriff later. If you guys are still convinced we can trust him, that is." "Bribing the sheriff? Now that sounds like something a lawyer might do," Pat observed with uncharacteristic bite, and all 4 of us laughed. It might sound macabre, or even disrespectful to laugh while standing amongst the dead, but frankly, they weren't ours to mourn. Plus, I had a hard time feeling sympathetic to people who tried to kill me. Twice. Maybe that was just me hardening my heart, or maybe it was that hardened blood proving out in the end, but none of the others seemed bothered by it either. "No, dumbass," I retorted, shaking my head before explaining. "Some counties have a victims' compensation fund, or something like that. They disperse money to the victims of violent crime or their families. I am just suggesting we make a very directed contribution. Have the sheriff split the money 6 ways. The money in question amounted to nearly $24,000. Pat had sniffed it out, hidden in a metal ammunition box stashed in the back of the blue pickup. The irony was, we would never have found it if someone hadn't thought to hide it in with the ammunition. The notes were mostly 10s and 20s, with a rubber-banded bundle of hundreds mixed in as well. All used and not in any sequential order that Pat's cursory examination could reveal. It looked like somebody hit a bank at some point, but none of us saw any sign of bank wrappers or a cash bag. Pat tumbled to the stash as we were busy stripping all the ammunition, magazines, and weapons from the dead. Only Pat would have that happen, I thought to myself. That guy could fall in a cesspit and come out holding a diamond. "What about Nancy?" Ethan asked, and it was a legitimate point. "We won't tell her," I said, and immediately realized my error. She was Dorothy's sister, and both Ethan and Will thought the world of Wade's wife. Before the scowls could devolve, I held up my hands. "Don't take that the wrong way, guys," I cautioned. "What I meant was, she gets her share, and we don't talk about our donations. All of us picked up a few dollars from the late sheriff's estate, right? Well, Nancy didn't. She also is feeling like a mooch now that her work with the co-op is petering out. I'll cut her $4,000 share out of my own pocket this time, okay? But we aren't going to lie to her, right?" "No, I'm not going to lie to her," I agreed. "Listen, I guess it's no secret that I have feelings for Nancy. The last thing I want to do is belittle her effort or suggest she isn't contributing her share. She's a proud woman, after all." "Feelings, huh? Is that what the kids are calling it these days?" Ethan popped off, and that smart-aleck remark diffused the situation just as much as my explanation did. "What about the rest of this stuff?" Will asked, and I wanted to smack my forehead. That diesel tank has nearly 200 gallons still in it, and that's not counting the drum. Plus that generator didn't fall off any of these trucks, and it's an Onan 5K. Really more than they needed just to run what they had here. Looks to be in really good shape, too." "You must have been the scrounger in your old outfit, Will," I replied good-naturedly, and the former Marine flashed a bit of a blush at my words. Bingo, I thought. "What about their comms equipment?" I asked, remembering my own suppositions from before. "Yeah, you were right," Pat confirmed, giving me a hint of a scowl. "They had one of the department radios. Don't know who supplied it, but they also had the key to go with it. They could listen in on anything the deputies were doing. Good call there. After they laid low when the deputy came through their ambush spot earlier, it gave me the idea," I patiently explained. "Even with a lookout, moving that truck and hiding their presence would have taken too long otherwise. I think we need to let Sheriff Bastrop unravel that mystery." "Agreed. And if we want that diesel tank and all these other supplies, I think we need to get to work. Unlike these folks, I don't want to wait until after dark to hit the road." "We can use that gooseneck trailer out back, hook it up to the blue Ford, and haul most everything that way," Ethan supplied, and that broke up our planning session as we went to work. With Nicky and Nancy still providing coverage, Pat took charge of boxing up the weapons and assorted items, while I helped Will stage the forklifts and rig the fuel tank for lifting. Fortunately, we found plenty of chain to do the work, and I noticed Will arranged things so the extra chain went with us as well. While Ethan and Will loaded the gooseneck, I took a few minutes to look over the discarded pallets stacked on the floor of the old barn. From the shipping lists, we knew all 3 trucks were carrying food as parts of their load, but 2 of them were also hauling household supplies, paper products, and other assorted cargo. The other one was all food, and the highwaymen seemed to have been content to leave it alone and simply take the whole shipment as is. Clearly, they were just after the food. Either they had a large compound, or this militia group was looking to stockpile for the day when food became the new currency. We had decided early on not to disturb any of the shipments, other than confirming the contents. We might be vigilantes in the eyes of the law by not following proper procedure, but we weren't bandits or highwaymen. We recovered plenty of spoils from our fallen enemies to replace the ammunition we used, with quite a bit of surplus. Whoever equipped these guys had access to high-quality arms. We even found 6 sets of level 4 body armor stowed in the bed of the orange Chevy pickup, and it was the same brand the sheriff's department used. Also, no body from the earlier ambush at the bridge, so they must have disposed of it on their way here. Clearly, our fight in the barn might have turned out differently if those highwaymen had decided to keep their armor on while they worked. That was a lesson I meant to take to heart. We were also taking that extra body armor as well, as I knew several people who would benefit from the gift, and one who most certainly would not be getting body armor or anything else from me other than a kick in the ass. Charles Brewer. We would be having a long talk as soon as this wagon train reached the house. "I know that look, Bryan," Pat cautioned me. "You heard the sheriff. You can't just kill him out of hand." "We took him in, Pat, for Mary's sake. Heck, I liked him. Hard worker, and he did what we asked of him. No gun hand, but not everybody's cut out for this," I hissed out a sigh, shaking my head. "Now we find out he's a threat to our security? We've tried to keep some things close to the vest, but how much about our preparations has he managed to unravel?" "We'll figure something out," Pat said, laying a hand on my shoulder. "How much are you going to tell Mary about why they have to leave?" I noticed Pat didn't even question that Charles would soon be leaving our group. Charles had proven to be a hard worker, but even before this latest revelation, I could tell he was holding back from fully committing to our long-term plans. He knew just about as much as we did about the first meteorite strike, and our supposition about the effects of that impact. Yet he still seemed to think we were overreacting. Even after his hometown was flooded so badly, the National Guard still kept the cordon in place after all this time. He wanted to go back and rebuild, which I guess was an admirable trait if it wasn't for the fact there wasn't anything to go back to, at least based on the images shown on the internet. Those were yanked down by the censors, the service providers, almost as quickly as they went up, but anybody with a computer and half a brain could see the coastal plains were nearly wiped flat by the passage of the storms. Idiot. That was the only polite term I could think of to describe him before my conversation with Sheriff Bastrop. Now, I had another. Traitor. "What am I going to tell Mary?" "The truth," I replied after some thought. "She married a dumbass, and if she sticks with him, he's likely to get her killed." "I know you want him gone, and I completely agree. We can't have a security risk like that hanging around. He's a threat to my wife and kids, and you know how I feel about that." "Yeah," I replied with a grim chuckle. "I think everybody now knows how you feel when somebody starts taking shots at Nicky. That's fair, and I know you are starting to get the same way about Nancy. All I ask is wait until tomorrow and talk to Mike before you confront Charlie. Can you do that?" "I can restrain myself that much, Pat," I replied reassuringly. "I can also promise you I won't kill him, not without provocation. If he makes a move on me with hostile intent, well, there's always more room in the methane digester." "Damn, Bryan, you've gotten cold in your old age," Pat observed, but not with any malice, just recognition. "Haven't you noticed, bro? It's a cold world these days." Chapter 25. After we completed our convoy back to our homestead, night had truly fallen, and the temperature fell with the passage of the sun. Will and Ethan peeled off with their 2 vehicles, including the confiscated Ford F-250 and trailer, at the driveway for Wade's house, while Pat and Nikki in Pat's truck and Nancy and I in the Datsun pulled around and parked our respective vehicles in the garage. This had proven to be a long day, and I admit I was dragging by the time I hauled myself back out into the cold and hit the back door. Nancy had been quiet on the drive, and I wasn't sure if it was from exhaustion or shock. I'd tried to engage her in conversation the whole way back, but other than short 1- or 2-word answers, I wasn't making much progress. I'd thanked her twice for watching our back when we assaulted the highwayman's hideout, and she accepted my kind words with a distracted air as she told me I was welcome. Something was up, and until she felt comfortable talking about whatever was bothering her, I resolved to give her the space. Letting Nikki and Pat go ahead with Nancy, I paused and checked the thermometer mounted on the door of the mudroom, and I saw the number on the digital readout showed 29 degrees Fahrenheit. Another chilly night. We kept the household thermostat set at 62 degrees and made up the difference with heavy sweaters and quilts on the beds. The practice of removing our boots, jackets, magazine carriers, and body armor in the mudroom meant a good dose of goosebumps before we pulled on those heavy sweaters, since the attached utility room wasn't tied into the heating systems for the rest of the house. "Want to split some more wood tomorrow?" Pat asked, as he slipped an old army sweatshirt over his long-sleeved pullover. We continued to shiver as I removed my heavy belt and threaded my regular belt through the loops and reattached the holstered Springfield to my hip. He'd intentionally stalled changing, so the ladies were done first, thus leaving us alone for the moment. "Can't," I replied. "I'm on the calendar for hospital escort duty tomorrow." The weather, since the rains slackened, remained unseasonably cold, though periodic checks on the solar-powered battery banks remained fairly consistent for cloudy days. "Ever think you'd need to do that while sitting at home eating dinner?" Pat asked wryly, gesturing to the pistol. "Not in my worst nightmares, but I don't figure that's what you stopped me to talk about." "I can tell the thing with Charlie is eating at you," Pat cautioned. "Just be careful. People around here look to you for stability, Bryan. Don't let your anger drive them away. Deal with the problem, but do it careful-like, is all I'm saying." I drew in a deep breath and then nodded my understanding. I needed to find a solution, and I didn't need a hammer to do it, because Charles wasn't a nail. "I know, Pat. Let's get the whole gang together tonight and talk about it. Then tomorrow we can implement whatever plan we come up with." "What do you mean by the whole gang?" "Everybody except the kids," I affirmed. "That includes Sally and Beatrice, Maddie and Cece as well. Are Charles and Mary still down at the Bonner place?" "I think so. I know we want to keep all the houses occupied, at least during daylight hours. This place will be full to the rafters tonight, but we can cope with that if we use the beds downstairs. We'll just call and tell them to enjoy the privacy for the night." "Works," I agreed. "We'll figure it out, but please understand. We can't let him stay. He's done here. You know Mike's going to want to cap him as well, right?" Pat dismissed. "The one you've got to worry about is Marta. She'd shoot his ass at the kitchen table and step over his body to clear the dishes. That woman knows how to hold a grudge." "You ever have to deal with something like this?" I asked after I finished chuckling. "When you were still in the Army?" Pat stepped out of his boots and exchanged them for a pair of ratty house shoes that curled up at the toes like elven slippers. I knew they were a Christmas gift a few years ago from Hunter and Rachel, so I always gave him a pass. "Yeah, different time and place, though. Iraqi interpreter in Ramadi," Pat related, and all trace of humor was gone from his voice. "We caught him passing on notes at a dead drop outside the gate. Our LT sent a report up the chain, but he was the nephew of one of the city councilmen. and we got word to shadow him, but not to engage. What happened? A week later, we lost half a convoy to an IED ambush, Pat explained. Even after all this time, the memory was still fresh and jagged. We were pretty sure he somehow managed to pass a message, because the convoys were always careful to marshal up out of sight of the camp watchers. Kept the MRAPs in a barn, kinda like the one the highwaymen were using. He was the only one outside the command group who could have known the timing and the route. What did you do? Well, we did what you want to do with Charles and passed it off as enemy action. Our LT, who'd been in the loop, was one of the KIA, and nobody ever asked us lowly enlisted about what happened. But you don't want me to take that approach, I probed. Different time, different place, Pat repeated. Don't worry, we'll come up with something tonight. That sister of yours is pretty clever when she uses her powers for good. Hey, that's your wife you're talking about there, buddy, I joked, and I realized that even with Pat sharing his terrible story, I still felt a little better talking about the problem. I finished getting my inside clothes on and went in the house to see what all was going on. I stepped into the kitchen to find controlled chaos, as Beatrice worked on getting dinner ready with the willing assistance of all the kids, including Billy. He looked much more chipper today, as if finally accepting his mom was going to get better. I know losing his dad, Edgar, had left a mark on both him and Sally. Tonight, he was all smiles as he helped Hunter set out the glasses for the dinner table, while Lisa, Tamara, and Rachel helped get the stew and fresh bread ready for the first sitting of our meal. Second sitting for dinner would be when Marta and her escorts got home, as well as whoever had been on security watch once they were replaced. "Hey, Billy, how are the horses doing?" "Doing good," he replied. "They don't mind this cold too much, as long as they can go back in their stalls when I get through working them out." "How about you? You like going back to your stall when you're done?" "Ha, I wish. No, sir. I'm good in this cold thanks to those coveralls and heated gloves you gave me. I never seen nothing like those gloves." Since he spent so much time outside, I'd gifted Billy with a pair of battery-heated hunting gloves after the temperature started dropping below freezing even in the daylight hours. They were designed as hunting gloves and adjustable, and the batteries were rechargeable on a little stand I'd set up in the mudroom. We didn't have heat in there, but we did have electric service. The low-watt LED lights and the little charging station were just about the only things drawing current in there. "Their coats are starting to grow out a little. Is that because of the cold?" Billy asked. We usually didn't see enough of a real winter for winter coats to be a thing on our livestock, so this was just another sign of an impending bad winter. "Yeah, I think so. You need some help getting them curried?" "Oh, pick me, Hunter cried out, and I found myself smiling despite the day I'd endured. Kids can do that to you. That was one of the reasons I loved my nieces and nephew so much. We'll see. Need to talk about adding assignments later." "When?" Rachel queried, afraid of getting left out of having fun with the horses. "Not tonight," Nikki scolded, ruffling her son's hair as she walked by. She'd gone upstairs, taken the world's quickest shower, and was now wearing her fleece pajamas. I watched Nancy over dinner, but whatever was still bothering her didn't come up in conversation. After dinner, I went into my office, dug out one of the old-style pay-as-you-go cell phones I'd picked up at Walmart, and made a call to the sheriff's department. I used the non-emergency number and simply reported shots fired at the old Delaney hog farm. Sheriff Bastrop could take it from there. Chapter 26. Early the next morning, I bid Marta and Pat a safe journey as they set out for the hospital before grabbing Mike and Nikki to formulate a plan for dealing with Charles and Mary that didn't involve a fatal solution. Pat, before turning in the night before, had graciously offered to take my place on escort duty, and I thanked him for giving me the poisoned chalice. He chuckled his way out the door. As expected, the house had been packed with the addition of Maddie and Cecilia, but no one complained about the tight conditions. The added bodies made the chill temperature more bearable. I asked Nancy if she wanted to come with us to the Bonner place, and I was relieved when she declined my offer. As expected, Mike had been nearly apoplectic when he'd arrived home the night before and found out Charles had tried to sell us out. His anger fed mine in a spiral that only Nicky could extinguish. "Pull your big boy panties up, children, and let's get this done. I'm tired, and I want to get some sleep. We'll figure this out in the morning." Our little sister chastised us like we were two of her kids. Now, over cups of herbal tea, the three of us were using my office-cum-bedroom for our brainstorming session, and the rest of the household, those who knew of the betrayal, had wisely declined to participate. We would thrash something out and then put the plan to a vote. Pat and Marta had given their proxy to their respective spouses. Mike, once his anger settled, had the best idea, and a quick phone call to the sheriff confirmed my brother's idea as viable. We would need to pick up the appropriate paperwork later, but this plan beat the alternative all to pieces. Well, if the goal was to make sure Charles left the county alive anyway. We geared up like we were heading over to storm the highwaymen's barn once again, and Mike continued to pump me for details about the fight while Nicky remained quiet. I think hearing the crescendo of gunshots in the barn as we kicked things off, and then seeing her man charge into the middle of the fight was starting to wear on her nerves once the action was over. Hearing about something and experiencing it were two very different things after all. Thinking on that subject gave me some ideas about what might be bothering Nancy, but I shelved those thoughts as we drove across the frozen fields between our place and what we still called the Bonner farm. We took Mike's truck because even with the windshield spiderwebbed, the seats were still the most comfortable. Sally was kind enough to call ahead for us, letting Charles and Mary know that some of us were coming over this morning. She kept it vague, just letting Mary know we had some things to talk about regarding upcoming work assignments. For her part, Sally wanted to go as well, but I talked her into staying behind due to her still healing wound. I didn't want her jostling around Mike's truck until she was cleared for action, but I appreciated the offer for backup and told her so. As soon as Mary welcomed us into the house, I think she could sense something was wrong. "What's up, guys?" Hey, Mary," I stumbled. I really liked Mary. Growing up, Mary's mom frequently dropped her off with us for free childcare, and Mike and I both spent hours playing dolls with our little cousin. She called us Uncle Bryan and Uncle Mike back then, since we were both more than 10 years her senior. Nicky, closer to her in age, was just another playmate for her. "Mary, Charles, it has come to our attention that Charles is having some trouble understanding our situation here," Nicky announced. "He said some pretty hurtful things to people, spreading rumors that could have gotten all of us in a lot of trouble if they were believed." What?" Mary nearly cried out, and then she turned her attention to her husband, and her volume rose to epic proportions. "Charlie, what have you done?" "Honey, I can explain," Charles Brewer started, but I cut him off. "I think you and I need to have a conversation first, in private." I added the second part in a manner that clearly telegraphed this wasn't a request. I knew Mike and Nicky would fill Mary in on the pertinent facts while I laid the law for Charles. Mike had wanted to do it at first, but I insisted. My anger, while very real, was a cold thing, while Mike was still burning hot. I waved to the back bedroom where Maddie and Cecilia slept when they stayed here. would likely stay here again after Charles was history. I know what you did, but I want to know why you did it, I said, after closing the door to the back bedroom. Even though Mike and Nicky agreed to let me speak to Charles alone, I could feel their eyes on me as I stomped away down the hall, but they didn't interfere. What are you talking about? I had a long conversation with Sheriff Bastrop yesterday, I revealed, no longer feeling the need to conceal the source of our information from this man. He told me how you tried to implicate my family in Sheriff Landshire's death, and how you asked for a reward for the information. He also warned me that you accused us of being some kind of terror cell. He couldn't have told. I'm a reserve deputy, a sergeant, Charles, I continued, as if his protestations meant nothing. He knows we are only trying to protect ourselves and our neighbors. He knows if we hadn't acted the other day as concerned citizens, Wade and his family would likely be dead now. He knows about those 2 young ladies who are hiding out here, worried about being targeted again by men like the late sheriff. My question remains, Charles. Why? Why? You're asking me why? Charles nearly shouted, his anger overriding good sense. Mary and I are practically prisoners here, stuck out here in the middle of nowhere. There's work I could be doing back home if we weren't confined to this damned shack, cobbling together your little water traps while you play your stupid survivalist games. Charles Brewer's voice rose as he explained, pacing back and forth along the length of the room, and I could tell he was getting worked up as the veins in his neck began to protrude. He was a big 'un, 8 inches over 6 feet, and heavily built, but I'd never thought of him as a threat until now. The problem was, he was getting my temper up as well. You think we are playing games here? After we had a dozen men creeping up to kill our neighbors just down the lane, and you think that's a game? Yeah, like something like that could really happen, Charles sneered. That's just some bullshit you guys made up after Sally got hurt when you idiots were playing army in the woods. You're always out there goofing off when the real work is being done. You might have that slut girlfriend of yours fooled, but— Say it again, I growled, my voice cold and menacing. Call her that again. I dare you. What are you talking about? Charles Brewer might be angry and frustrated, but the pause, the hesitation, meant he still had some sense of self-preservation. I think he sensed my killing intent at that moment. I promised the sheriff I'd let you walk away from here alive unless you provoked me. Calling my friend that slur? That's just about enough to qualify you for a third eye right in the middle of your forehead. Do you understand? Charles gulped then, nodding his head. He was bigger and no doubt stronger than me, but if we threw down in this tight bedroom, even though he might get some licks in, he just realized he'd brought his fists to a gunfight. Reaching into my jacket pocket, I pulled out my cell phone and absently punched in my password, then thumbed the icon for gallery. I'd transferred all the pictures taken at the site behind Wade's house into one file, as well as the ones taken at the highwayman's barn after the dust settled. In normal times, I would never have those photos on me, but I knew they might come in handy as part of our ongoing investigation of the rogue militia group. I handed Charles my phone, then queued up the photos. They were like mugshots, except all of the subjects were dead. In some cases, very dead. By that, I mean missing parts of their skulls and similar damage. Those look like Photoshop, Charles? Surely those guys are wearing makeup, right? I chided him as I flicked over the images. Charles gagged after looking at just the first few photos, then turned his head away. That's sick, he gasped. That just goes to show that we're serious, I interrupted him, overriding his words. The sheriff has all these photos, numbnuts. We are working for him. We aren't some survivalists bent on overthrowing the government. We're trying to protect the county and what law enforcement we have here. What the heck else is it we were supposed to do when he asked for our help? Okay, so I was overselling it a little bit, and we had freelanced that whole Landshire extermination job, but I still worried about what Charles could say to others if we let him go alive. Best to keep the water nice and muddy for now. Like I said, 2 options. 1, I execute you as a threat to my family. The other option, the one my brother proposed, because he reminded me how hard it is to get brains out of this old shag carpet, is to load your ass up and send you on your way to Birmingham. Your Aunt Delia still lives there, correct? Yeah. But we can't go, Charles protested. There's guards at the bridge here, going into Louisiana, then again at the next 2 border crossings. Nope, not going to be an issue, I reassured him. The sheriff has displaced persons permits, travel papers, so you can get through the border stops. You call your aunt, tell her you need to get out of Texas, and we'll help you load your car. Then, you are somebody else's problem. But that's your 2 options, Charles. We welcomed you here, made a place for you just for Mary's sake. Now you've burned your bridges on this road, and door number 1 is taking a road trip. Door number 2, you get to take a dirt nap. Does that sound serious enough for you? My words were sharp, but I spoke without much inflection. I was tired, and this was just another obstacle I needed to clear. When I spoke again, I could only think my fatigue and heartsick feelings rang through as Charles looked stricken after I finished speaking. You want to know the saddest thing, Charles? I always liked you. I never wanted this to happen, and I was hoping with your engineering background you would make a home here and help us weather the coming storm. Now you're gone, and I'll probably never see my favorite little cousin ever again. I guess I need to make that phone call then. You do that, I replied stiffly as I turned and grasped the doorknob. Just remember, this isn't Mary's fault, none of it. If you feel the need to blame somebody, then blame me. But if I ever find out you've laid a hand on that girl, there's nowhere you can go to escape what will come. I will find out, and when I'm done, you'll beg me to kill you. I turned, drilling him with my eyes as I pronounced the next words very clearly. Because you overlooked one thing, Charles Brewer. I've learned a lot about myself since things have gone to shit. For one thing, I've discovered that killing comes easy for me. Just like snapping a chicken's neck. I drew the door closed softly as I left Charles in the bedroom, and I thought I heard a sob before I stomped towards the kitchen. I told myself that last admission was a lie, but I worried about it just the same. Go with him? Oh, hell no, Mary exclaimed, catching me off guard as I re-entered the kitchen. She was sitting at the eat-in table, hands covering her face as she sobbed into her palms. He really tried to sell us to the cops? And he asked for a reward for doing it? Mary asked, her voice nearly childlike in her distress. I just asked him about it, Mary, I said softly, approaching her with careful steps. He didn't deny it. Said we were keeping both of you prisoner here and making you work on stupid projects. He's calling his Aunt Delia right now. My God, Uncle Bryan, what am I going to do? Sounds like when Charlie takes his little trip, he's going to be flying solo, Nicky commented, and I couldn't disagree. Mary sounded devastated and surprised by our revelation. What she'd said about Charles trying to sell us to the cops struck a nerve. She was one of ours, and Mary could stay if she wanted. Was Charlie on any medication before all this started? Mike asked, and I thought he might be onto something. But Mary shook her head. Look, I love the big lug, or at least I thought I did. But he's always been a bit of a dumbass in some ways. He gets an idea in his head, and no one and nothing is going to change his mind. I guess he saw the guns around here, and saw Pat and the rest of you guys training, and decided he'd ended up at an Al-Qaeda base. He must have heard Pat cursing in Arabic, Nicky quipped, then looked around. He does that when he doesn't want to ante up for the swear jar. Then, more seriously, Mary, you don't have to go if you don't want to, honey. Really? But Charles... That's on him, not you, Mike insisted. And seeing the vulnerable look in her eyes, he engulfed her in one of his bear hugs, lifting her off the ground. Mary was not a little girl, and though slender, she stood right at 6 feet tall, so the sight tickled my funny bone. I was still furious with Charles, but I realized I should be more sympathetic to Mary. Mary, the only reason we extended the invitation was because of you, sweetie, I said softly. When Charles finishes making his arrangements, we will get him the travel documents he needs, and we will send him on down the road today, if that is what you desire. Mary sniffled, burying her head into Mike's chest like a little girl. When we first started dating, Charlie was great, she started, then stopped for breath, still crying. He was kind and sweet and thoughtful, but he changed after the wedding, as he focused more and more on his work and spent less time with me. He started getting weird ideas, thinking people at his job were out to get him, even when he was promoted. I couldn't reach him anymore. We tried couples counseling, and he would just sit there like he was humoring me. I became like a piece of furniture or a pet. This is just another example of his hard-headed attitude, and he's had his last chance with me. As Mary wound down, Nicky stepped up to help. Why don't we pack up some things for you, honey? We can get out of here and let Mike and Bryan deal with Charlie. They're not going to hurt him, are they? I just want him gone, Mary implored, and we promised her that as long as Charlie was civil, we would be as well. 5 minutes after Nicky and Mary departed, taking Mary's little hatchback, Charles emerged from the back bedroom. He still had an angry frown on his face, but the murderous intensity had faded. Aunt Delia and Uncle Fred said we could stay with them until we found a new place, Charles explained, then looked around the living space. Where's Mary? She's going to stay here until you get settled in there, Mike explained diplomatically. She's quite upset with you right at the moment, and she doesn't want to make that long trip with you as things stand. She's my wife, Charlie huffed angrily. She's going with me. Charles, you still don't have a clue what you did, do you? Mike inquired. I could tell he was still mad, the red-hot fury gone for the moment, but I could tell the temperature was rising along with my brother's voice. If Sheriff Bastrop believed your crazy story about us being domestic terrorists, do you know what could have happened? Your accusations could have gotten everybody here killed, you idiot. What are you talking about? I thought you were trying to take over, Charles defended, looking back and forth between the two of us. You were always talking about guns and fighting, like you were planning something. 3 words, Charles, I said. Waco. Ruby Ridge. What? Look them up sometime, Mike continued, but do it after you get to Birmingham. We have wasted enough of our time on you. Start packing. Bryan and I will run into town and get the documents you need. You have Delia's address? Yeah, I got it on my phone, Charles sullenly responded. Then he looked up the information while I dug out my waterproof notebook and wrote it down. How is this going to work? That little car gets good gas mileage, but the TV says there's almost no way to refuel between here and there. I could tell Charles was getting over the shock and anger at being called out, and now he was focusing on the challenges ahead. That was good, since maybe he would survive long enough to get off our property. Oh, we've got you another set of wheels and enough fuel in cans to get you there, I replied confidently. We'll be back with your new truck and plenty of gas to get you there. Just get your stuff together and leave Mary's things here for now. I knew he wouldn't need long to pack, since everything they'd managed to salvage from their home had arrived in their little car. As we drove away, I explained the idea I had about Charles's transport and how we could kill two birds with one stone in the process. First stop was at the house to pick up the papers for the Fitz property, which Nicky had thoughtfully printed out the night before. The numbers were, quite frankly, about 2/3 of what we'd been prepared to pay, so closing on the property was a no-brainer. I hated to profit from that family's misfortune, but the lack of heirs and the needs of the county for some source of income made a great deal of sense. Part of the state and federal disaster relief package involved a suspension of county property taxes, which would otherwise be due by the end of the year. I was torn over the implication of that measure, but I had to admit the wisdom. Those taxes, while vital to keeping the county operating, would be nearly impossible to collect in the near future anyway. Unemployed people had a hard time paying taxes, and the last thing the county needed was more hassle with foreclosing on distressed homes. Part of that plan involved a partial payment in cash, so I made sure the voluminous trial case I sometimes used for work went in Mike's truck before we left the house. The next stop was at Wade's, where I touched base with our neighbors and started the process of writing up the other documents I'd printed from my stored computer drive, and then Mike and I finally headed into town. As Mike drove, I sat with my rifle in my lap and my head on a swivel. As we approached the small bridge and the site of the ambush the day before, I felt my tension level rise and waited for the crack of incoming rounds. When nothing happened and we bumped over the bridge, Mike spared a considering look in my direction. "Congratulations, brother. You are now officially a member of the club." "What club is that?" "You've crossed over from newbie into veteran," Mike explained expansively. "You're scanning the terrain, watchful of ambush, and ready to act instead of reacting." "Yeah, thanks. I never thought I'd be living up to the family legacy this way. Man, that's all bullcrap anyway. We share more genetic material with the Thomases side than we do with old J.W., and he was Deputy U.S. Marshal, and you aren't doing anything but helping keep us and our people alive." I sighed before making my admission. "I'm starting to feel my temper get the best of me, Mike. I really wanted to just shoot Charles and cut out all this unnecessary garbage. That's not exactly healthy." "What? I thought I was the only one measuring him for a pine box," Mike joked. Then he grew more serious. "Wanting to pull the trigger on somebody who represents a threat to your family isn't unreasonable under these circumstances, bro. What you're worried about, I'll bet, is more in the realm of being a sociopath. Trust me, you aren't lacking in morals or empathy. You're just very, how to put this, you are a very motivated individual. Always have been." "Thanks, I think. I just worry. I also noticed Nancy has been pulling away from me in the last few days. It's been so long since I was actually interested in a woman, since I lost Colette. I can't tell if I'm screwing that up, too." Mike was just about the only person I felt comfortable enough with to share my inner fears, and we'd been apart too much recently for my own peace of mind. I always thought we made a good team, and adding Pat and Sally to the mix just took us to a new level. "Let's get this done and go home," I resolved. "I've been neglecting my responsibilities while chasing all over the county." "Done. But have you thought about who we can put in the Bonner house now that Charlie's going bye-bye and Mary's coming to stay with us full-time?" "Can't be Maddie or Cece," I replied automatically. "At least not yet. They need more seasoning first. Charles was a shit, but at least he could shoot a little. Sally and Billy are just the opposite. Sally's good with her rifle, but she still needs time to heal, so more weeks with us before she's ready." "What about adding another family we can trust? You got anybody in mind? If it's Barbara, I'd think again. Love her to death, but she's not exactly frontline material, and her husband is even worse." I knew it was a cold comment for me to make, but my former secretary was the last person I wanted to spend the apocalypse forded up with in the frozen days to come. She might be a wizard with scheduling and kept me up to date on all the latest gossip, but she also lacked the common sense God gave a lemming. Worse, she was married to a chronic alcoholic who made sure there was a liquor store within walking distance of their house since he lost his driver's license. No, the Fussels, Mark and Stacy. Oh, crap. I forgot all about them. I wonder if they are still managing Nancy's old apartment complex. Stacy Pivetto had been a classmate of ours in high school. I'd lost track of her over the years, but we'd reconnected after I bought the old Ferguson place and moved to Albany County. She'd met Mark in college, and they owned a real estate and property management company together. In addition to offering on-site management services, they also owned several rental houses in the area. Stacy was the one with the business degree from Sam Houston, but Mark Fussell was the carpenter, plumber, and all-around handyman who made it all work. They have this new invention called a cell phone. I'm sure you're familiar with the concept, if not the application. Let's get where we are going in one piece, and I'll explain in more detail, Mike teased, and I smacked his shoulder with the back of my left hand. My right hand never released the pistol grip of the rifle in my lap. I can't believe I missed something so obvious, I complained. Heck, Stacy and Mark were some of the first friends I made after I got here, and I know Mark is just the kind of person we could use. You've had a lot on your plate, Bryan. I'm not surprised you've missed a few things in the rush. Yesterday is a perfect example of what I'm talking about, Mike replied, on a consoling tone. Was it like this in Iraq? I asked. I'd asked that question before, but the circumstances had changed a bit since then. Not exactly, but the similarities are starting to pile up. Shootouts in the middle of the night, roadside ambushes. I worry about when we'll start seeing IEDs being used, though. Ever find out what the riot at the refugee camp was about yesterday? Mike took his eyes off the road for a moment and gave me a look I couldn't read until he spoke. Then I understood. Yeah, heard about it from the deputies at the hospital. They were getting the rolls set up. Seems the sheriff was right. They'll be restarting the draft soon. Males 18 to 30, and they are looking for prior service. Somebody in the camp didn't like the idea of their little snowflake getting kitted out in camouflage, I presume. Is this federal or state? I wondered. We had heard very little out of Washington in the last few weeks, other than the president's little weekly pep talks regarding the state of the recovery. Those were so bland and fact-free that only the most devoted of his followers bothered to tune in and listen. Not that I was being overly critical. What was he supposed to say? I could just imagine how that press briefing might go. Buck up, citizens, because millions of you are going to starve to death or freeze this winter, and your government will be powerless to stop it. And once that's done, we can expect another 3 killer impacts to ruin whatever is left of the world. That is all, so go on about your business. No, I wouldn't want to hear that broadcast, even if it was the truth. You know, we are growing from a simple farmstead and growing into an intentional community, if everything works like we are planning, Mike observed, interrupting my grim musings. That's fine, I retorted. I'm nominating you for mayor when we get this done. You did inherit the politician gene, after all. Why would you say something hurtful like that? Take it back, Mike demanded, and I found myself chuckling as we pulled up to a stop in the courthouse parking lot. Mike has what he liked to call a natural allergy to anything that smacked of political involvement. The annex where the county property offices were located was just next door to the actual courthouse, so we would take care of this little property chore first before ducking in to see the sheriff. Face it, Mike, if things really are going to crap, We're going to need your mad Mr. Wizard skills, and that means you can't be out there toting a rifle with the rest of us cannon fodder. Even if we didn't need you busy producing gun cotton, that intentional community you mentioned will also need you and Suzanne, and probably Mary, teaching the young'uns. Back to the classrooms for you." "I do miss the teaching," he confessed as we exited the truck. The sight of the bullet holes scoring the windshield and hood seemed out of place, but I noticed it was far from the only one in that condition, especially when I looked at the county vehicles. More than one showed a familiar pockmark in the sheet metal or fiberglass. "We'll get you a classroom set up in no time," I remarked, as I slung my rifle and picked up my trial bag. The more I thought about it, the more I realized we needed to protect my brother. Not just for the usual reasons either, but because in the long run, his range of knowledge and education would almost certainly prove more valuable than those of a burned-out lawyer. I filed that thought away for later, something to discuss with Pat, in private anyway. Now I needed to focus on completing this land deal, and then getting back home alive. Chapter 27. "Where exactly did you say you've been storing these bills, Mr. Hardin?" Mrs. Bisbee asked, wrinkling her nose as she quickly fanned through the next stack of $20 bills. Her distaste didn't cause her to miss a trick, though, and she rapidly produced 10 stacks of assorted currency, almost all of it in $20 or $100 denominations. $10,000 total in cash. "Well, that's actually a funny story," I started, the lie we'd concocted, mixed with enough truth to make it believable. "You may not know this, but I grew up just over in Jasper County. In fact, my late wife," I paused, swallowed, before continuing, "my late wife's family still resides there. After her passing, I was surprised to find out her parents were trying to join in the wrongful death suit I filed against the drunk driver that caused the accident." "I'm sorry for your loss, Mr. Hardin," Mrs. Bisbee replied reflexively. "I never knew." "Thank you, but I've had almost 5 years to get used to it," I explained, then drew a calming breath as I continued. Colette's family also tried to challenge her will, claiming I'd exerted undue influence. We were each other's only beneficiaries, with our son Charlie as the sole beneficiary if we should both predecease him. Anyway, it was a bad time for me. Their lawyer managed to get my assets frozen for a short time, and when everything was said and done, I decided I didn't want to ever have all my funds tied up in the bank if something like that should ever happen again. Every word I said was the truth. I hated like hell to dredge up those hateful memories, but I did it anyway. We needed to move some of this tainted cash before it became so much kindling, so what better way to launder the funds than to pay it out to the county? Plus, we already literally ran it through a wash once to remove some of the cocaine trace from the bills. I wish I could say I came up with the idea, but Nikki was the one to suggest it, not long after we claimed the cash from Sheriff Landshire's vault. Not in the washing machine, actually, but using an old foot tub and scentless clothes detergent. That left the bills wrinkled, and we stuffed them in cracked mason jars to get the right texture after they dried. So the next step required a cover story, and again, part of it was true. I did learn from my unscrupulous former in-laws and decided to keep a large stash of dollars on hand in case of lightning struck twice. "So that's why they're all curled?" I stuck them in jars and left them in somewhere out of the way. I guess I didn't seal the lids tight enough, so with this humidity they ended up like that. Still legal tender, though. "Yes, I guess you are correct. Now, that takes care of the down payment," Mrs. Bisbee concluded. "And for the rest?" Mike and I both produced our checkbooks for accounts at the local bank and wrote out the agreed amount. That pretty well drained my personal funds at the bank, but that was okay. We'd just made sure we wouldn't acquire any threatening neighbors in our little community, and that peace of mind was priceless. Now all we had to do was hold on to what we had. Mrs. Bisbee wrote out receipts for all 3 separate payments, and I gave her a list of the names to appear on the deed to the property once it had been prepared. All would receive an undivided interest in the Fitz property. "Thank you for your help," I said to Mrs. Bisbee, and she thanked us for our business, no mention of the irregularities in the transaction, and informed us the necessary documents would be ready on Tuesday. That made me pause, but Mike put his hand on my shoulder and whispered, "It's Friday, Bryan." I nodded, not wanting to admit I'd lost a few days in there somewhere, and we trooped out of the old brick building, then cut an angle for Mike's truck. We could have walked to the sheriff's office, but I agreed with Mike that keeping a close eye on the truck was paramount, so we parked in front of the building and crawled back out of the truck. "Gotta get those holes fixed," I chided Mike. "This weather is too cold to be driving around with the air conditioner going full blast." "Ha, ha," Mike replied testily, as we pushed through the front door and strolled into the entry vestibule. The truck was his baby, after all, and the moisture getting in must be hell on the heated leather seats. "Hey, you can't bring— Oh, hey, Bryan, Mike, sorry. Come on in," the desk sergeant called out, and he buzzed us through the side door past the front foyer. Other than a few straight-back chairs, the front room of the office was bare down to the cracked linoleum, except for those 4 lightweight wooden seats. The desk sergeant actually sat at what I thought of as an old-fashioned bank teller window, with what I presume to be ballistic glass walling off his part of the front end of the sheriff's office from the rest of the public area. If you wanted behind the curtain, you needed someone to buzz you in. Frank Ruffalo was the new desk sergeant, and one of the nicer members of the department, even under Landshire's watch. He was in his 50s, with salt and pepper hair and a neat goatee that came to a point at his chin. He'd come over to the office after working for years on patrol, and according to comments made by Corporal Tanner the day before, no one had been more upset to find out about their former sheriff's criminal activities than Ruffalo. He'd been Tanner's training officer, and you could tell the young African-American officer looked up to the old veteran deputy. "Hey, Frank," I waved back as we emerged through the other side of the thick metal security door. "Can you keep an eye on our ride out front? As you can see, it's already seen too much attention." "Got you covered, Bryan. Glad to see you're okay after that mess yesterday. Getting shot at on the highway into town? That's just crazy." Frank lowered his voice, and I leaned closer to hear his next question. I could see he had something serious on his mind. Just from what little I had been around him, I gauged that Ruffalo might be an excellent source of information. His job clearly placed him right in the middle of everything. "Do you think they were targeting you because you're with the department? Anything on your truck to show you as a reserve deputy?" I shook my head. "There's a light bar on the front of Mike's truck, but you can't see it unless you're up close. Nah, just bad luck." "Bad luck for them is what I heard," Frank retorted with a bit of a snicker in his voice. "I heard the sheriff's special deputy squad went after that murdering pack yesterday. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you, counselor?" I held up my hands in mock horror. "That sounds like something outside my area of expertise, Sergeant. My brother-in-law has some tracking skills, and he came out to look over the site, then reported what he saw to Captain Cromwell." "Yeah, right back at you, Sergeant," Ruffalo countered. "Yeah, I know Terry made you a reserve sergeant, Bryan. I'm not one for talking out of school, but good job anyway." He went on in congratulation. "I imagine that bald-headed brother-in-law of yours would say he knows nothing as well?" "That would likely be correct," I responded carefully, eyeing Mike. Then I had a question of my own. You hear something about deputies being targeted somewhere? Yeah, up in Kilgore. City cops, though. Yesterday, somebody hit 3 of them in 2 hours. Sniper work. Just getting the details in time for roll call this morning. Sheriff has everybody who's out on patrol wearing their vests. Mike and I exchanged a look, and I could tell the news was not something he'd known about. I felt a chill at the idea because I'd already been targeted enough, even without a badge. They catch 'em? I asked, unable to resist the urge. You bet. Some white supremacists who got displaced out of Lumberton, the older sergeant explained. 2 of them taking shots at African-American officers. Ended up in a standoff until the SWAT guys showed up. Geez, Sergeant, that's bad for their families, I replied with sympathy. I hope we don't see any of that kind of stuff around here. Bryan, I've only been here in the office since Sheriff Bastrop brought me in for this gig. You know as well as I do that it's only a matter of time before the wheels come off. Sergeant Ruffalo lowered his voice, then continued. People are already acting crazy, like that demonstration yesterday at the school. You mean the draft protest thing? I queried. They're just getting the rolls updated, but half those people over there think the government is going to march their baby boy out in the field on day 1 with a rifle and expect them to start shooting Mexican soldiers. Just plain ignorant, Frank Ruffalo explained, with a disgusted snort. Most of those boys would benefit from either a swift kick in the posterior or a little discipline from a drill instructor. Just my opinion, though. Mike laughed, and I had to hide my own smile when I heard my brother muttering, "Bunch of snowflakes." I think the idea is to get them some of that discipline you mentioned and likely weed out any malcontents from those temporary displaced persons facilities. Refugee camps are a dangerous breeding ground for future trouble. Mike chimed in to agree with me, more serious now. We saw plenty of it in Iraq, and Pat has talked about them in other places too. We need to get those young men some kind of an outlet for their energy, or we're liable to see more riots. Above my pay grade. That's for the bigwigs to decide, Frank conceded. Anyway, go on back. The sheriff already left word to send you in when you got here. Thanks, Frank. You watch yourself out there, too. Frank grinned and leaned back to tap the glass. Unless they got an RPG or something in .50 caliber, I think I'm going to be fine. I started to say something about having to go home at some point, but swallowed my words. After the hurricanes, who knew if the man had a home anymore? He might be one of the deputies bunking in the temporary barracks the sheriff opened up in the old part of the building for some of the suddenly homeless deputies. Instead, I followed Mike back further past the front of the 2-story building and back to the windowless suite of offices that Sheriff Bastrop claimed as his nerve center. No county officials were lurking today, but I saw Buddy Cromwell seated at one of the secretarial bays, banging away on a desktop keyboard and muttering under his breath as he worked. "Oh, sweetie, can you run and get us some coffee? 1 cream and 2 sugars, Mike sassed, and Captain Cromwell looked up with a stormy frown. Mike didn't really know the former chief of police that well, but the 2 of them had hit it off after the shootout in the Wilson Feed parking lot. Like Mike, Buddy had spent time in the Army, but as an MP, and the shared background served to give them a basis for giving each other grief. "Is that some kind of attempt at sexist humor, Deputy Hardin? I'm going to have to assume you've read the Human Resources Handbook," Buddy started, but I held up a hand in surrender and glared at my brother for his smart remark. "Some other time, boys. I'm too tired for the floor show today. Sheriff in?" "Yeah, and I just brought him his coffee. You'll have to get your own." "Thanks, Captain," I replied, tipping my hat to him as I opened the office door and found Sheriff Bastrop bent over a sheaf of papers, half-moon reading glasses perched on the bridge of his nose. "Not bothering to knock any more?" I might have been busy with something important, you know," the sheriff grumbled, reminding me of his subordinate in the outer office. "If you couldn't hear our voices outside, Sheriff, it might be time to get a hearing aid to go along with those cheaters," I shot back, mustering a tired smile as I spoke. "Well, if you're here, you might as well come on in and grab a seat. Is that your brother I hear outside, bugging my captain?" "Yes, sir. I'll grab him," I responded, and did just that, dragging Mike into the office and shutting the door. As Mike and I settled into the hard wood chairs, I took a moment to look around the large office. The desk was all metal and looked like it had been purchased at a second-hand store. The wood panel walls showed where numerous plaques and hangers had been removed, and I sensed, rather than knew, that the space had been purged of any reference to the previous occupant. I hadn't noticed any of this on my previous visit, but then I'd had other things going on at the time. "I understand you received a tip yesterday regarding those hijackers, Sheriff. Did you find out anything?" I began, opening the delicate dance. For his part, Sheriff Bastrop snorted and shook his head. "Still want to play games, counselor? Okay, we can have it your way. Yes, we received a tip. Officers responded and found the remains of 16 suspected hijackers, as well as the 3 18-wheelers that were stolen. As near as we can tell, the cargoes were intact, though some of the loads had been moved around. No weapons were recovered from the scene, but we found communications gear and a laptop computer that our computer tech is busy vacuuming for leads. It might interest you to know that we found shipping invoices for 4 other missing trucks in addition to the 3 that were recovered. What I don't have are any prisoners to interrogate. Care to comment?" From his seat next to me, I heard Mike mutter under his breath, 16? "I'm sure if you check the bodies, you will find all of them likely suffered serious gunshot injuries inflicted as a result of the fight. I'd wager none were executed or tortured." "I thought my understanding was there were only 7 or 8 hostiles on site," Sheriff Bastrop probed. "I'm sure I cannot say, Sheriff, but it was likely they received last-minute reinforcements to serve as escorts. I'm sure whoever took on those desperados were equally surprised at the numbers." "Okay, let's quit playing games, Bryan. What the hell happened?" Sheriff Bastrop demanded, and I could see he was concerned about something. I decided it was time to drop the act. "All right. Will didn't see the newcomers arriving from his vantage out back, and we didn't find out until we were already engaged," I admitted. "We really did try to take prisoners, but between our frontal assault and Pat's flanking maneuver, we caught them in a vice. More importantly, none of them tried to surrender." "What's got you riled up, Sheriff?" "When we ran the fingerprints, almost all of them were flagged. That's what." "Who flagged them? And why?" I asked, nervous now of attracting any official interest outside our little circle of trust. "Don't know who, and don't know why. They popped up with DOJ tags, but that's it. Hell, we almost missed it. Anyway, 12 of the 16 had felony convictions. The other 4 were inmates up until a month ago, early release. But those 12, I couldn't find anything on their current whereabouts until they showed up in that barn." "Maybe they were more early releases after the quakes?" I asked, doubt in my voice. "No way. Not these boys," Sheriff Bastrop scoffed. "Has the stink of a prison break. But they aren't in the system that way." "What exactly were they in for?" Mike asked, now fully engaged in the conversation as he started pulling puzzle pieces together. The ones that were early release, I mean. "Computer fraud and identity theft. Part of some big ring, apparently. The others, before you ask, had a laundry list of violent offenses ranging from aggravated assault to murder. But there were also some other links. Known associates, other lockups together, but the last confirmed location for all 12 was ADX Florence. Seeing the looks of incomprehension on our faces, Sheriff Bastrop rewarded us with a grim smile of triumph. "Finally, something you don't know. That's a federal supermax prison in Colorado. That's where the feds send the worst of the worst, the real hard cases, and wait for it, gang soldiers and their bosses." Well, hell. You mean to tell me these characters were all members of some prison gang or organized crime group, and the feds are looking for them too? Mike lamented. What ID we found all linked back to around Baytown or Pasadena, Sheriff. Does that mean anything to you? Because if you remember, the one clue I got out of that survivor from the hit on Wade's place said there was a militia group out of Baytown in the area, I continued, picking up the thread from Mike's comment. "Yes, I haven't forgotten that little tidbit. I've got guys looking over all the county property records, trying to identify some kind of location where these guys might be operating. Losing that many men is either going to cripple their plans or piss off the bosses enough to come looking for the source of their pain," I said, finishing the sheriff's thought for him. As we sat there, I thought more about what the sheriff said and the geography of the supposed refugees from the Gulf Coast. "What about drugs, or ATF violations?" I asked, almost to myself, but the sheriff picked up on it. "What are you thinking? Smugglers of some sort? That would fit their M.O. for sure." "Proximity to the port of Houston," Mike said, summing up our supposition. "You think the gang or crew was involved in moving contraband through the port, don't you?" I had to shrug. Those that were on walkabout from the Supermax facility together, they were all tied together, weren't they? The sheriff gave me a hard stare. "That's my read on it. And no, the known associates list doesn't clue us to who the real boss might be. I'm sure the feds know, but you might be surprised to know how little they share with small-town sheriffs." "Shocking," I retorted, deadpan, "though, given your predecessor, maybe not the worst idea." Sheriff Bastrop had the decency to wince at my words, but he couldn't complain, and he knew I was busting his chops from what I said. Still, I sensed it was still a sensitive subject, so I moved on. "What are you letting out about who hit the highwaymen anyway? Are we looking at getting any blowback on this?" I asked, suddenly nervous about our role in the whole affair. We were supposed to be keeping our heads down and maintaining a low profile, damn it. "Our report is going to show it was the work of a rival gang, and that when my boys showed up, the perpetrators escaped while the sheriff's department secured the scene. Nobody in the department knows of your involvement other than as a target that got away, if that's your worry." "Well, Frank and Buddy seemed to have an idea," I complained, but there was no heat in my words. They might have their own theories, but that was to be expected, and Sheriff Bastrop reinforced my conclusion. "They might have suspicions, and that should be the extent of it," he said, trying to sound convincing. "Look, all bullshit aside, recovering those 3 truckloads of supplies was a huge deal. You know, one was making a delivery to our grocery store, and one of the others was headed to drop off food at the refugee center. So you probably prevented another riot or two just doing what you did. We'll keep this just between us, okay?" "Man, do I feel like chopped liver here," Mike interjected, trying to sound like a petulant child. "Bryan and Pat go off like the cool kids and save the town, while I sat at the hospital and helped count surgical packs while my wife complained about how much her feet hurt." "How the heck do you think I felt, getting run off just before the shooting started?" Sheriff Bastrop complained, more as a way to show his solidarity with Mike than in any real disappointment. "That's what I'm supposed to be doing, damn it. Protect and serve. It says so right on the door of my cruiser." "Sheriff, you are doing that. You and Buddy and the judge are what's holding this county together." I spoke convincingly. Despite how he might be trying to play it off, I know being sent away like we'd done had to hurt the sheriff's ego. Mike must have sensed what I was trying to do, as he chimed in as well. "Sheriff, trust me. Bryan and I saw some things in Dallas. Well, let's just say things might look rosy on TV, but reality is a whole different animal. I don't ever want to see anything like that happen here. If Pat and Bryan didn't want you on that raid, it was because you are too important, doing exactly what you are doing right now. And Sheriff, if things ever get too hot here, or you are worried about your family at the emergency services site, send them out to our place," I said seriously. He gave me a searching look, and I felt compelled to continue. "Frank told us about some ass monkeys up in Kilgore targeting police officers. It's only a matter of time before someone starts that mess here, or decides to go after your families. We don't have an impregnable fortress by any stretch, but the goal is to limit access, and we have a few tricks up our sleeves." I stopped, feeling the emotion well up inside as I finished my little speech. I've already lost a child, and I couldn't live with myself if anything were to happen to yours, if it was in my power to stop it. Plus, we've got Pat on our side, Mike chipped in. "Plus, we've got Pat," I echoed my brother's words. "Thank you," Sheriff Bastrop said softly. "Thank you both. I just may need to take you up on that offer before this is all over." "Well, before we get further off topic," I said after a short pause, I reached into the bag sitting at my feet and withdrew a manila envelope. Weighing the packet in my hand briefly, I set it on the sheriff's desk. "What's that?" "Well, after finding those bodies yesterday, I found out Ethan and Will knew a couple of them. The drivers, I mean. So we kind of took up a collection for their families. You guys have a victim compensation fund, don't you?" "We do, actually." "What do you have?" "A little over $24,000 in there," Mike volunteered, stealing my moment. I gave him a glare. The sheriff was looking at us like we were crazy. "Would you believe us if I said we had a bake sale?" I asked, trying to sound innocent. "Not even a little bit. Is this from those raiders, the highwaymen?" I sighed and gave a small shrug, like I thought there was any way he wouldn't figure it out. We couldn't find any indication where the money came from, and like I said, Will and Ethan knew a couple of the victims. Least we can do to help their families. "On my word, I'll take care of it," the sheriff promised, and strangely enough, I believed him. "Now, is there anything else?" I snapped my fingers as another question and one of our last chores came to mind. "Did you figure out who sold one of your base station units to those guys?" "Dang, you are perceptive," Sheriff Bastrop replied. "You must have been hell on wheels in the courtroom. To answer your question, no, we didn't. The serial number came back to a model that was reported damaged about a year ago and then disposed of. The name on the report was a Deputy Haynes." "That freaking guy," Mike muttered, then with more force, "Good luck interviewing him." "That's the dead end for now. Anything else?" "Yes. We need travel documents for a Mr. Charles Brewer. He's going to stay with his aunt and uncle in Birmingham." "That's probably for the best," the sheriff agreed. "Just him?" "I think we can call this a trial separation," I replied diplomatically. "I looked at the website, and I have all his information for the trip written down for you." Now that we weren't directly under another hurricane evacuation, the cross-county and cross-state travel bans had gone back into effect, but with a few provisos. Shelter space remained at a premium in the affected parts of the country, like ours, so anything that could be used to redistribute the refugees was encouraged, as long as it didn't interfere with the recovery or war efforts. The form was easily filled out, printed up, and the sheriff signed off what was essentially a transfer form for displaced citizens. If they had family outside the zone willing to accept them, the process was streamlined. I knew there was a thriving black market in fake travel permits, but the consensus was, why bother when you can get the real deal this easily? "Thank you, Sheriff. Please get in touch with us if you need our assistance again," I said, after storing the travel permit in my bag. "Hell, I didn't contact you the first time on this," he grumbled. Then he got a more serious look on his face as a memory struck him. "I just wanted you to hear it from me first. The grand jury no-billed Albert Hostetler yesterday." "DA didn't waste any time," I grumbled, but Sheriff Bastrop shrugged before continuing. "Sorry, but given the circumstances, I don't know what else could have been done. Anyway, last night, Albert Hostetler overdosed on his wife's sleeping pills. He didn't make it." This revelation threw me for a loop, and I sat quietly for a moment, digesting the news. Mike picked up the reins and asked a question that had been bugging me earlier. "Did you ever find out anything about that poor lady and those children?" Sheriff Bastrop hung his head as he gave a bullet-point description of what he knew. "She worked in Dallas, cleaning hotel rooms. Lost her job, and she was headed for Martell to stay with her brother. We got a lot of this from him. The 3 boys were all hers, and she called him on her way down to let him know her youngest, Guillermo, was sick with a high fever. She ran out of gas right there at the Hostetler place. Her brother was on the phone with her up until she went up to the door. They are from El Salvador, and her English wasn't very good. She was just trying to get some medicine for her little boy." "That's a damned shame," Mike said, releasing a heavy sigh. Mike's comment just about covered the topic for all of us, and we said our goodbyes and quietly exited the office and then the building. "You have anything else you need to do?" I asked Mike. He didn't say anything, and instead just put the truck in gear and headed out of town. I watched the roads, so I quickly had a pretty good idea where he was going. The house on the way to Fred was deserted when we got there. It looked like somebody had broken in at some point, but otherwise there were no overt signs of violence. I didn't see any bodies or fresh bloodstains on the floor. Mitch and his family had obviously moved out at some point after his wife's release from the hospital. "I hope they found someplace safer," I consoled Mike as we headed back to his truck for the long return drive home. "It's the same as when I came by before," Mike admitted. "I left them a note on the door, but it was gone this time. Somebody probably used it to start a fire." Mike's despondent tone set the mood as we drove back to our neighborhood. I didn't begrudge Mike the fuel wasted on the trip, as I knew the fate of the family we'd helped before still weighed heavily on his conscience. I maintained vigilance on the drive, and I saw more than a few abandoned houses on our route. The various police and sheriff departments in the area were heavily patrolling the highways and county roads in their jurisdictions, but still the bad actors clearly outnumbered even the augmented elements of law enforcement in the field. The absence of our National Guard units was telling in Albany County, as well as the surrounding areas trying to absorb the massive numbers of displaced citizens evacuated from the coastal region. Traditionally, the Guard filled a key role in providing food, shelter, and security for the refugees in the wake of hurricane damage in the past. Even at the biggest displaced citizens concentrations, like at the local school gyms, the usual complement of guardsmen were greatly reduced, and I understood that with only a squad deployed in New Albany, the department was forced to pick up the slack. Sergeant Ruffalo was right. The status quo was under assault, and the clock was ticking on when the wheels completely fell off and anarchy took over. I prayed we were ready enough to survive the coming storm and the bitter winter to come. I'd call the Fussels tomorrow and get on Will to finish the recruiting efforts with the Tylers. We would need to recruit able bodies, willing to stand with us in the days to come. Chapter 28. I awoke with a cry, rolling out of my cot and grasping at the ghosts that inhabited my nightmares. Even in the cold of the early morning, I felt my body coated in sweat. When I checked the clock on the wall, I saw the hour was just 5:30 in the morning. I tried to think about what I had to do this day, but all I could focus on at the moment was the demands of my bladder. I stood on shaky legs and made my way across the hall to the downstairs bathroom, stumbling through the door and navigating my way to the toilet. I was oblivious to the world as I relieved the built-up pressure until I was caught by surprise midstream and somehow managed to stay on target as I heard a voice emerge from the shower stall behind me. Since we'd built the house with 4 bedrooms downstairs and 1 upstairs, the design called for 2 bathrooms on the first floor and 1 on the second. This one, right across from my office, was only considered a half bath, even though we'd managed to shoehorn in the shower stall. The space was tight, though, and Mike and I always joked about not having to pee in the shower because all we needed to do was open the door and we could hit the toilet while still standing under the water. Couldn't wait, could you? I knew that voice, and I felt my nerves settle even as my face turned scarlet. Sorry, Cece. I didn't hear the shower. I apologized, looked down to avoid the mirror over the sink. As I did, I caught a brief glance of a shadowy form in the shower stall, mostly hidden by the towel hanging over the plastic door that kept the shower contained. Just timing, Bryan. I'd just finished and turned off the water when you busted in. I heard fabric on plastic and figured she was pulling the towel free. I still kept my eyes down and discreetly stuffed myself back in my sweatpants. Sorry about that, I repeated. For an old man like me, it's hell having a bladder the size of a thimble. Don't worry about it, Cece replied, and I heard the click as the magnet on the door disengaged. I don't have anything you haven't seen before. That offhand comment, something you hear people toss off casually, evoked the memories of how we'd found Cece at the Landshire house, and I shuddered involuntarily. Cece must have caught my motion, as the next words were rather icy. Oh, I didn't know you felt that way about... Cece, I all but growled. Stop right there. Think about what you said. I paused, then held up my hand as she started to speak. That shiver wasn't about you. It was about me. You know, I still regret that I didn't go another hour with the blowtorch on that little asshole. Yeah, I didn't think about that, Cece admitted, and I finally turned around as she finally stepped out of the shower, wrapped from chest to knees in one of the beach towels we now used as bath towels. Credit to Marta for buying them in bulk, despite the higher price. Again, I apologize for busting in on you, I repeated, and on a separate note, I didn't mean to offend you with my reaction. I know you're still hurting over what was done to you. I'm fine, Bryan. Marta gave me some lotion, and the marks, well, you can't see them anymore. Deputy Randy Haynes had done more than rape Cecilia Robinson. He'd also whipped her with a riding crop, raising bloody welts in her flesh for his own amusement. I didn't doubt the physical hurts might have faded by now, but the pain, embarrassment, and fear likely still remained. Randy hadn't just violated her body, he'd tried to degrade her soul as well. I figured, but that's not all the damage you took, was it? That still hurts too, I'm thinking. How would you know something like that? I don't. I have no frame of reference, except I've experienced my own share of emotional pain now and then, I replied evenly, like I was trying to help Billy gentle a spooked horse. In fact, I'll let you in on a little secret. It's been almost 5 years, and some nights it feels like it just happened." "That's why you sleep alone," Cece almost snapped, but I knew she was just putting the pieces together. "It's your nightmares. No, don't get that look on your face," she continued, now almost playfully now. "Nobody revealed your dark secret, but I've heard you in there when I've gotten up some nights." "Yeah, my nightmares. But here's the thing, Cece. They get better over time. I was having them less and less back before. I guess what I'm trying to tell you is that pain inside that you're working so hard to ignore, it will get better with time." Cece, usually taut as a drawn wire, seemed to deflate as she leaned back against the plastic shower door. "I know it is stupid. I didn't do anything wrong, and I know if I'd fought him more he would have just killed me. You know what hurts the worst, though? Like I said, Cece, I couldn't begin to imagine. If it makes it easier for you, though, you can tell me, and I won't judge. My word." "And I know your word is good," she murmured. "What hurts the worst is the memory of him dragging me into the sheriff's house, and the way those deputies looked at me, and the way the sheriff looked at me, like I was nothing to them. Just another stupid "Don't say it," I snapped, more harshly than I meant. "Don't demean yourself, Cece. Randy Haynes was an evil little man, and he died too easy in my opinion. The sheriff, he suffered just a bit more. They were monsters, Cece, all of them in that house. But what do we do to monsters, Cecilia Robinson?" "We kill them," she said, her voice rising. "We fucking kill them." "Damn straight we do." I caught Cece's eyes sweeping over me. "You're a good man, Bryan. Not just for helping rescue me, but for what you're doing here, and for taking on those new nightmares, for killing those evil men." I met Cecilia's gaze, and I knew in that moment that I could tell her anything, any truth, and she would never judge me for it. It was a bond, a connection she felt for all of us who'd gone into that house and brought her out. I'd seen her look at Pat that way, and Mike, but their wives, wise women that they were, never said a cross word. Now I thought I understood. "Cece, I try to be a good man, but you should know something. I don't feel bad for the men I've been forced to kill, and they don't haunt my dreams. I have nightmares about those I can't save, but I never feel any remorse for those bastards I've sent to hell. Just between us, you know it," Cece vowed. "That's why I killed everybody in the bunkhouse myself. I did it to keep the other guys from having their own nightmares. Do you think someday I might be good enough to go with you? With Pat and Mike and Sally?" "You'll need to talk to Pat about that, and getting more training, but I swear if you go with us, I'll give you more than one bullet next time." "Asshole," she cursed and popped me in the chest with the back of her hand. I noted the healed scars that showed where the handcuffs had bit into her flesh, but I schooled my expression much better this time and gave her what I thought of as an impish grin. "Are we good?" I asked sincerely, and in response, Cece spread her arms and motioned me forward for a hug. The towel remained in place, and I felt more peace than I'd experienced in quite some time in Cece's embrace. Just as we stepped back, the outer door burst open, and Maddie came hustling in, beach towel over one shoulder and fresh clothes clutched to her chest. "Oh, I'm so sorry," she exclaimed, and she turned a pretty shade of red, and Cece and I started laughing like two loons. When I could finally draw breath without the threat of my bladder betraying me a second time, I straightened up and made a hand wave with a goofy, overdone flourish that looked like something out of a Chinese martial arts period piece. "Enter at your own risk," I cautioned, as I eased by Maddie to escape. I was a little worried about how Maddie might act around me after that, but when she came out a little later to help me with Maisie and Daisy, our Angus and Jersey milk cows, the first thing she did was point at me and laugh. Old guy with the old bladder, she teased, and I knew we were good. Now if I could just break through whatever was bothering Nancy so easily, I knew I would have a good weekend for once. Today was Saturday, and we had plenty to do around the farm, but nothing planned for in town, and with Marta and Dorothy off for the weekend, we could stay close to home. That suited me just fine. "How much of our conversation did you hear?" I asked Mattie as I hefted the stainless steel buckets of milk into the chiller we'd built. Mattie jerked like she'd been caught reaching into the cookie jar before giving me a smirk that acknowledged my accuracy. "Most of it," she admitted. "You should have invested in security doors inside, too. I only came in when I couldn't hear you anymore. I was worried you and Cece were, doing something else." I smiled again at her obvious discomfort at what the idea of what else we might have been doing. "Please, Mattie, I'm old enough to be her dad. Yours, too." "That doesn't stop the old creepers, Bryan," she retorted saucily, but continued with a more serious tone. "And honestly, I was just worried about Cece making a move on you. She really likes you, Mike and Pat and the husband boys, too. Even though Will was a Huckabee, it wasn't the first time I'd heard him lumped in that way. But you are the only one who isn't married. I admit I feel some affection for Cece, and you too, for that matter, but it really is more a paternal feeling than anything amorous, Mattie. I'm an old man, and I care about what happens to you young ladies." I found I was able to share my feelings much easier than I could in the past, and I wondered when that change had occurred. "I think I understand, and I shouldn't have doubted Cece. She told me that you have your sights set on Nancy, and you wouldn't stray." "I do, but I can't figure out what I did wrong." Mattie wrinkled her brow, which I had to admit was a pretty sight. She was a delightful girl, and I resolved that whoever caught her eye had better treat her right. Dang, I really was starting to sound like a dad, I realized. "You didn't do anything wrong, Bryan," Mattie said, trying to reassure me. "I don't know what's bothering her, but I assume it had something to do with what happened Thursday." "Care to be more specific, Mattie?" The young blonde woman drew a breath and released a hurried torrent of words. "I mean, that was pretty scary just hearing about it secondhand. They could have killed you, not to mention Nancy and Nicky, too. I can't believe you just went back out, tracked down their hideout, and then got into another shootout. That sounds like something from an old Western." "But Nancy was there with me," I protested, and that got me a pointed look from Mattie. "Maybe that's your problem. Look, you've given her time to think about what happened, and she's still acting like something's bothering her, right?" "Right," I agreed. "Then stop acting like a boy and ask her," Mattie declared. Then she waved a hand dismissively as we stomped off our boots and entered the mudroom. "Now shoo, shoo. Go find your girl and figure it out. It's not even 8 a.m. and you've already tired me out." "I guess we need to add stamina training to your workout," I teased back, and slipped on my house shoes. I heard a gaggle of juvenile voices in the kitchen, and I knew the kids were already up. Pretty soon the egg patrol would go out, and I started to wonder where I could find Nancy today. Chapter 29. I had a noon to 4 shift on monitor duty today, so I worked quickly with Mike and Pat, along with assistance from Wade, to load up all the gun safes and reloading supplies from the Fitz homestead and transfer them to the barn we'd be using as a garage. We'd gifted the blue Ford we'd salvaged from the highwaymen to Charles Brewer for his trip to Birmingham, including a forged bill of sale and a lost title form for him to use when he reached his destination, but we decided to keep the gooseneck trailer. Charles didn't need it, and Wade admitted he could always use another trailer. I was glad to see the back of Charles, and I knew, and so did he, that he wouldn't be darkening our door ever again. If Mary ever got a hankering to see her man in the future, we would surely help her make that trip, but she was surprisingly dry-eyed as she bid her husband farewell. I tried not to handle matrimonial law, but I could already see myself hauling out my forms at some point in the near future to sever that bond. Charles had turned out to be not what Mary wanted or needed, so it was probably better for all involved, and I hadn't even needed to use that hole I'd dug across the fence on paper mill land. Mike's truck had the correct fixture to adapt his fifth-wheel hitch to connect to the gooseneck trailer, so once we got the diesel tank removed, with Mike's front-end loader, we used the trailer and multiple furniture dollies Mike owned to get the safes out of the basement and onto the trailer. It was hard, back-breaking work at times, but I was pleased to see we had all 10 of the safes and all of the cases of gunpowder, dyes, and other reloading supplies under a roof and reasonably protected from the elements. Mike was already licking his chops at the idea of inventorying the contents of those metal cabinets, and he made sure we got all of the gun cases, sleeves, and cleaning supplies while we were at it. While we had Mike's attention on firearms, Pat had taken Mike aside from his self-indulgent mission and engaged him with inspecting the recovered highwaymen weapons. They'd spent nearly an hour using bore lights and taken each rifle and pistol down to their component parts, while I helped Billy and Cece with checking the water tanks for the various critters. Mike made a production of walking out and cupping his hands to call for Farmer Bryan, when he could have just called me on the walkie-talkie. I called him a bad word and headed back to check in with the Firearm Brain Trust. Pat wasted little time before pronouncing them largely superior to what we had been using. Colt M4s, basically, Pat explained. You can get nicer ones, like those made by Lewis Machine and Tool, but Colt is the standard all others are measured against. I mean, your Rock River is fine, but these babies are better. And more expensive, I replied, and Pat gave me a curious look. Well, we didn't exactly pay retail for them, he countered, and I had to smile. But he was missing my point. What about the pistols? H&K UPS in 45 ACP, mostly. Again, you can find better options, maybe, but definitely top shelf, Pat said, still looking at me curiously, but Mike knew me better and picked it up first. Yes, somebody tricked these guys out in first-class expensive gear, not what you might expect from your typical criminal organization, Mike pointed out, and I touched my nose before turning to Pat. Pat, your time in Special Forces has spoiled you, I teased him gently. Without Uncle Sugar footing the bill, those bad boys were hauling around $2,000 or $3,000 in gear in the retail market. You even pointed it out to me first, when you identified those boots. I checked an old price list, and they retailed for nearly $300 a pop. Oh, I get it. And you're right. I was just focused on the quality itself, not on what it meant. I guess that's why I was the medic, not the intel guy. But really, how much do you and Mike know about what a typical street gang would be packing? Well, we did manage to gun down a whole crew in Fort Worth. I counted off on my fingers for him. Then there were the bank robbers in Wilson's parking lot. Pretty sure those guys would be considered a criminal gang of some flavor. And then there were— Okay, I get it, Pat responded with his typical neutral smile, but I caught a look of true mirth in his eyes. Running his hand over his recently shaved scalp, he gave me an out-with-it gesture, but a glance over at Mike put the ball in his court. They had a few decent weapons, but no standardization. It was AKs, ARs, and some what the hell's this, like that camp carbine Bryan toted around to use as a throwdown at some point. Hey, that was a good idea. Just never got the right chance, I retorted with a straight face, then continued in my best, well, only, fake, upper-crust British accent. "Confusion to our enemies and all that rot." "Yes, that thing probably has more bodies on it than a $5 hooker on quarter beer night," Mike quipped in support, and I had to give him a head nod of recognition. That was a good one. "So, you want to switch?" Pat asked, looking at the pile of rifles on the blanket he'd used as a temporary wrap for the bundle of weapons we'd secured. "Whatever you guys don't want, I'm taking back to Wade." "I'm sticking with my pistols," I declared. "Finally got them the way I want them. I'll swap out the rifle, if you insist, though." "Carbine," Pat corrected. "Pedantic," I retorted. "You're as bad as he is," I continued, hooking my thumb at Mike, then stuck out my lower lip like a pouting child. "Be sure and get something nice for Sally, too." "That goes without saying," Pat conceded. "What else is on the menu this weekend?" "Oh, my aching back," Mike volunteered, letting us know his vote. "I've got to replace Sally at noon," I reminded the other two. "Then Sunday, I declare a day of rest." Sort of. Mike reminded me we have another couple we might want to talk to about one of our vacancies, the Fussells. I was thinking about giving them a call and seeing if they might be interested in either a room at the Fitz place or over at Bonner. "Don't know them, do I?" I shook my head, then Mike spoke up. "Bryan and I went to school with the wife, and I met her husband a few times. I think he was 1st Infantry Division, but I don't remember much beyond that. Good people, and he's almost as handy as Wade. He handled the maintenance, and Stacy handled the money in their property management company. We're not sure how they are doing after the hurricanes, though." "Sounds solid, then. I have a lead on one of the guys from my old outfit, but he's stuck in Texarkana. He's working for the local PD, but he's looking to pull the pin. Says it's getting too dangerous for his family there." "When you say old outfit, you mean he was SF?" Mike asked. "He was technically one of our weapons sergeants, an 18 Bravo, but he was also a pretty good armorer, which is what he's doing for the cops up there now." "Not patrolling for them?" I asked, curiosity getting the best of me. "He was medically discharged," Pat explained. "Lost part of his left leg just below the knee. He can still get around fine, but not really up for a foot chase. There's no way he's going to get his VA benefits if he and his family relocate down here," Mike pointed out. "Closest hospital was in Houston, man." "He was going to Dallas, but that one's been shut down, so he's screwed anyway," Pat explained, and Mike hissed under his breath. I knew from talking to Mike that Texas only had 3 real VA hospitals that served the whole state. Some things were also done at Brooke Army Medical Center at Fort Sam Houston outside San Antonio, which was where Pat had gotten most of his medical training, but I didn't know if they saw veterans there too. I figured with the fighting going on in the southern and western parts of the state, that wasn't happening anyway. "What the hell happened? There's guys I know who were going there for dialysis, for God's sake," Mike demanded angrily, and all Pat could do was throw up his hands. "I don't know, bro. That's just what Davey was telling me. I didn't know, and there's nothing on the web. Of course, their website never went back up after the reboot." Like so many things after Rockfall, the internet was still a mess. Netfeed, the government-approved search engine, and most agreed censor, only showed a limited number of sites back up and running, though you could still get to some sites by entering their URL. Some people called the return of the internet the reboot, when select sites were resurrected for business and public use, but in reality the internet of today was a pale shadow, and one that had learned to obey new masters. We talked over the idea of recruiting, and Mike's comment about creating an intentional community here hit home again for me. Our goal of supporting the local town remained intact, but I think the realization was setting in that, like Frank Ruffalo said, the wheels were going to come off at some point. I repeated what I told Sheriff Bastrop, and Pat agreed that offering his family sanctuary would be in our best interest. Now, if Sally finished her healing and got back healthy, we could get the band back together. Checking my watch, I realized I needed to hit the house and take over my shift downstairs, staring at monitors and hoping we stayed under the radar. Pat was going to work on some of the rabbit traps he had running in the woods, but when Mike admitted he wanted to take his truck into town to see about at least getting the windshield replaced, Pat volunteered to go with him. Two-man rule, our brother-in-law reminded us. Always have someone to watch your back, even if it was something as simple as running into town. The recent ambush on that same stretch of road served as a pointed reminder. I also mentioned that Mike had the shift after mine, and he'd better not be late. Going on security duty, I was going to miss lunch, so I swung by the kitchen to grab a quick sandwich. I was hoping to catch Nancy, but she was nowhere to be found. Rather than go all stalker, I decided to follow up on what my stomach demanded and threw some tuna, mustard, and pickles on a couple of pieces of bread and called it good. I got to thinking about tuna and the fishing fleets likely at the bottom of the sea, and I spent a few minutes wondering how long it would be before we would be able to get more. Down in the basement, I found Sally to be in fine spirits. She was out of the hospital bed now, and other than needing to keep her arm immobilized in a sling for a few more days, I couldn't tell there was anything wrong with her. The log showed nothing of concern showing up on the cameras, but that didn't lessen our dedication to watching for threats. However, as she got ready to leave, I thought about the way Nancy had been ghosting me, and thought I'd ask Sally's opinion. What she said certainly opened my eyes. Hell, Bryan, she's just scared. She's never seen real combat before, and suddenly she's having to nut up and get ready to pull a trigger in anger? That can mess with anybody's head. But no buts, mister. Don't you remember how you felt the first few times somebody was shooting at you and you had to shoot back? I thought about that for a second, remembering the horrible few minutes at Tractor Supply when I just knew somebody was going to jump out from the shadows and shoot me. Then, at my office, when I actually had to confront a trio of kidnappers who intended to kill me. I recalled the disjointed moments of horror and the sick weight in my stomach after the adrenaline faded. It all seemed so long ago now. But she didn't actually have to shoot anybody, I finally protested. Doesn't matter. Heck, might have made it even worse, Sally counseled me. She was all keyed up and had no outlet. She was also probably more than a little freaked out seeing you doing what you do. What do you mean? We had to breach the building. Everybody there except for Nancy and Nikki ended up fighting for our lives inside. Bryan, Sally said, stretching my name like she was talking to a 4-year-old with chocolate all over his mouth and an innocent smile on his face. You're a good guy, but when you get your game face on, you are a scary SOB. Pat has that too, you know, but he's just scary confident in his training and experience. For you, it is like you're putting on a mask, or taking one off. I don't mean this in a bad way, kid, but killing seems to come easy for you, like stepping on a bug. The kid thing was totally uncalled for, I thought. She barely had 5 years on me, after all, maybe a bit more. I never ask a woman their age or their weight. I was married long enough to learn these lessons. What she was saying, though, had the ring of truth, and wasn't something I could deny. I'm not a complete psychopath, Sally, I whined. Not completely, but don't discount that heritage of yours, she responded with a chipper attitude. When you get ready to fight, there's a gunfighter mentality in there that comes to the forefront, and it works for you. In this world, you shouldn't run away from that quality. Again, not something I wanted to hear, but also something that was becoming pretty clear to me. So what should I do about Nancy? I almost begged. How do I fix things with her? I don't know that you can, Sally answered honestly, but keep doing what you've been doing and give her space to process. Nancy's tough, but you've shown her a side she might not have been expecting. I mean, it's one thing to hear about a shootout, and totally different to see one take place. All right, wise sensei. I'll follow your advice, I conceded. Now get upstairs before they start eating without you. Sally gave me a husky laugh as she exited the roller chair, and I assumed responsibility for the protection of our family, rotating through the various linked cameras that covered the access points around the house. We would need to extend our network now, I realized. We needed to put up cameras around the Bonner house as well as look at what could be done at the Fitz place. I spent the next 4 hours engrossed in the feeds, but in the back of my mind I was wondering if we were doing the right thing in expanding our footprint. Yes, keeping squatters out of the neighborhood by purchasing the orphaned property was the wise choice, but unless we could find some reliable tenants there, the joke might be on us. Sergeant Ruffalo's words kept running through my head, and I felt helpless to stop the slide. Chapter 30. Mike relieved me at 4 o'clock on the nose, and we exchanged a few words as he examined the log. Nothing stirring, and Mike told me about his visit to the auto glass repair shop. They were completely out of anything that would fit his truck, but a stop at the dealership netted him a promise that they could get the glass in for him the following week. They could also patch the bullet holes on the hood and front quarter panel, but he would need to leave his truck with them for a few days to get it done. I winced at the quote Mike shared, but that's what you paid when you went to the dealership. He also reported of the 2 independent repair shops in town that had survived the hurricanes. One was backed up for at least a week trying to get parts in, and the other had inexplicably shut down. Supply chain issues, I suggested, but Mike was thinking more along the lines of the owner simply grabbing his family and getting out of Dodge. At least, that's what he figured, based on the handwritten note stuck on the office door. He said the town seemed eerily deserted for a Saturday, and he couldn't find a single restaurant open for business, including Debbie Stone's place. As he brought me up to date, he also reminded me I should try to reach the Fussels if I was still thinking about trying to talk to them about moving out to the property. "Would be good to have somebody else out here who's good with their hands," Mike quipped. "Hey, I'm useful," I protested. The taunting was tied to a long-running debate between the two of us. When we were kids, our father finally broke down and had to buy a new television after the 20-odd-year-old Panasonic finally died. The new model was an off-brand our father picked up for cheap at Walmart, but it did have a nice, clear picture and a new feature we'd all heard about but had never owned: a television remote control. True to form, before the first week was up, Mike had taken that television remote apart to figure out how it worked. Putting it back together was another challenge, but a week after that, he managed to pull it off. A year later, I needed to review the owner's manual for 10 minutes to figure out how to change the batteries. That illustrated the deep chasm between our technical skills. I could do it with help from the books, while Mike had an innate, God-given talent to tear shit up, then figure out how to fix it. "Bryan, I'll admit, you try, and I'm impressed you managed to figure out how to do the repairs on your little hobby truck, but face the facts. You are just not mechanically inclined. When it comes to tearing down equipment or turning a wrench, if you don't have the instruction manual, you are pretty much hopeless." I wanted to give a snappy retort, but the votes were already in on this topic. I had simply not been blessed with these particular abilities. Instead, I kept my mouth shut and went to find Mark Fussel's business card in my office. I had a shoebox full of paper business cards, but I'd learned long ago to scan cards when I received them and save the data to a digital directory. In the old days, I'd been satisfied with stapling a business card to my Rolodex and calling it good. But technology marches on. Finding the information was the work of 30 seconds, but I ended up having to leave a voicemail once I found the number. These days, I hated leaving voicemail. There was the very real chance that the recipient would never respond, either due to the deteriorating cellular network or because they were dead. Instead of dwelling on the grim facts of life, I flipped on the television and found we had no connection. Either the dish wasn't functioning, or the networks were down again. Not sure which it might be, I went over to the shortwave and tuned in the system. I'd taken to listening to the BBC services when I could pick them up, which usually equated to late in the evening, but this time I caught the broadcast in the early afternoon. I caught the newsreader right in the middle of a report, and the subject was the increased volcanic activity in Iceland. I knew scientists considered a volcano to be active if it erupted in the last 500 years, so the list of active volcanoes in Iceland ran between 30 and 40. However, the vaguely Nordic-sounding reporter claimed nearly 100 now active volcanoes were currently erupting in and around the island, and he detailed efforts to evacuate the majority of the population to the European mainland. Apparently, this was an ongoing problem, but well outside our area of interest, and no one had mentioned it during our many bull sessions in the evening hours. With all the ash, plane flights were canceled, and that sparked a memory of a similar but much less eventful series of eruptions of several years ago, when airlines grounded flights for days at a time depending on the ash levels. Thus, the current evacuation was being undertaken by ships and boats of all types. But the frigid conditions and the lack of suitable hulls made for a dicey situation, as mainly the Scandinavian countries pitched in to clear out the 300,000 Icelanders. The description reminded me of the evacuation of Dunkirk, with the waves of molten lava standing in for the blitzing Huns. What's going on? The question, as well as the questioner, caught me off guard, as I was using headphones to listen to the continuing coverage. This latest reporter was aboard one of the few Norwegian cruise line ships not sunk by the tsunamis. Must have been at sea when the waves broke, I reasoned. That was the reason any of the U.S. Navy's Pacific Fleet survived, even with the terrible losses only now being slowly reported to the public. Most tsunami waves only reached dangerous heights and killing force as they neared shore, but the exception were the waves thrown off by the impact of the meteor itself. Those destroyed anything within a nearly 1,000-mile ring of where the monster gouged out a pit in the seabed. "Oh, hey, Nancy," I replied, swiveling the chair around and trying to act nonchalant. She looked good, in black slacks and a gray sweater with silver accents. Her golden hair, grown out longer than I'd ever seen, was pulled back in a ponytail that seemed to emphasize the luster of her blonde mane. If she wore any makeup, I couldn't discern it, and her big blue eyes seemed to see right through me. I might have pulled off my casual act if the cord connecting the headphones to my ears hadn't wrapped around my neck like a boa constrictor as I turned. A quick jerk freed the plug from the jack, and I tried to ignore Nancy's gale of laughter as I fumbled for the switch to turn off the radio. "Glad to see I can provide a little entertainment," I announced, trying to act like my feelings were hurt, but I guess I wasn't that good of an actor. Her presence here, seeking me out after avoiding me for so long, made my heart thump a little harder. "You are definitely entertaining at times, Mr. Harden," Nancy chirped in amusement. Then her pretty face grew more serious. I was wondering if we could talk about something a little bit more serious." With those words, my happy mood plummeted. In my admittedly limited experience with women, hearing the words talk and serious in the same sentence invariably led to painful truths being revealed. I turned away, schooling my face, and I replied with what I hoped was a suitably neutral, "Sure, we can do that." Gesturing, I led the way over to the love seat I'd been using as a temporary dresser, sweeping up the neatly stacked rows of underclothing and shirts into an armload and depositing them on my desk before turning to look at Nancy. The pensive expression she wore didn't offer me much hope, but I owed her the courtesy of listening, so I plopped down on the overstuffed pillows and tried not to look like a 4-year-old being scolded. For her part, Nancy glided over to claim her seat with an almost regal air, but when she sat, I could tell from the closed body language that something was bothering her. "Nancy," I prompted gently, "you have to say the words out loud. Whatever it is, I'll listen, okay? Otherwise, we can just sit here and enjoy each other's company. I'm fine with whatever you decide." There, that didn't sound at all judgmental, did it? I wondered if she thought I was being too flippant, when all I wanted to do was extend my support. A brief smile, a hint of what was, graced her lips and cheeks before she started speaking. "Bryan, you know I have developed feelings for you, deep feelings, which I think you reciprocate." She paused, and I nodded in acknowledgement as well as encouragement, but I bit my tongue to the point of tasting blood to resist the urge to speak. This was her chance to say the words, and I wouldn't interrupt. I owed her that much at least. "And these last few days, I'm just having trouble getting my arms around the way I feel about us." I tried to smile, feeling the earth open up beneath my feet as she paused, gathering her thoughts, I assumed. "I think I love you, Bryan. I know I feel something powerful, but I've never felt these emotions before because—" She paused, and I could tell she was fighting herself, getting the words out. "Because I've never been in love before. Not like this, not with someone, not with a man." That last bit made me pause for a second, and I wondered if this was Nancy's effort at coming out of the closet. Just as the thought crossed my mind, I saw Nancy color as she figured out what she'd said as well. "That's not to say, I've never—" "Not that there's anything wrong with that," I supplied, throwing Nancy a lifeline while not trying to laugh. For a backwoods country boy, I wasn't the least bit homophobic. None of us were, I didn't think, probably due in large part to our father's influence. He was a very progressive thinker for his times. Hell, for any time I eventually discovered, he taught us not to judge people by the color of their skin or who they loved, but how they acted and how they treated others. And using that phrase was almost code for someone who was bothered by something out of the mainstream, but was trying to cope anyway. I think that phrase was first popularized by a skit on Saturday Night Live, but over the years it had been co-opted to mean just the opposite. "Screw you, lawyer boy," Nancy popped off, losing her train of thought for the moment as she giggled. "You just want to watch." I waggled my eyebrows at Nancy, and she visibly relaxed before she began her explanation again. "Bryan, after what happened, when I got pregnant with Lisa, I never really let a guy get close to me. I tried, I really did. I went on dates, and I told myself that I shouldn't let one asshole ruin my life, but I never really gave any of them a chance. Not until I met you." I started to make a joke, but I realized that was just another way I avoided addressing my own emotions. Instead, I bit my lip and decided to be a grown-up for this conversation. "Nancy, I have never really gotten over the death of my wife, or my little boy," I finally shared. Colette and I were together for so long, it was like we were a team, and it was the two of us against the world. Then Charlie came along, and we doubled down on that devotion. Nicky told me a little bit, Nancy admitted, and it was her turn to bite her lip. I wondered absently what tidbit she was fighting not to share. The suicide watch, the episodes of mindless rage where I'd tried to drive my family away, or was it something even worse? I shrugged, deciding to own whatever truths my family might have divulged. I was a mess for the first year, I allowed, again giving her as much as she could take. With the kindness and devotion of a family I don't deserve, I gradually dug myself out of that pit of despair and started living again. Well, maybe not living, but I managed to get to the point where I could go through the motions, and most people wouldn't stop and point at me, the freak. "That's why you have nightmares, isn't it?" Nancy asked me softly. "You're still torturing yourself over something that wasn't your fault. You said it the first day we met, when you said you killed your family." "Yeah, I know. Look at the ego on me, thinking I know better than anybody else," I conceded. "But here's the thing. I know that drunk asshole caused the wreck, and I know it was on icy roads at the time. But I was just back from spending nearly a month in Philadelphia in the winter, and it wasn't my first time stuck up there for work. The locals in Houston, hell, in this part of Texas, they don't know how to drive in those kinds of conditions. I do." "I think it's the uncertainty of it all," Nancy ventured, and she reached over to initiate contact, molding her fingers to mine, palm to palm, before sliding the digits together to hold my hand with the fingers intertwined. "I mean, if I'd just listened to that little voice in the back of my head that whispered to me to stay home that night and study, then I wouldn't have been drugged. I wouldn't have been raped. For you, it's the guilt of not knowing if being there for your wife and son would have actually made any difference." "The choices we make us," I said, seeing the truth in her words. "I just know that I feel different when I'm with you, happy, and I want to make you happy too, which is funny, given how crappy the rest of the world is right now." "Does it feel different than how you felt with your wife?" Nancy asked, her attention riveted to me in an intensity I'd never before witnessed. I knew then that if I lied or hedged my answer in any way, she would sense the evasion. "It does," I admitted, again deciding to bare my soul. "The feeling is different, but not any less. Maybe this is how grown-ups feel when they are falling in love." "Wow, cowboy. You don't mess around, do you?" Nancy exclaimed. Then she leaned over, looking up into my eyes. "You really bringing out the L word?" "You asked, and I am too old to play games," I replied, trying to maintain my cool as I felt Nancy's eyes lock with mine. "That's what I meant when I said grown-ups, because I knew Colette from back when we were just kids. We knew each other, the bad with the good, from an early age. You and I, we don't have that background, but I know what I feel for you is real, and that feeling grows stronger the more time we spend together." Nancy gave a little head bob, and then she stepped back as if needing the space to breathe. I'm not sure I'm ready to make that kind of commitment, Bryan," Nancy responded, and her eyes told a different story. "I have feelings for you too, but I need time to think about what's happening." "You're scared," I said, not really needing to guess. "This is all happening too fast, and you are feeling like your control is slipping away from you." "I am scared," she admitted. "I am scared and worried sick, and what if we don't work out? What can I do? Bryan, you are a good man, and I think I am falling for you, but I have other things going on that I can't ignore." "You are scared," I repeated. I could see the conflict in her body as she crossed her arms in the same way that Colette used to do, and the similarity almost made my knees buckle. despite the vow I made to myself not to compare the two women. You're worried about your daughter, and if this is the right place for her, I guessed, wondering if I was on the right track. You've had to be strong for her for so long that you don't know if you can accept someone into your life. No, I know this is the right place for her, Nancy replied with a hesitant smile that quickly faded. I see how the kids are treated and how they are loved, not just by their mothers and fathers, but by the whole family. I want to cover her with bubble wrap, but that's not an option. But I know you and your family would do anything to protect all of them. Then if not Lisa, what has you so concerned that you can't let go? Nancy looked away, and for a minute I wondered what she was thinking. Then I saw where her eyes were focused. On the radio. Nancy, what is it? I don't know if I can stand to love you when I know we are all going to die. Who says we are all going to die? I know times are rough right now, but we aren't doomed, I countered. I know getting shot at is no picnic, and seeing what we had to do at the barn must have been traumatic for you. Oh, Bryan, Nancy pronounced with a sigh. You still don't get it, do you? We are only living on borrowed time until those other 3 meteors get here. I heard the talk. We've got what, maybe another 3 or 4 months until the next ones arrive? Oh, so you don't think I'm a dangerous psycho? And you aren't plotting on how to get away from me and my crazy family? I responded with a genuine sigh of relief that resulted in a shocked laugh from Nancy. Is that what you thought? Because I saw you have to kill somebody, that I was worried you might be dangerous to me or my daughter? Come on. Everybody knows you're just a big softy. Really? Really? Even the way you love those 2 college girls tells me a lot. That smile returned with those last words, and I felt a weight lift from my chest. Then I processed what she said. Wait, what? What about Maddie and Cece? There's nothing going on there, Nancy, I insisted. I'm like their dad, or a favorite uncle. That's what I mean, Nancy quipped with a laugh that seemed to break the dark mood that we'd both been skirting, for different reasons. You treat them like they were your daughters, too, just like you treat Lisa, like they are all your little princesses. Screw it, I said, and closed the distance with Nancy bridging those last few inches between us on the love seat, and took her into my arms. I thought she might resist, but she seemed to melt into my touch. I didn't know our discussions were bothering you so much, I admitted. Sorry, she whispered. I'll try to stay strong. It's just so hard. I know it is, honey, but you don't have to keep the walls up all by yourself anymore. Nancy said nothing and just burrowed her face into my shirt, nodding as she did so. We don't even know if those other 3 rocks are going to hit, I continued. I mean, they were wrong last time. We just game plan for what might happen is all. But I want you to understand something. If these rocks do kill us all, then how would you rather go out? Scared and isolated, pushing the rest of the world away, or surrounded by people who care for you while being held by someone who loves you more than he can ever express in words? It just seems so hopeless, Bryan, Nancy managed to say, and I knew the grim realities were closing in on her briefly lightened mood. How can I protect my baby from something like that? We'll do the best we can, I replied softly, stroking her hair in the best soothing manner I could muster. Promise me you'll be there, whatever comes? I promise, whatever comes. Nancy reached up, gripped the back of my head, and pulled me down. When our lips met, all our worries and fears went away, and it was just 2 people, sharing their love for each other. No, Nancy couldn't say the words that day, but by her actions this time. But now I knew she didn't see a monster when she looked at me. And for the time being, that was enough. Chapter 31. I slept alone again that night, and if I dreamed, they were gone when I awoke. After taking care of my morning chores, I got back in the house just in time to receive a call from Will, asking if I wanted to go visit with his friend Sean again. This morning's chores had seemed to drag as I took care of the milking. The temperature hovered right around freezing, and I was thinking how it wouldn't be long before the snow started to stick again. I saw Billy and Pat out early, as well as a couple of bundled forms that had to be Tammy and Rachel out caring for the chickens. Before I left to go meet up with Will, I called a meeting of the group to be held in the living room. This included everybody under the roof, and it also meant the monitors would be unmanned for the time being. That was a weighed risk, but Pat agreed that it was a reasonable one to make given the circumstances, and it underlined the point I wanted to make. "Thanks for taking the time to join us this morning," I said, addressing the small crowd we'd gathered. "We've been working hard over the last few months, and I was asked to bring up a few things today. This is Sunday, supposed to be a day of rest, but we never rest, do we?" "No rest for the wicked," Nicky popped off, and a chuckle ran through the adults that was not shared by the younger members of the crowd. "Don't pay any attention to Aunt Nicky," I continued. "She thinks she's funny, but she's not." "Yeah, Mom," Rachel complained. "You're just like Uncle Bryan." That got another laugh, and this time the whole crowd joined in except for Rachel, who didn't think it was funny. She'd been serious, obviously. "The plan is to get more of you guys involved in making sure we are always working," I added, raising my voice over the laughter. "That means first, we are not only continuing with school, we are also adding some additional classes." That got the expected groan, and I tried not to grin as the youngsters absorbed the idea of more school. The homeschooling format we'd been using was fine for some subjects, but the additional work would require some classroom participation. First, everybody, including the adults and kids, are going to learn how to fully utilize the video monitoring systems. Sally, you've got that duty, right? "I just posted the new list in the kitchen," Sally confirmed. "After we're done here, everybody needs to check their time slot for training." Also, on top of the book learning, Mike will start an advanced science curriculum, including a lab section that will be open to all of you. That includes you, Hunter. I pointed at my younger nephew as I finished, because even at his age, the kid was an admitted science nerd. He gave me a gap-toothed grin, showing off more of his absent baby teeth, and made a fist pump in the air. Yes, that one would need close supervision, I thought. On the other hand, in a few years, he would likely be Mike's best lab assistant. Other than these items, we will see what comes next on the curriculum, but I suspect we will have our two newest college graduates, I gestured grandly in Maddie and Cece's direction, teaching some classes in agronomy and animal husbandry. "What is animal husbandry?" Tommy asked his twin, in a voice that was more than likely louder than he intended. Tamara shrugged, then responded just loud enough for those of us with sharp ears to discern. "Don't know, but probably something to do with sex. You know Dad doesn't want to explain that stuff to us." I tried. I really tried not to break up at Tamara's innocent statement, but the devil must have been sitting on my shoulder that morning, and I couldn't hold it off. Fortunately, their mother was standing close as well, and her laughter seemed to shake the walls as she let loose, so Marta's outburst overshadowed my own. With tears in her eyes, my sister-in-law pointed at my brother and silently mouthed, "Busted." "Okay," I added, wiping my own tears. For those that don't know, animal husbandry just means the feeding and care of our farm animals. Since Ms. Maddie and Ms. Cece went to school to learn these types of things, it would be a shame for their education to be wasted. "Oh, sign me up for that," Billy enthused, and he was quickly followed by outcries by the other kids. Billy loved his new duties taking care of our farm animals. He had an infectious joy about him that always made me smile. I never thought about Billy Dwyer as being handicapped, because he wasn't. While some of us adults were hit with the occasional bouts of depression over how the world was affected by rockfall, Billy was adapting to the changes instead of waiting for the other shoe to drop. The young man might just be the person most well-adjusted to this new world out of all of us. Okay, that's what I wanted to cover for the continuing education. Next, as all of you know, we recently purchased the Fitz place up the road. We all know how important it is to keep a presence on site, to make sure the house and barns aren't broken into, I explained, simplifying matters for our younger crowd. We have some friends of Will and Ethan who might move in to occupy the house with an agreement to watch over the property. The family we are considering is actually 2 couples, and they have some children who may end up folding into our fledgling school system here. "Is it anybody we know?" Rachel asked. I shook my head. "No, the Tylers are from Houston, and the Dunbars are from Louisiana. I think the Tylers have 3 kids, and the Dunbars have a daughter just about your age. Mr. Dunbar is married to Mr. Tyler's sister, so they are all related. Like I said, though, Mr. Husband and Mr. Huckabee went to school with Mr. Tyler and his sister Sherilyn." "Cool," Tamara enthused. Then she wilted a bit. "I wonder if their kids will like me." "Like you? Sweetie, I'm sure they will," Marta responded in pure mom mode. "Like I said, we will have to see. Mr. Will and I are going to go visit with their parents today and talk about whether they want to come out or not. The Fitz house isn't perfect, but at least the power is back on there." I pitched my response again to the younger members of the group, but the adults should all get the idea. Then I moved on to more practical matters. In addition to the property, Pat reminded me we also acquired an undetermined number of new cattle to add to our own operations. We'll most likely end up leaving them where they are, at least for the short term, but we need to get over there at some point and get a count. We would eventually want to add these new cattle to our existing herd, if for no other reason than to ease our burden of protecting them. As the infrastructure continued to splinter as we were already witnessing, then having meat on the hoof available would soon become a prime target for rustlers. Now, any questions? "Yeah, what's for lunch?" Tommy asked, holding his belly theatrically. "I'm starving." That elicited another round of chuckles, but I suddenly felt a chill race up my spine at the words. I hoped to never hear them spoken in anything other than in that same joking manner. In my heart, I knew that before this coming winter passed, there would be many children Tommy's age repeating that refrain in all earnestness. Chapter 32. Each time I drove the route into town now, I felt my tension ratchet up as soon as we hit the road. We were in Will's pickup, and I was again riding shotgun. The frost from this morning lingered on the grass, and the pine needles glistened with hints of crystal as the cloud-shrouded sun sought to break through. The thermometer hanging on the back porch showed 39 degrees when I left the house, but I checked the temperature app on my phone, and I wasn't getting a signal. That was happening more and more often, and I didn't like the implications. "So, you seem tense," Will teased. "Just another drive in the countryside, my friend." "Just being watchful," I retorted, trying to ignore the sense of dread that hung over me. Then I decided to try to change the subject. "You think your friend will even be interested in joining us? I mean, We aren't offering much more than a place to stay and some food aid for them. Not a job offer in the mix or anything like that. And if they abandon the house in town, they can figure somebody will strip it to the studs before Sean gets a mile outside of town. All good points, Bryan. But Sean has a job for now, a dangerous one, and I'll try to talk him out of it. But he also has family, and I can tell he's worried sick about them. A place in the country, good neighbors, and sufficient food and ammunition to survive the upcoming unpleasantness? Oh, yeah. If he's got his head on straight, he'll jump on the chance. Not so sure about Mac, though. Don't trust him? No, just the opposite, Will said simply. What? I'm not sure if he will trust us. Not with the safety of his family. From what little I've heard, his drug charge was bullshit, and he got railroaded because he was handy, poor, and black. Yeah, I muttered in recognition of the truth in what Will was saying. With that thought in mind, Will drove us through the side streets and avoided any of the main thoroughfares in town. I could see little tails of smoke in the distance, but neither of us could figure out if it was simply chimney smoke or building fires. If we were closer, I could tell you if it was a house burning, Will explained as he leaned out his window to take a sniff. He'd insisted we roll with them down despite the cold and the road noise, and I didn't disagree even though the wind seemed to cut right through my heavy deputy jacket I was wearing. No, can't tell, he finally admitted. A house afire has a different scent. Once you've smelled it, you'll never forget it. When we pulled up to the Tyler's house this time, I saw boards over all of the windows like hurricane shutters before a storm. The work was neatly done, I judged, and I wondered if Sean or Mac had done the work. This time, Will got out his cell phone to call, but he couldn't get a signal. "Why don't you stay in the truck, and I'll let them know we are here," Will suggested. "You going to wear your department jacket?" "Not sure if that would help or hurt," I said, more wondering aloud than actually giving any advice. "Not sure. Hey, I was wondering, though, since the sheriff already knows, you think it would help our cause if we shared with the adults what actually happened to Landshire? Not right now, I mean, but—" I held up a hand in acknowledgement, then decided to give Will a little grief. "Shoot. Since you've already spilled the beans to them anyway," I started, but Will cut me off by simply waving one finger at me before sliding out the driver's side door. Well, it was the middle finger, so I guess he was giving me his own opinion on the matter. I noticed he kept his new deputy jacket on over his magazine rig and body armor, though. I expected Will to go knock on the door. Silly me. Instead, he leaned back in and tapped the horn before cupping his hands and calling out, "Sean! Hey, big cat! Can you come out and play?" I caught movement through one of the boarded-up windows, and then the front door cracked open. "That you, Wilton Huckabee? You trouble-making fool! If my mama heard you making all that racket, well, it's a good thing she's not here to tan your hide. Is that your neighbor, the lawyer?" "Yup." Sean was in the house. "Yes, sir, it is. Can we come in?" "Come on, and bring your buddy, too." "We come bearing gifts," Will added, and then pointed to me as I unfolded from the passenger seat and stood. Reaching into the back, I hefted the heavy canvas duffel bag with a grunt and followed Will's lead up the steps. Unlike on our last visit, I approached the house with my AR attached to a single-point sling, and the barrel of the rifle, carbine, beat a steady tattoo against my thigh as I approached the front door. As I neared, I could make out the scars of pry marks around where the door's locking mechanism would be located. Once inside, I noted the living room showed signs of underway repairs, as bare concrete floors, devoid of carpeting or tile, and all of the drywall from the bottom to about 3 feet up had been trimmed away all the way around the narrow room, leaving the exposed ribs of wooden studs behind. Through the gaps in the wall, I could see the kitchen in a similar state, and from sheets hanging on the wall behind the living room, I had a good idea of where the bedrooms were located. Most of the furniture in the living room had, like the floor coverings, been removed, but probably every remaining chair in the house sat in a semicircle around a large makeshift table consisting of 2 sawhorses and a ragged piece of plywood covered in a plastic tablecloth. Sean took over with the greetings, and Mac handled the extra introductions. This was the first time I got to meet Sean and Winnie's children, as well as Mac and Sherilyn's daughter. They were cute kids, all around the ages of our crew at the farm, except for Sean's oldest, William. He was tall and lanky, with the coltish mannerisms indicating a recent growth spurt. He was also as grim as a Pentecostal preacher, as my father used to say, and when Sherilyn offered to take the kids into the backyard to start on lunch, William stayed behind. "I see things have gotten a little more tense in town since we last visited," Will observed, and Mac barked a short laugh. Sean nodded his agreement before speaking. "I didn't say anything on the phone, but yeah, things have gotten a little chippy. Neighbors tried to get in night before last. They were wearing masks, but I knew who they were. Heck, 2 of them go to the same church we do." Sean paused, rubbing a hand over his face. "I tried calling the cops, but they never showed up. I had a half-dozen people beating on my door and busting out my windows, and all I get is the girl on the phone telling me all units were busy, but to stay on the line." "What the hell?" Will demanded, looking closely at his friend. "Why would they be coming after you? And no, we didn't get the call or I'd have been here. Sheriff just uses us out in the county," he added by way of explanation. "Night before last?" I asked, needing clarification. When Sean nodded, I gave Will a look. "What?" Mac asked, catching the interaction, but not sure what it meant. What Will meant was, we would have come if we hadn't been tied up in our own little mess at the time. "Still doesn't explain why they were zeroing in on you, Cat," Will continued. "You grew up here. Like you said, you go to the same church. Why target you?" Sean's laugh sounded hollow and bitter with betrayal. "They said it was because I wasn't sharing with my neighbors, 'cause somebody saw me come in the house with grocery bags after I got home from work." "Jeez," I hissed. "Don't they know what you do for a living? You're risking your butt every time you take a run. Not like you're going to take any crap off them with your family in here." I heard Winnie gasp at my comment, but Sean and Mac just shared a look of their own. I wasn't in the mood to piss around, and apparently neither were they. I guess it was time to share some ugly truths this morning. "I sent a couple rounds of buckshot over their heads before they decided the next one was going in amongst them," Sean confirmed. "But even with all of us on watch, I still think we are going to get targeted again." "You think if you shot a couple of them in the face, then stepped over the bodies and kept killing, maybe then the survivors might take the hint?" Will asked provocatively, and I saw Winnie and William sit back in their chairs as if shocked. "That's some cold shit right there," Mac observed, and again Will gave me a look before speaking again. "Bryan and I came here today to extend an invitation to you guys, all of you. Bryan and his family managed to purchase the old Fitz property, and that includes the parcel of land it sits on. We want neighbors we can count on to watch our back." I think the offer came as a major shock, as the quiet that followed seemed to echo as we could hear Sherilyn fussing around in the kitchen, getting the little ones dressed for the chill outside. Finally, Sean addressed one of the major stumbling blocks. "What possible reason could you have for inviting a bunch of strangers to live so close to you, especially knowing we can't pay rent on that kind of place? Sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but this just sounds too good to be true. Does the house have power? Was it hit by a tornado?" His confusion seemed fueled with frustration as he tried to parcel out some deeper meaning to the offer, some agenda that he wasn't seeing. Will and I, along with Pat, who you all met, cleared the house and didn't find any structural issues, I explained. Commercial power is still working for the time being, and the house is hooked up to a generator that is rated for the structure. You'll lose the power at some point this winter, though, and there's just the 2 fireplaces at the moment. We have plans for a small wood-burning stove, and I figure between the lot of us we have the skills to fabricate it. Biggest problem is getting enough dry hardwood to get us through the winters." "Winters? Don't you mean winter?" Winnie asked, and the way she phrased the question made me wonder if she already knew something. "Ma'am, I may be mistaken, but some of us suspect that with all the ash and particulates in the air, we are looking at a long winter, followed by a very mild winter, and then another long winter after it." "You're talking about something like a nuclear winter, aren't you?" Mac asked in turn, and I fought to keep the satisfied grin off my face, not at the news, but at his quick wit. "Something like that. Remind me, and I'll send you guys the PowerPoint," I quipped, before growing more serious. I went to school to be a lawyer. I wasn't planning on branching out into a career as a paramilitary, but that seems to be the growth area these days. Folks, I've had to fight and kill a lot of people since this mess started. Usually it was in defense of myself or others. "What does usually mean, Mr. Harden?" Winnie asked. I sighed, exchanging another glance with Will. We'd all discussed this issue before, and I was happy that the family had nearly unanimously agreed to sharing just about everything that had gone on before. Well, with the adults, anyway. No reason to scare the kids, but if Sean and Mac were going to be trusted to become part of their little mutual defense pact, then they needed to know backup was not only available, but on call. At one point I regretted shutting Charles out of that part of our planning, but in the end, I'd been vindicated. You know when Will said we were indisposed earlier? I tracked the reactions of the seated people, acknowledging the comment before continuing. That's because we were tracking down and eliminating part of a gang that was systematically ambushing trucks passing through our little town. That set off a small explosion of voices as Sean, Mac, and Winnie all gave a variety of, "What the hell?" But I noticed William was just giving me a knowing grin. Yup, he'd already figured it out. He must have realized our jobs as reserve deputies involved more than directing traffic after an accident or helping pile up sandbags around the emergency services building. The young man had barely said a word, but I was thinking he might be a hidden gem when all was said and done. Finally, Sean gave me a go-ahead wave of his hand. They did shoot at me, I admitted, and I had family in the truck, but when I saw... I stopped, deciding to skip over finding the dead drivers. Either Sean's wife knew or she didn't, but I wasn't going to disclose the details if Sean was going to continue driving. Anyway, that's what I meant by usually in defense of ourselves or others. "And what had Will so embarrassed when you guys were here the other day?" Winnie asked, again dipping into deeper waters. I considered throwing Will under the bus just to watch him squirm, but I was the bigger man and answered the question with a question of my own instead. "What? You really thought Sergeant Bailey and his 2 sidekicks had the skills to take out Sheriff Landshire and all those other crooked lawmen?" I asked, and then watched as jaws promptly started hitting the floors. "Now you know our biggest secret, big cat," Will continued in my place, his tone formal as he continued. "And that was in the defense of others, by the way. That asshat and his son Haynes kidnapped 2 young women, and we got one away from Bailey. The other one was, well, let's just say we got her away too. If you accept our offer, you'll get to meet both of them." I let them chew on that before I picked up the sales pitch. "We make this offer because we need someone to maintain and protect that house. Not because we are picking up real estate like some robber barons, but because it represents a linchpin position connecting all the occupied houses on our road. We patrol and do so aggressively, and we make use of force multipliers where we can, but better military minds than my own," I hooked my thumb in Will's direction as I said this, decided that having somebody already inside the house and ready to defend it is the best backup plan we can come up with. Sean rubbed his chin, and while he did so, Will went over to the long canvas bag I'd hauled in and started laying carbines and pistols out on the plywood table. We'd brought 4 of the AR-15s we'd collected, either from our own stash or spoils from recent conflicts. They might not have been Colts or Lewis Machine and Tool, but all of them passed Pat and Mike's thorough inspections. Buffer springs replaced, trigger assemblies smoothed, and the whole 9 yards. The pistols were nothing special, a pair of Glock 21s and a pair of Ruger 95s, but they were also in good condition. We included 4 magazines for each of the carbines and 2 spare magazines for the pistols, as well as 1,000 rounds of 5.56 and 500 each of 45 ACP and an equal amount in 9mm for the Rugers. "Whether you guys decide to move or not, we've decided to donate these to the cause," I volunteered. "What cause is that?" Sean asked, working the charging handle on one of the ARs like he was shaking hands with an old friend. "'Cause we want your big ass to survive, old buddy," Will's stage whispered, and the room broke up with laughter this time. "Seriously, we can spare these since they are mainly what we used to call battlefield pickups, and our group wants you guys to stay safe." "Well, that's all nice and handy, but you're forgetting that I can't own any firearms anymore," Mac pointed out with a sigh. "I lost that right when I took the deal and the plea." "In Louisiana, right?" I asked. "Yep," Mac replied, looking away from the weapons on the table. "I'll bet you nobody will say a thing," I declared, then looked around the other folks in the room before continuing. "We aren't a band of outlaws or domestic terrorists, folks. Just ordinary people trying to survive in extraordinary times. If it bothers you that much, come see me when the world settles down and I'll see what I can do about getting your rights restored. I don't know squat about Louisiana law, but I'm sure there's some way to get that fixed so it doesn't hang over you down the road. But for now, fuck 'em if they can't take a joke." I heard an intake of breath, but nobody commented openly about the calculated vulgarity. "I hate to ask this, but how are the rest of your residents on this road of yours going to react to, well, people of color moving into the community?" Winnie asked cautiously, and I started to laugh, but thought better of it. No sense in being a jerk, and she had a legitimate concern if she was thinking of taking her family away from what they knew. Yes, things were tense, bordering on open violence in town, but they were learning the risks here. I'm sorry if I wasn't more clear. I started to say we were all family. I mean, my family and the husbands, as well as the Lovitts, who are a nice couple but kind of clueless right now, but that's not quite true. We have more folks living at our place and the old Bonner house next door, and the Fitz house is between the husbands and the Lovitts. If you would feel more comfortable, you can look at the Bonner place instead, but it is smaller and a bit more isolated. "Bryan, you might as well say we are all family," Will interjected. "I think of Sally that way, as a big sister, and Beatrice is the grandmother to your whole crew. I'm only a husband by marriage, but I'm closer to Wade and Ethan than any of my few remaining blood relatives." Now you sound like some kind of hippie, old buddy, Sean teased, as old friends are wont to do, and I hid my smile as I remembered how that felt. Sean, he's serious. I don't think there's much prejudice in their whole crew, except against people who don't work. We're a motley bunch, like in that old Christmas TV special about Rudolph. Where was that place he went where all the defective toys went to live? Island of Misfit Toys, I responded, then continued with the memory that popped into my head. My boy loved that show. Oh, I didn't know you had any children, Winnie replied, curiosity getting the best of her. I don't, not anymore. Why don't you guys talk more with Will about the offer, I suggested, suddenly feeling exposed. I'll take up watch outside. Keep an eye on the neighbors. Will started to get up, but I gave him a tight grin and waved him back to his seat. I picked my way to the front door and let myself out. I really hoped this family took us up on the offer. They seemed like nice people, and we could use the help. Instead of lurking on the porch, I took a knee in the shadow of a straggly old fig tree in the corner of the small front yard. The naked branches did nothing to hide my presence, but the bulk of the twisted trunk concealed most of my torso from prying eyes. Judging from the upended bucket I found at the base of the tree, I wasn't the first to think this spot offered a good perspective on the street in front of the house. I heard a shuffle from behind, and I looked back to see William had joined me in the shadow of the old tree. "Mind if I join you?" William whispered. "Sure. Pull up a chair," I replied, my voice soft, but without the hard edges of a whisper. William had indeed brought his own plastic bucket to use as a seat, and he joined me in the quiet chill of the shaded post. We sat together in companionable silence for nearly 5 minutes before the young man spoke. "I'm sorry about your wife and your little boy," William finally said. "Mr. Will told us about what happened. You must have really loved them for it to still hurt after this much time." I'd been correct in my assessment. William was sharp. I wondered who he was grieving for. I didn't think it was his grandmother. Sean's mother might have been an important part of his family, but the pain I heard in his voice indicated something deeper. "Been nearly 5 years," I explained. "Charlie would be almost your age now. I think Will said you were 16? "Yeah, that's right." "You known Will long?" "Just all my life, it seems," William admitted shyly. "I mean, we lived in Houston, but weekends we'd come up, or he and his wife would come down with their kids. Their kids are all younger than me, but Key and Courtney love to play with them. Yeah, my nieces and nephews are about the same age. They all get together on the farm sometimes. I swear, it sounds like a thundering herd when they hit the kitchen for snacks." William fell silent again for a few minutes after that, as if he was digesting my words. "You think we'll be safe if we move? Out to this place you were talking about?" I turned, giving William my full attention. "I don't know about safe, but I would say safer. At least out there, if you see your neighbors come running with guns, you'll know they're coming to help, not pile on." "I don't know that I can kill anybody, Mr. Harden," William admitted, his voice now so soft I could barely pick up his words. "Don't worry about it," I replied reassuringly. "We take security seriously. Pat and my brother Mike will make sure you get the training you need." "But what if—" I stared into the young man's earnest eyes as I finished answering his question. "If it ever comes up, you'll be protecting your family. Just think about that fact if you ever need to pull the trigger." That's what I always tell myself. By the time Will emerged from the Tyler house, William and I had talked a little more, and I think a friendship had formed. At least, we were more comfortable in each other's presence, and he'd confided in me that one of his concerns involved the safety of his girlfriend, who lived a few streets over with her mother and stepfather. New Albany wasn't big enough to host any real gang presence, but a couple of the young men in the community had some definite gang tendencies. They sold drugs, engaged in petty theft, and tried to lean on the young women for favors. From what William indicated, their actions had become much more aggressive since Rockfall and the rapid fall-off of policing in the area. Sylvia's parents weren't much, at least according to William, and the girl often ate over at the Tyler's house when she could slip away. William's mom, Winnie, liked the girl and never made her feel like an outsider, again, according to William, and his younger sisters adored having her around as a big sister. Sylvia was 17, and she had been on the school's basketball team back when school was still a thing. I didn't have any answers for William on that front, but I did reveal that the Fitz house had 6 or 7 bedrooms, plus a full basement, so there shouldn't be any problem if the girl decided to go with them if they made the move. "Any advice, Mr. Hardin?" I thought on that question for a moment, then looked William square in his eyes. The teenager didn't look away as I spoke. "If you can see yourself with her in 20 years, then get her stuff and move her in over here. Your parents will understand. Just treat her right and keep her safe." "And what about these gangsters in the neighborhood?" I sighed. "Try to stay under the radar if you can. Always travel in groups and stay armed. You need to kill any of them, do like I said. Don't hesitate. If you need any help getting rid of the bodies, your father has my phone number." I added a few more helpful suggestions after that. William nodded, and then our conversation died out as Will and Sean came out on the small porch, signaling it was time for us to go. Will and I said our goodbyes, and Sean committed to bringing Winnie or Sherilyn out to at least look at the Fitz place on his next day off. That was the best I could hope for under the circumstances. "You think they'll come to stay?" I asked, as Will began the drive back. "I think Winnie is already packing her bags," Will revealed. "Getting attacked in their own home was a wake-up call for her. Mac might take a little more persuasion, but Sean will follow his wife. Sherilyn is the wild card, but I think she is close enough to her brother and sister-in-law to follow their lead, unless Mac puts up a big fight. I think bringing them the weapons and not attaching any strings was a really good idea, Bryan." "Well, let's just hope they never have to use them in anger," I replied, but I figured that was simply too much to ask for in this new world. "What did you and William talk about?" "He was telling me about his girlfriend. Then we talked about some of the young men in the neighborhood who were hassling her." "What did you tell him?" "Make sure and bury them deep. Them shallow graves will come back to haunt you." Will laughed, but I could tell it was slightly strained. He knew I wasn't kidding. Chapter 33. Monday morning found me dragging out of bed at an ungodly hour to take care of the milking before hitting the road to Jasper. We decided to take 2 vehicles, as this was the day our group had decided to have a little heart-to-heart with the Jasper County Sheriff over our security concerns at the hospital. Sheriff Julius Stringer looked younger than his 60 years, but still carried the gravitas of a grandfather and a seasoned lawman. Tall and rather slender, with short-cut brown hair fading to steel gray, Sheriff Stringer cut an impressive figure that no doubt assisted his re-election campaign. He'd been sheriff a long time, and though he held down a desk, Sheriff Julie would never be mistaken for being all hat and no horse, as the saying went. We'd met more than once, both back when I was still a spout growing up in his county, and later, after moving back to the area and abandoning the bright lights of Houston. "Damn, son, don't you rattle with all that hardware?" Sheriff Stringer drawled as he shook my hand. "I'll bet your back hurts at the end of the day if you hump all that gear for a solid 8 hours. I was dressed to kill, with the body armor, magazine bandolier vest, and an M4 dangling from a sling at my side. In addition, I had the Springfield holstered on my hip and the SIG in the chest rig that Pat finally told me was a tanker holster attached at an angle across my chest. I also had spare magazine pouches attached to the vest, as well as a pair of knives and a collapsible baton. "Keeps me comfy at night, Sheriff," I replied, not impressed with his humor. "Enough people try to kill you? Then you better figure on tooling up before the next dance." In contrast, the sheriff wore a holstered sidearm and probably a hideout on an ankle holster, but that was likely the extent of his gear. He was dressed in the dark brown uniform of his office and wore a battered gray Stetson that had seen better days. He'd worn the same style of cowboy hat since I'd first seen him on a field trip to visit the county offices when I was in high school. "I know things have gotten tough out there," Sheriff Stringer confirmed, suddenly serious. "When I spoke with Sheriff Bastrop, he assured me he was sending his best men over. When I met with your brother and your brother-in-law, I knew Terry wasn't kidding about getting his best to protect this place." Sheriff Stringer gestured, encompassing the hospital's waiting room, now almost unrecognizable from its pre-Rockfall configuration. Gone were the wide glass walls facing out on the street, covered over with thick wooden poles that resembled a fence rather than a conventional wall. Or maybe it was a wall, in the style of a frontier fort. The enclosure extended to surround the entire entry atrium, making the waiting room darker with shadows and inadequate overhead lighting, but I preferred the effect to being exposed to random gunfire. "Frankly, I just didn't expect you to be one of them. What about your law practice?" "I stay busy doing wills, since they are so much in demand," I replied with a touch of humor. I liked that he didn't refer to Bastrop as acting sheriff. It was a small detail, but it showed class. "Working from home, since my office was destroyed. Let me introduce you to the other member of our team." Along with Mike and Pat, I'd asked Will Huckabee to join us in our four-man fire team for this trip. He was cool under pressure and knew just about all there was to know about our little group. We didn't worry about spilling secrets in his presence. Even after his little gaffe with his friend Sean, I knew he was steady, and he had our back. I introduced Will and let him give a little background about himself. Will was simple and to the point, since to a Marine, being a Marine was pretty much all there was to it. Every man a rifleman, after all. At the end, I also added in a little about Sally, indicating she was recovering from her gunshot wound. "And what about you, Bryan? Where did you serve?" Sheriff Stringer asked, no doubt sensing the theme of the team, all former military and all from a combat background. "California Penal League," I quipped, reaching back to a quote from one of my favorite movies growing up. Mike groaned, and Sheriff Stringer gave me a genuine grin, obviously catching my reference. "That's a good one, Bryan," he conceded. "I take it all of you have seen The Elephant? Even you, Counselor?" Mike chuckled, and I gave him the finger. "I know, real mature." "Sheriff, you should have seen him when we got into that little scuffle outside Fred. He was all about shoot, move, communicate, but he got a taste of Murphy up close. I know he about had a heart attack when that bandit got the drop on him with a .44 caliber hand cannon." "What? Seriously?" Sheriff Stringer gasped, drawn into the story. "Don't leave me hanging." Bryan was working his way around to flank the attackers, Mike explained, and he'd already taken out 2 or 3 of them when his luck ran out. He ended up with a revolver right in his face at a range of about 10 inches, Mike continued. Mike and I let the tension build before I finished the short description of the climax. Like they say, it really is like looking down the end of a sewer pipe. He pulled the trigger, and we both discovered at the same time that he was out. Pretty much everybody in our little circle shivered at my words. To me, being on the receiving end, that little bit of drama was just about the worst thing that could happen, short of actually being shot. I wouldn't say Bryan's luck ran out, Mike. Bryan, what happened next? I gave Mike a threatening glare before turning back to the sheriff to give my answer. Why, I disarmed the suspect and restrained him until the authorities showed up, I replied with a straight face. Uh-huh. Sheriff Stringer wasn't convinced in the least, but he was too much the gentleman to call me on my bald-faced lie. He also didn't point out all of us pretty much wore matching battle rattle, and one thing that was missing amongst all four of us: handcuffs. With that little bit of ritualistic penis measuring out of the way, the five of us began a walk-through of the hospital as Pat and Mike made security suggestions to the sheriff and the rest of us bounced the ideas around. Since Mike and Pat had already disclosed our concerns about remaining National Guardsmen to Sheriff Stringer, we made a point of talking about other things when our group bumped into a trio of the soldiers when we moved through one of the larger patient wards. The space had previously belonged to the day surgery group that practiced out of the hospital, but the chief of surgery had co-opted the few remaining staff and centralized the services into one suite of operating rooms. This gave them 5 operating rooms all in one cluster, which made the logistics easier, and nobody was in getting a tummy tuck or having a procedure to correct micromastia. As we walked past the trio, I let my eyes wander over the 3 soldiers, noting their slovenly appearance and squinting, red-tinged eyes. In short, they looked hung over rather than overworked. They also had the single rocker insignia on their sleeves, denoting their enlisted ranks. "Private First Class?" I murmured to Pat, who nodded without comment. He didn't need to, not with all 3 men looking to be in their early 30s. I knew from my conversations with other guardsmen that promotions came slow in their service, given the limitations on numbers, but these 3 were either late bloomers or guys who'd been reduced in rank for disciplinary problems. I knew which way my vote was going. I noticed they didn't try to get us to check our long arms in at the armory, I observed instead. That's because you are law enforcement now, not just a concerned citizen, Sheriff Stringer replied politely, and Mike guffawed. He said we were one step up from vigilantes when he saw me the other day, my brother pointed out. Mike was never one to sugarcoat the obvious, but that made me think of the other escorts. We need more of those vigilantes on our side if this place comes under attack, I said, steering the conversation in the direction it needed to go. We couldn't deploy all 4 of our team here like this usually, and Sheriff Stringer admitted he only had enough deputies to rotate 4 on duty at a time. Still, that was with them working 12-hour shifts. Even that pace was unsustainable long-term, but the department was spread thin with other obligations. "We really going to discount the National Guard presence here?" Will asked, and I knew he was playing devil's advocate for the rest of the group. Based on what one of their sergeants told me before they pulled out, their lieutenant was weeding out the men he was afraid to allow at his back with a loaded weapon, I put in, and the sheriff made a face. I don't think we can discount them. I think we need to plan on having to face them at some point. I thought your brother was exaggerating, but you're serious, aren't you? As a graveyard, Sheriff. At this point, Pat cut in to get to the point. On day shift, you'll have 2 of us here, Monday through Friday. We'll see about getting you additional coverage from Sheriff Bastrop over the weekends. 4 of yours on at all hours, working 12s. Which is only going to work for a short period, Will chimed in, showing his experience. They're going to get worn down and complacent, which means dead. We need to find another way. which is why I suggested we coordinate with the civilian escorts. I know some of them are prior service, and they have a vested interest in making sure this hospital doesn't get sacked and looted. They have family working here. Sheriff Stringer had to know how important the hospital was to his community, and he could see how fragile the security situation was with most of his doctors and skilled nursing gathered in one place. Jasper County had enough problems with dysentery and cholera, as well as other waterborne illnesses alone, to justify beefing up security here, and that didn't count all the chronic illnesses and accident victims being treated as well. Of course, they were also getting an increasing number of gunshot victims, and the hospital needed a deputy to respond to each of those as well, but we already knew that wasn't being done. Not enough hours in the day on top of the other, more pressing duties. Unless you came in and reported something to one of the Jasper deputies, then nothing was done to follow up on those shootings. As reserve deputies, and visiting ones at that, the four of us wisely declined to take any of those calls and told Sheriff Stringer we would focus on keeping the riffraff out. Fortunately for us, the hospital complex featured an 8-foot-tall, chain-link fence around the entire footprint of the campus. I'd never heard the reason for this extravagance, but I figured it had something to do with the now shuttered psychiatric and behavioral building adjacent to the actual hospital structure. Standard entry came through one of only 3 points corresponding to the front door, the emergency room entrance, and the service road that connected to the loading docks in back. When the National Guard had been present in more than a token force, all 3 gates hosted a pair of guards on duty. Hospital personnel were waved through the main gate if they had the windshield placard, and only ambulances were allowed through the emergency room gate. For deliveries, you guessed it, they needed a delivery truck and a proper bill of lading to get past the back set of security. Even with the National Guard troops, keeping all 3 key points manned around the clock turned out to be a major drain on resources. Now, with just 4 soldiers total on hand to augment the law enforcement contingent, certain decisions needed to be made. First, the ER gate had been closed and barricaded with a stack of jersey barriers. All ambulances would need to come through the main gate, where it took the drivers an extra 20 seconds to drive past the main entry atrium and over to the emergency room entrance. Of course, that was provided the gate wasn't already blocked by an incoming vehicle, which had already happened twice since the changes had gone into effect. The second change involved the back gate, which would now be locked unless and until a delivery driver called ahead to get the gate opened, and no truck was allowed past the gate guard until their truck was inspected. This would be a massive pain in the butt to do, requiring a minimum of 4 guards being sent out to meet an incoming shipment, but no one could deny the need for that extra layer of protection. A big rig might be able to blow through the gate, of course, but the driver and anybody in the back with bad intentions could expect to be met with a hail of machine gun fire before making it to the loading dock. The 4-man guard team had been entrusted with 2 M249 light machine guns with that purpose in mind. I'd seen that style of weapon before, but I'd never used one. Mike loved the things and quietly vowed to find a way to add one to our growing arsenal. "You boys really don't trust them, do you?" Sheriff Stringer finally asked, catching us up short as we eyeballed the firing positions set up to bracket the back loading dock. "Are we that obvious?" Pat asked with a concerned tone. He was the most experienced of our group, after all, and took the lead in setting up our training and doctrine. "Just to my old eyes, son, but then I've seen a lot." Sheriff Stringer's placating response had the desired effect, and Pat relaxed a bit. "Still no word on getting any of these state guard guys in here to bolster the numbers?" Will asked, lowering his voice as he stepped closer. I glanced back, making sure the NG privates were well out of earshot. "Not a word, and I've been pushing," Sheriff Stringer admitted. "Hell, we need help in more places than just here at the hospital. But yeah, especially here." I nodded slowly, showing we were all on the same page. "I'm sure you heard about the highwaymen who set up outside New Albany the other day," I started, giving the rest of my crew a look before I continued. Sheriff Bastrop admitted he'd clued his counterpart here in on what had actually happened, but I wanted to connect the dots a little better for Sheriff Stringer. "Yes, I heard. I take it you were involved in that operation?" I evaded the question and got to the meat of the matter. "We never got a lead on the total manpower of that group, or where they're based," I explained, then went on to elaborate. "What we do know is at least the foot soldiers are experienced criminals, and their gear is top of the line. They were on a resource-gathering mission specifically aimed at acquiring food stores. Sheriff Bastrop might not have wanted to reveal this, but they also had possession of an LEO base station radio one of his predecessors' bad apples had made off with at some point." "You think they had some link with Dirty Bernie?" Sheriff Stringer asked, and I couldn't help but laugh at the apt descriptor. Pat took over the conversation at that point, and I was happy to bow out. I walked over and took up a position against the rails of the ramp that curved out a few feet from the main portion of the loading dock. Wooden bulkheads, treated with creosote, had been bolted into place and bolstered the dock here to act as rough shock absorbers. As I leaned against the rails of the loading dock, I took out my spotting telescope with a digital rangefinder and swept the frozen landscape. The hospital complex sat on a strip of approximately 50 acres in a rectangle running longest on the east-west axis. To the north side, I could make out a string of pines running the back of the perimeter, and to the south we had the access road leading to Highway 190 and back into the older parts of town to the east. This section of Jasper was still being developed, and I seem to recall the new high school was back towards town and off to the south on the 1004 bypass. Jasper used to be a busy little town, with a mixture of light manufacturing and a thriving service industry catering to the tourists and retirees in the summer months due to the draw of lakes just up the road. Now I saw a closed and boarded-up Arby's across the highway, as well as an auto repair shop that might still be in business but showed no customer cars in the lot, and the 3 bays were still closed. Most of the rest of the town I'd seen showed a similar appearance, with many stores closed and the remainder just hanging on in hopes of better days. I had my little notebook out and folded open as I jotted down figures on an otherwise empty page. I felt more than saw the presence and realized the sheriff was now watching me closely. "What are you doing?" the old lawman asked. "Just writing out a range card for this position," I replied distractedly, as I finished transferring the last numbers from the digital readout on the scope to the paper. "Won't do me much good with this carbine, but if we start taking fire from the store across the street, Mike can reach out there with his AR-10. "You really are getting quite good at this playing soldier thing, aren't you?" Sheriff Stringer asked, and from anybody else I might have reacted a bit more violently. Yes, Pat taught me that a butt stroke from the collapsible stock of my AR would ruin the plastic housing, but I decided cracking him in the face with the barrel would likely not bend the steel in an appreciable manner. For the sheriff, I just gave a little shrug. "That's what life's like these days, Sheriff. I never thought I would have to be this way, but I always suspected I had it in me." "You thinking of that whole nature versus nurture thing? A genetic predisposition to violence, I think your father called it." You talked to my father about this? I asked incredulously. My father had been dead for years now, even before I buried Colette and Charlie. I knew he and the longtime sheriff were more than casual acquaintances, but the idea still left me flabbergasted. You know he was worried about his family line's most famous ancestor. He and I talked about it, back with Mike first enlisted in the Army, Sheriff Stringer supplied, then waited patiently for my response. And there it was, the Hardens family legacy running down through the years since old J.W.'s first killings back in the 1870s. I laughed, and it came out like a short bark. No, you don't have to worry about Mike, I replied somewhat testily. We can joke about it now that it's out in the open. He's been cursed with the hero gene. He's all noble and shit. Nope, seems I'm the one from this generation that got hung with the gunfighter gene. How can you tell? Well, I won't be shooting anybody just for snoring, if that's what you're asking. On the other hand, killing someone in self-defense doesn't keep me up at night either. You any good on the draw? John Wesley was supposed to be faster than just about anybody, except maybe William Hickok, Stringer asked, and now I was remembering how he was a big history buff. He probably knew the myths and legends and the truths better than I did. Please, Sheriff, I'm already older than J.W. was when he got assassinated in that El Paso saloon. Plus, I've learned that the quick draw is just a tiny part of being what I am. On the other hand, I'm still alive, so I guess I'm fast enough. Sheriff Stringer had to laugh at my laconic response, delivered in an affected country drawl. Actually, I realized it wasn't an affectation, since it was the way I'd grown up speaking and only broke myself from using in the courtrooms or during a deposition. I guess I see your point. I just wanted to make sure you weren't getting overwhelmed in all that's been going on. Dropping his voice, Sheriff Stringer shared some of his own misgivings. I feel like the whole world is falling apart, Bryan, and every morning I wake up wondering if I'm going to make it through the day. What the hell happened to us? We are just getting some splash damage from what happened on the other side of the world, Sheriff, I said, trying to offer some words of encouragement to this grizzled old lawman. If you want to know more of the real scoop on what's going on, talk to Major Andy. But if you do, I warned, don't expect your sleep to get any easier. I'll be thinking on that, Sheriff Stringer replied as he stuck out his hand, and I returned the gesture. This was clearly a dismissal, and I put away the notebook in my offhand and tipped my hat to the sheriff, wandering back over to rejoin my crew. Pat and Will were planning to take off, as only Mike and I were on the schedule to cover the hospital today. We'd just wanted the team together for the powwow with Sheriff Stringer. As Mike and I walked the other two squad members back out to Will's truck, I filled them in a little bit about what I said to the sheriff. While we walked, I took out my notebook and tore out the page of numbers and gave them to Mike to add to his collection. He probably already had the distances mapped from that vantage, but if not, he could add them to his shooting book for later. "What's on the docket for Casa Husband this afternoon?" I asked Will, as he and Pat slipped into their seats. "Well, I'm taking Wade back into the thicket, and we'll see which trees he wants dropped to block the back route," Will admitted. "That's probably going to eat up the rest of the day for us. You got something rattling around in that big brain of yours?" I shook my head in denial, but they knew me too well. "Just keep your radio handy. If things go sideways here, I'll need the cavalry to respond. And when is Sean coming over to tour the Fitz place?" "Tomorrow," Will replied with a jaunty grin, "but I think we'll be hauling them out to the house before the end of the week." "Good deal," I admitted. "Keep your powder dry." Chapter 34. The next week whizzed past at an ever-increasing tempo, as the weather continued to worsen and the family's preparations ramped up in the face of lowering temperatures. Sean Tyler and Mac Dunbar packed up their belongings and moved to occupy the Fitz house, and another late-night visit from angry, frustrated, and no doubt hungry neighbors hastened the move. The expected shipment of food for the single remaining grocery store, the Woodshire Brothers just off Main Street, failed to show up for this week, and rumor had it the shelves had been picked nearly clean of food items. We'd managed to rescue that same shipment the week prior, but this time no one could say where the truck went missing along the route from Lufkin. All in all, the mood of the town continued to darken, as the lack of food in the grocery store seemed to emphasize just how fragile their system remained. Most of the population at this point received some kind of public assistance or were drawing unemployment, but with the store's shelves nearly bare, their government-supplied debit cards proved useless. While Pat and Wade took hospital escort duty, Will and Ethan went to New Albany to lend their aid and support the transfer of our new neighbors, and much of the intel on the state of affairs in town came from their visit. Sean wouldn't openly discuss what had happened in the latest attack, but Will said he was pretty sure there was blood on the sidewalk when they arrived with the gooseneck trailer to make the transfer. Due to the losses sustained by the families in the hurricanes and accompanying flood, all of the Tylers and Dunbar's possessions fit in just the one trailer load. That night, as Will and Ethan detailed the bleak scenes in town, I half expected a call from the sheriff, or from Captain Buddy for help controlling the unrest, but the phone never rang. I wondered if it was because the sheriff didn't want to use us in town, or because the cell coverage was down again. Either way, I for one breathed a sigh of relief, as we weren't faced with the decision of responding to a call out or not. I would have helped Will and Ethan in town, but the trip coincided with our installation of the first set of cameras for the yard at the Bonner house, and we wanted to get them all in place during a gap in the intermittent sleet. Mike had figured out how to upgrade the transmission system with a booster that allowed us to pick up the feed wirelessly at our house, but he needed a tower to do it. Using a pattern I had saved from an internet site, Mike and I erected a fake weather vane on the old barn to hide the antenna. I mean, the weather vane worked, but I used the welding and CNC machines to fabricate a metal rooster that spun with the wind while also housing the needed antenna in the central spire. Now we just needed a way to provide backup power for the cameras, since the usual solar kit wasn't going to cut it. The kit was fine for powering LED lights and an appliance or two, but it lacked the wattage necessary to power the whole system for any length of time. We still had commercial power at the moment, but the worsening weather conditions and deepening financial crisis meant the co-op had a snowball's chance in hell of acquiring any more replacement transformers in the event of another heavy storm. Line breaks they could deal with, at least for the time being. Like everything else, the power company was dealing with late payments or no pays, and the utility could only continue to buy power at a loss for so long before going broke. Nancy remained on furlough, and she resigned herself to not being called back any time soon. There was talk on the morning news shows the very next day of more federal subsidies coming down the pipeline to assist the power companies across the country in similar binds, but nothing concrete was ever mentioned. I guess even the fake accounting, where the Fed Reserve was magically creating money to lend to the government, was having a hard time coming up with the billions necessary to bail out the failing utilities. No one on the sanctioned news channels talked about the economy as a whole, and apparently the whole notion of stock markets or commodities exchanges had become a forbidden topic, as that part of the morning news programs were suspiciously absent. There was simply no business reporting, period. In truth, we were in the midst of a financial crisis that made the Great Depression of 1929 look like a market hiccup, and there was no end in sight. The lack of imports, from food to electronics, might have strengthened the domestic production if there was anything being produced. The timing of the meteor strike meant that some farmers were unable to harvest their crops due to the constant rain, and even those who would get into their fields were reporting smaller than average yields. Some food went to their standing purchasers, the grocery stores and the wholesaler and distributor companies that had long-standing orders. With the death of the commodities market as a whole, many farmers found their expected buyers to be absent and their contracts unfulfilled, but Big Brother seemed to have a solution. The Department of Agriculture stepped in, buying up everything food-related at a discounted rate for bulk distribution. This was well publicized in the news as a way for the government to help ease food concerns. How this food aid would be distributed remained to be seen, but we weren't seeing any food banks opening in our neck of the woods. I also wondered how much of the food production was being actually sold off as opposed to being held back for seed or personal use. I just hoped the farmers set enough aside for themselves, and that they'd hidden their stores well. On a brighter note, Mike finally announced that the power loss overall on the solar front turned out to be slightly less than predicted, and he figured out more of the sunlight was getting through than first calculated. This might have been the first good weather-related news we'd received since the meteorite made impact with the ocean floor of the Pacific. He'd been studying the power situation closely, so I knew he had reams of data to back up his conclusion. In any event, we could now access the images from the Bonner property with our network, and the addition of the new antenna meant an increase to our radio coverage area as well. All good signs, even as the winter weather continued to close in on us. After getting the new families moved in, we still weren't sure about what to do with the Bonner house. With Charles gone, Mary didn't want to move back, and none of the family with kids wanted to relocate, even with the promise of more space. Maddie and Cece made a half-hearted effort at volunteering to go back, but I was strongly opposed to the idea, as were most of the rest of our residents. The opposition came for many different reasons. To the preteen girls in the house, they didn't want to give up their big sisters, while the adults looked at the two young women and decided they were still too untrained in the art of self-defense to care for themselves. We were living on top of each other, but still, nobody wanted to break up the band. So we drained the lines, turned off most of the power at the breaker box, tied in the video feeds, and left the Bonner house empty for now. Yes, it violated our own principle of having all the houses occupied, but honestly, it was the smallest of the houses, and while the property bordered our own, we were using the fields already anyway, and had a semi-regular presence there as we planted the greenhouse in the impassable thicket and left things as they were for the moment. I tried the fossils again, but the voicemail was still full, and their office was abandoned when I asked Will to check on their most recent trip to town. I was kicking myself for not acting sooner, but my plate had been full for a while now. The next few days came and went in a haze of working the farm and rotating our people in with the husbands as we took turns working security at the hospital. One night, when I was getting ready to head out the next morning, I thought about Sally and how she was chomping at the bit to get back to what she called real work. Having her back in the rotation would be a real godsend, as we were straining under the necessity of providing 2 escorts for hospital duty. Sally's recovery was coming along nicely, and I knew she was looking forward to finishing her physical therapy, but she wasn't there yet. Thinking about Sally made me stop what I was doing as some dim memory was dragging its way to the surface of my conscious mind. Fortunately, I was simply rearranging the gear in my backpack, trying to fit another pair of loaded spare magazines into the already cramped space, so it wasn't like I was halting in the middle of brain surgery or anything like that. Nancy, however, caught my momentary freeze and decided to have a little fun at my expense. Since we were in my office and she was busy ironing clothes while I wrestled with the pack, she made me an offer I wasn't going to refuse. "You okay, Bryan? Not getting another cramp there, are you?" Since I'd suffered a hand cramp the previous morning while milking the cows and had to apply an analgesic lotion to my forearms, so the joke was mean, but I still laughed. "No, just a brain cramp," I admitted. "Ah, Bryan, I think the doctors call that a stroke," Nancy retorted without missing a beat. "Is it the sight of my sexy underwear knocking you off kilter?" Since she was ironing a load of thermal underwear, definitely not sexy, I let her have the obligatory chuckle, but my brain was still trying to resurrect that earlier conversation. "Seriously, what has you in such a lather?" "I was just thinking about having to leave the Bonner house empty now, and something Sally said earlier came bubbling back up," I admitted. "I think it was—" I stopped again and snapped my fingers as the name came back in a rush. "Judith Sutcliffe," I finally blurted out as the memories stuck around this time. "God bless you," Nancy pronounced delicately, and I laughed again, and this time I meant it. Since our little heart-to-heart conversation that allowed Nancy to unburden her fears, we had considerably advanced our relationship. Enough so that I was looking for a queen-sized bed to set up here in the office. I thought I might love Nancy, but I already respected the heck out of her. Nancy Prentice was tough and cool under pressure, but she was also a person dealing with a lot of changes in a very short period of time. She'd gotten pregnant too soon and under terrible circumstances, but she'd sacrificed and scrimped to provide for Lisa, and now she was worried she still couldn't do enough to protect her child. "Sorry, but that was what I was trying to remember," I explained. "Sally told us a while back that she had a friend who lived up near the hospital, but I never followed up on it. Maybe we should stop in tomorrow morning and see if this friend has any information we can use." "Is that it?" "No, I was also wondering if this friend might make a good fit over at Bonner. Sally hinted that her friend didn't live alone, so if we think she's a good person, we might want to get to know them better." "You've decided to reopen recruiting?" "That's a possibility," I admitted, "but I wouldn't make that recommendation until after meeting with this lady, if she's still alive." "What made her make your list?" "Nancy mentioned she was a former Marine, did some overseas deployments, and likely had some mechanical skills. If she still has family in the area and she can contribute to our group, then yes, we might consider extending an offer." "Being able to fight is part of the recruitment criteria?" Nancy inquired, and I gave her a curious look. "What are you asking?" "I don't know her, but I've heard Dorothy mention her name once or twice." Nancy paused, and I held up my hands, wiggling my fingers. "Don't hold out on me, little miss. If your sister has gossip, then I want the scoop. Otherwise—" "Are you threatening me?" Nancy retorted with a saucy lilt to her voice and a batting of the eyelashes that nearly made me start laughing again. "Oh, okay. Nothing bad about her. I've never met the lady. Dorothy just commented once that this little neck of the piney woods was finally emerging from behind the pine curtain, since it was now acceptable for homosexuals to openly live together and nobody was in a hurry to burn down their house. I believe she mentioned someone by that name as an example." "Oh, is that all?" I responded with a sigh of relief. Nancy gave me a look I couldn't read. "Doesn't it bother you?" "I could care less," I replied honestly. "I've known a lot of people over the years Who they sleep with behind closed doors really doesn't have anything to do with the kind of person they are. I've learned to live and let live." "That's a pretty liberal attitude for having grown up around here," Nancy responded, then held up a hand. "I don't disagree, mind you. I've worked in different jobs over the years, so like you, I've met all kinds of people. I'm glad to find out we share the same values in common that way." "Our dad raised us that way," I replied simply. Now it was Nancy's turn to give me the hand wave to keep going, so I did. "My father was a hard-working man, and he had to be. Farming isn't for sissies, as I think you've seen. He worked hard every day, and he taught us the value of making an effort to better oneself. He never had a real chance to go to college, but he valued education, and he made sacrifices to make sure that all of his kids had a chance to succeed. Not monetary, since there was never enough money to amount to much once all the bills were paid, but he made sure all three of us had the chance to better ourselves." "You really loved him, didn't you?" "I did. And more? I admired him. He took the time to teach us things while we worked alongside him. He didn't just instill our values into each of us, but he also taught us how to judge people and make our own decisions based on those judgments," I explained. "Not based on how a person looked or where they were from, but how they acted and how they treated others." "Is that why you didn't hesitate when Will suggested Sean and his family?" I gave Nancy a confused look, and she continued. "After one meeting with them, you seemed to make your decision based on what you learned from that short time, and then Mike and Nikki fell in line with your suggestion to extend an invitation. That was pretty impressive, I have to admit." "What can I say? I'm just that damned good." I said it with a grin, and Nancy provided her response by throwing her underwear at my head. Okay, they were thermal long johns, but still, that counted, right? Chapter 35. After a quick family conference that night, Sally agreed to accompany me in the morning as we would make a quick stop at the Sutcliffe home on our way into the hospital. She seemed just as excited for the chance to get out again as she was to see an old friend, and when I called Wade that night, he was fine with the idea. We would leave a little earlier to build in time for the attempt. Whether Judith or her family still lived at the house since the troubles began was up for debate, but our neighbor agreed it was worth the effort. The next morning dawned cold and clear, with no rain in the forecast and the temperatures hovering in the low teens. Cece volunteered to milk the cows herself this time, and Nancy, bless her, got up with me and asked Cece to teach her the ropes while I got ready for this morning excursion. I was happy to see the two of them bonding like they were, and left the duo to it while I went out to the mudroom to start laying out my gear. My night before had passed without the usual nightmares, but in the half-light before dawn I felt a strange, burning twist of apprehension slide through the center of my chest, like a blade made of frost. I bit back the gasp on my lips and panned my head back and forth. For a split second I thought I'd been hit with a taser, but maybe it was the precursor to a heart attack instead. Except I felt fine now, and worried about the time wasted if we intended to do this right with Judith and her family. As my only concession to the pain I felt this morning, I'd loaded heavy for the escort trip. In addition to my usual combination of magazine carrier over the body armor, I added one of the Kevlar impact sports helmets Pat had scrounged up. Whether they would stop a bullet was up for debate, but as Pat explained, if you slipped and fell down a flight of stairs, you might want to wear your helmet to ensure your brain stayed on the inside of the cranium. I slipped the helmet over my still shower-damp hair, then fiddled with the throat mic and earbuds until I had the short-range comms system in place. If Sally was going too, we'd get Will to help us wire up Wade with his set of the gear before we headed out. I cinched up my web belt, adjusting the holster for my pistol like I always did, then slipped on the canvas canteen cover, and finally snugged in my metal canteen and tapped the button that sealed my water carrier away. I repeated this process with the canteen mounted behind the spare magazine holders on my left side. We were going to be performing sentry duty for a solid 10 hours, which meant I would want that extra canteen. Pat and Mike rode me constantly about switching to the Camelback hydration system, but I hated the way the rubber tube tasted in my mouth. Instead, I used the 1-quart stainless steel canteens and made sure to tape up the chains connecting the cap to the canteen. No tink-tink-tink as I moved, and the water in the canteens didn't slosh either. All of us out here on the farms got a huge bonus to experience by having Pat, Mike, Sally, and Will around. They all had different levels of combat experience prior to Rockfall, and they each brought their own hard-won lessons with them, some profound and others just practical. I was paying particular attention to everything practical this morning, and I was beginning to think my passing chest pain might possibly be a premonition instead. Some of it was just little things, like we learned buttons good and Velcro bad in the world according to Pat. Snaps and zippers may fail, but fucking Velcro, as Pat called it, would give away your position 100% of the time if you had enemies close by. Use D-clips where possible, and always tape up your metal on the clips. Other lessons learned made me take the time to repack my pack yet again. Removing a small survival stove and fuel cubes, I filled up the space with more loaded magazines for my rifle. 6 30-round magazines, in exchange for a way to keep warm out in the cold, seemed like a pretty good trade. Patrolling meant I would be going in and out of buildings, and the temperature had not dropped down to lethal levels for outside, and I'd yet to be in a shootout or gunfight where I had ended up having too much ammunition. When I finished, I ambled into the kitchen to find Marta eating a breakfast of oatmeal and tang. Seriously? Tang? How can you stand the taste? It's not so bad once you get used to it, Marta retorted, but I could tell her heart wasn't in it. Tang was an orange-flavored powdered drink, and it had 0 fruit content. Marta's mom Beatrice got her hooked on the stuff as a child, and she was still a sad addict to Tang after all these years. Mike was sitting there as well, buttering a piece of toast, and he gave me a once-over as I took my chair. "You want some company?" Mike asked with a cocked eyebrow. "No," I retorted with a shake of my head. "You think you're getting the jitters because of the plan to meet Sally's friend?" Mike added, and I had to concede that was a possibility. This was a break in our routine, and I hated deviating from the normal procedure. Just then, Sally came strolling into the kitchen, pulling her brown coveralls up over a pair of thermals and acting as if she hadn't a care in the world. She got a mug of coffee and slid into one of the chairs as she regarded me carefully. "You okay?" she asked casually, but I could see her eyes dart to Mike and Marta as she asked the question. "Just some pre-mission jitters," I replied, trying to downplay my nerves. "Bryan has a bad feeling about this," Mike added. "Maybe nothing, but—" "Okay, then," Sally said easily, accepting of my uneasiness. "I'll make sure and pack more ammo. Bryan, you have a bad feeling about the meet with Judith? Or later, at the hospital?" "Not sure," I replied, then wrinkled my brow as I thought about the question. "Hospital, I think. You don't think I'm crazy, do you?" "Nope. Like I said, I'll make sure I have more ammo." "Bryan, take this with you too," Mike added, and he headed over to the mudroom and grabbed the Kel-Tec KSG along with a double bandolier of shells and dropped them on the table with a thump. "Seriously? I already clank when I take a step," I protested. Mike gave me a hard look, then nodded in his wife's direction. "Yeah, you know the plan. If the hospital gets hit, ford up with as many as you can in the inner exam room. Man the door. And you're just carrying that for Marta anyway." Marta gave me a smirk, and I knew I was just going to be playing pack mule for my sister-in-law. "Let's get this show on the road," I announced when I saw Sally finishing up her coffee. She was kitted out with one of the new Colt ARs, but no shotgun in deference to her nearly healed shoulder. "Are we really all going to crowd into that Datsun of yours?" Marta asked, her sneaky grin telling me she was plotting something. "Well, we could take Mike's truck, I guess," I responded, but Marta shook her head. Then I thought I might have an idea what she was doing when she did what I always thought of as her worst fake pout. I call it that because everybody, except Mike, could tell from half a mile away that she was faking it. Not Mike, though, and he fell for it every time. "No, we can't. They still have it at the dealership," Marta complained with a huff, and there was the lower lip stuck out like a 4-year-old. "Still at the dealership? Seriously?" I asked, stunned. I did a quick count and realized nearly 2 weeks had passed since the dealership took in Mike's truck for repairs. "They had to order in another seal after the last one came in damaged," Mike growled. "They still tried to send me home with it like that." "I hope you didn't kill anybody over it," I commented, and Marta gave me a shocked look at my cavalier attitude. "No, but the parts manager might still be walking with a limp," Mike replied, and he didn't sound like he was kidding either. Actually, I knew all about the mix-up, and Mike hadn't done anything more than cuss about it, since the mechanics at the dealership were doing the best they could with parts being hard to find. I just hadn't realized the drama had been stretched out for this long. "Well, we can take the farm truck," I volunteered, just to get a scowl from Marta and Sally. "That thing gets like 5 miles to the gallon," Marta complained, which was a gross exaggeration. 10 miles per gallon at the worst, and that was towing a load. "The heater doesn't work in that hunk of junk," Marta whined, and I saw Mike getting more and more agitated. "We could take," Sally started, then stopped when she realized Marta was waving her off. Sally didn't know we were just doing it to wind up Mike, but a good teammate knows when to take the better part of valor route. "Oh, all right. I'll go start the Datsun and get it warmed up," Mike finally volunteered, and I decided to let him know we'd been yanking his chain. "Would you? Really? Oh, thank you so much. I really didn't want to have to ask your wife to go warm up the truck," I gushed, and with that, I blew apart Marta's little plan to mess with Mike. "Oh, now I see," Mike teased, realizing what we were doing. "Am I wearing a kick-me sign on my back?" Sally realized the two were joking, with me egging them both on, and burst out in laughter. "All 3 of you are terrible," she grumped, but in good humor. "I thought you were really sniping at each other, not just teasing." "Oh, no. If we were really sniping, there'd be blood on the floor," Mike explained, "like when we were kids, and Bryan shot me in the back of the head with a BB gun." "Man, if he's bringing out that story," I protested, "I'll go warm up the Datsun myself. At least that way I won't have to listen to the whining." As I turned and headed for the mudroom, I heard scuffling as Nancy and Cece removed their boots in the cold. "Wait, did I hear that right?" Nancy asked, emerging from the unheated annex. "Bryan, did you shoot your poor little brother in the head with a BB gun?" Maybe," I replied hesitantly, before hurriedly adding, "but nobody could ever prove it." I heard Nancy and Cece chuckling as they headed to the kitchen, and I realized my earlier premonition of disaster had faded into the background, and I wondered if my brother had engineered the whole thing. If so, he'd succeeded admirably. I was still apprehensive, but no longer on the verge of hyperventilating. We would still keep our heads on a swivel, but now I felt more in control. It was an illusion, and even I realized this fact, but sometimes that little white lie you told yourself was what you needed to get you through the day. Chapter 36. We drove in relative silence, the road noise our only accompaniment, as Marta and I watched the fading shadows in the dim glow of dawn as the little Datsun rattled down the highway. I was driving, and like Mike warned me, Marta cradled the little shotgun like a new puppy. I would only be holding it for her in the hospital. I stayed tense the entire first leg of the route, still wary after being fired on so recently for committing the sin of driving on a public road. I finally had broken down and accepted one of the Colt M4s set up for automatic firing, just to have the capability in the event of another ambush. I'd spent the time to true in the Trigicon sights, and I was comfortable out to 300 yards, even though most of my engagements were at much closer range. When we reached the cutoff for the Sutcliffe place, just a few miles shy of the Jasper city limits, but still well out in the country, I followed Wade as he idled down the overgrown path until both vehicles were out of sight of the highway. My neighbor halted his truck short of a rough wooden fence made up of chainsaw-planed stakes laid out over a crisscross pattern of trimmed tree trunks. When Wade killed his truck, I followed suit and waited for Marta to slide over into the driver's side of my little pickup before I exited and adjusted my sling to carry my rifle over my shoulder. I saw Wade start to get out, then crawl back into his truck as Sally eased out instead. They had Dorothy sitting in the middle, I saw. Well, she was the shortest of the three, after all. "Know what that is?" Sally inquired as she wandered over to join me in front of Wade's truck. I studied the crude structure, my mind pulling the components together as my ears strained to pick up the sounds of the forest around us. The trees lining the driveway looked to be mature evergreens, with the more common pines mixed with cedar, and a few I placed as junipers. I strained my ears for sounds of the forest, but other than the faint breeze, I heard none of the usual bird calls. Maybe it was the cold, and maybe it was something else. "An abattis, I believe," I replied confidently. As a history buff, I knew quite a bit about older-style defensive works. "Nicely done. You think we should stay here or try to get over the logs?" "Definitely stay here," Sally counseled. "Wade's truck isn't exactly stealthy, and if Judith still lives here, she will have heard our approach. No, we stay here and wait, just like civilized folk." Just as Sally finished speaking, I heard the frozen grass rattling just a few yards past on the other side of the irregular walls of the abattis, and I realized we were under watch where we stood. Sally took that as her cue to step up and make introductions. "Judith, if you are out there, just know we are coming here as friends," Sally announced, her voice projecting a bit in the cold silence. I heard a second rustling, and I knew then that if this was still Judith's place, she wasn't out here alone. "Is that you, Sally?" "Yeah, it's me," Sally confided. "I asked Bryan to check in on you guys, but we got sidetracked after I got shot. That's why I'm here later than I planned. Are you guys okay?" "We're fine, Sally," came the reply. "Why do you think to check on us?" Sally didn't hesitate with her answer. "Because this early winter, Jude. It's just the start. Things are just going to get worse before they get better. I wanted to make sure you and your family were all okay. Did Kate make it here with her husband and their kids? And is everything still good with Alice?" "Wow, you just said a mouthful. That your man you got with you, Bryan?" Judith replied, a playful lilt to her voice despite the serious tone of the meeting. I also noticed how she sidestepped the questions. "Sheesh, I wish. Yes, this is Bryan, but he's hooked up with a newer model," Sally teased self-deprecatingly. "We're living out at his place, me and Billy, that is. He's made a pact with his neighbors and taken in a lot of strays like us. He's good people, Judith. They all are. Better family than blood." I heard more light rustling, and a shape stepped out of the tall brush behind the wooden barrier, rifle cradled in her arm but ready. An M14, I thought idly. She was tall for a woman, maybe Nancy's height, and even in the baggy hunting clothes she looked trim and fit. Her even, tanned features were lightly seamed with laugh lines, and I pegged her at about my age, maybe a little more. Like with Sean Tyler, it was harder to judge a person's age in recent days. Too much stress, I guessed. "I never thought I'd see you wearing a uniform again, Sally, even if that jacket seems to fit you nicely," Judith observed, indicating the sheriff's department heavy coats the two of us wore. "What's up with that?" "We're reserve deputies over in Albany County, ma'am," I answered, after Sally let the question hang for a few seconds. I guessed that was her way to draw me into the conversation. I decided to forge ahead. "My name's Bryan Harden. I used to have a practice over in New Albany until the flooding took out my office. Anyway, after somebody killed off the old sheriff and a bunch of his corrupt cronies, the new sheriff approached some of us to help out. We volunteered to be on call for work in the areas of the county being underserved by the department. Mostly, we work with our counterparts over here in Jasper and assist with guarding the hospital. That's where we're heading after this." "Yes, I heard something about that on the local news radio," Judith admitted. "That's got to be a dangerous job, Mr. Harden." "Just driving to town can be dangerous these days. Since Wade's wife and my sister-in-law both work at that hospital, though, we figure it is worth the hazard. A lot of people around here depending on the place." I heard Sally snicker at my comment about the dangers of the road, but I was sure Judith understood. I found myself impressed by Judith's calm demeanor, and I wondered just how invested she was with her current residents. "I can see that. Not much else in the way of health care around these days." Taking a look at the growing daylight worming in through the cover of the overhanging tree limbs, I decided we'd taken up enough of this woman's time, and we still needed to deliver our passengers. "We can't stay longer, I'm sorry to say, but I'm happy to make your acquaintance. I was wondering, though, if you noticed any increased activity on the roads lately." My question was purely a shot in the dark, a throwaway question that simply popped into my head as I thought about what Sally said about her friend. She was a Marine, and she had spent some time deployed overseas in some of the same bad places as my brother Mike. This close to the highway, I could imagine Judith and her people spent at least some effort monitoring the goings-on in the area, for self-defense if nothing else. "Not as much National Guard traffic as there was back when the hurricanes hit, and before most of those units deployed to the southwest," Judith volunteered, after taking a few seconds to ponder the question. "Seen some of those new boys and girls riding in some old 5-tons, part of that reorganized state guard, and they seem to have been working convoy duty. I don't imagine you are talking about that kind of traffic, though, were you, Mr. Harden?" "Please, call me Bryan," I replied politely, "and I think you know what I meant. Like those highwaymen that waylaid grocery trucks over in our neck of the woods." Judith nodded, and I could tell from her expression she knew exactly what I was talking about. "Seen a few pickup trucks hauling more than their fair share of passengers in back, usually all male, and armed up like they were going off to tangle with somebody. Don't see them often, and when we do, this place goes on lockdown until we determine they are headed on down the road." Taking care to move slowly and deliberately, aware I probably still had a set of crosshairs centered on me, I dug one of my business cards out of a vest pocket and took a single step forward. Using one of the sharpened stakes jutting out from the abattis, I affixed the small rectangle of cardboard to the tip of the spear and stepped back. That's got my contact information. I'm learning email is getting to be practically useless, but the phone number is good, and I jotted down a couple of frequencies we monitor if you have any kind of a radio transmitter. If you need help, or even a place to stay, we should get the message. Judith cut her eyes to the card, then gave me a polite nod as Sally and I turned to leave the clearing and resume our trip. How can you make that kind of offer, counselor? I mean, a place to sleep on a couch is one thing, but if we did show up, our presence might mean more mouths to feed. There might even be more of us here than Sally knows about. I could have kept my mouth shut, but something in her voice told me this wasn't an idle question, or an effort to penetrate our security. Heck, Miss Sutcliffe, we raise cattle out on our little farm, keep a few chickens, and grow some corn. Not a big old ranch, but high-quality, grain-fed beef. If you know the right suppliers, you can even order in your own supply of organic grains for cattle and horse feed. That means we order our sweet corn, oats, and barley by the ton, not the pound. I gave her a cheeky grin as I concluded with, "Nobody even notices 10 tons of grains when you order it for a farm. We might get tired of oatmeal after a while, though." Judith gave a decidedly unladylike snort at my explanation. Then she gave me a hard look. "Did you have advanced warning about the meteorite before it hit? Is that why you were so prepared?" Her question hit me like a snake striking, and in that split second, I decided again to give her the truth. We had 0 advanced warning, but we heard about it a few hours after impact. My brother's friend from his army days gave us a heads up, I admitted. I decided to keep Bart's name out of it. My brother and sister weren't doomsday preppers by any stretch, but we made some plans and played the what-if game. I then paused before delivering my punchline. I always figured it would be a financial collapse. Or zombies. Stick around, Bryan. The show's just starting. Your financial collapse theory is already taking place, and who knows how you get zombies. Judith's answering grin told me she had my number all right. "Yes, ma'am. I'll let somebody else get my dose of any experimental flu vaccines that have been fast-tracked through FDA approval," I replied with a wink, and then we made our farewells. Chapter 37. We checked in at the hospital only a few minutes late, but given the perils on the road, no one in the administration made any comment. After seeing Marta and Dorothy off to their duties, Wade went back to sit with the trucks until Sally and I could do our own walkthrough of the hospital corridors. Another one of the volunteers stood watch over the parking lot, but none of us knew the guy sitting in the little prefab guard hut, and we agreed that guarding our rides took a higher priority. The 3 of us would rotate off that guard duty as the day wore on, or we found a better option. While doing our walk-around, we ran into 3 of the 4 Jasper County deputies on duty. Sally and I knew all 3, and we exchanged pleasantries as we passed each other. We learned the 4th deputy, a senior patrolman named Willis, was working a shift in the security room along with Corporal Kanzler. In addition to the 4 Jasper County deputies and the 4 National Guardsmen assigned to the hospital, we also had 5 of the escorts, or civilian volunteers, working today. That included the lot guard outside, shivering in his unheated shack. Counting the 3 of us, that made a total of 16 on paper working security, but I could immediately tell something was off. From her expression, I could see Sally felt the same way. Early on, when he was fortifying the hospital, Sheriff Stringer had designated 3 key security sites: the security room with all the video feeds, the pharmacy where the bulk of the medical supplies were stored until use, and the emergency room staff lounge. The first two stood out as obvious locations, while the third site was selected due to the proximity to the ER side of the building, where most of the medical staff and patients were now grouped. In the event of an attack, the doctors and nurses would retreat into the staff lounge, which also fronted a locker room, shower facility, and restrooms for the doctors and other medical staff, as well as 3 closets repurposed as bunk rooms. Situated at the back of the lounge, across from the access hallway leading to the split shower rooms, stood a sturdy fire door exit with the whole push bar and emergency lights set up. Even though the pharmacy had been the target for all the bandits in the past, security escorts always focused on protecting the ER and the lounge. That just made sense. They were there to protect the staff members, not the drugs or the security cameras. "Let's see if Brandon is here," Sally suggested, after we'd spent a good half hour roaming the hospital. In addition to the open units, Sally insisted we check on the closed wards as well. One hallway provided the 4 guardsmen with their own private rooms, but we didn't dawdle and just made sure they weren't hiding a platoon of raiders under their beds. Sally thought I was joking until she saw I wasn't laughing. "You really don't trust them?" "Not an inch," I replied, which prompted Sally's comment about Brandon Foraker. Brandon's wife Sandra was one of the few remaining emergency medicine doctors who still showed up for work regularly. Brandon, like Sally, had done a hitch in the Air Force, but this time had been as an officer after attending the academy. Like most Air Force officers, Brandon hadn't been a pilot, but he had spent 8 years in as a maintenance officer, most of it stationed at Andrews Air Force Base before doing a similar stint at Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan. He was now in his late 30s and had the lean, fit look of a distance runner. He was the official liaison between the volunteers who helped guard the hospital and the sheriff's department. Since the cafeteria no longer functioned as anything other than a large break room, the escorts took that area over as their own, so that's where Sally and I headed next. We found Brandon Foraker holding down one of the folding tables erected in a corner of the cafeteria, engaged in an intense, whispered conversation with one of the other volunteers. I seem to recall the guy's first name was Larry, but I couldn't recall his last name. His wife was one of the pediatric nurses, now working out of the emergency room, but she worked mainly with the sole remaining pediatrician still covering shifts, an older doctor named Martinez. He reminded me of a sweet old grandpa, and he had a soothing bedside manner that really worked on the little ones. "What's up, Major?" Sally asked, feeling perfectly fine interrupting the increasingly heated exchange. Maybe Sally thought she could play mediator, but when both men turned with angry expressions in her direction, my friend didn't back down an inch. Larry was the first to speak, and whatever verbal missile he was prepared to launch died on his lips as he regarded us with a pleased look. "Sally, Bryan, thank God you guys are here," Larry nearly exclaimed in his excited state. "Can you please talk some sense into this dunderhead? We've just got word of a supply convoy coming in, and that means we need to get more deputies sent over to help us protect the shipment." "Whoa," Sally held up a hand. "I thought we got our weekly shipment already, on Tuesday." "We did," I replied, before Brandon could add his own comment. This was Friday. Pat and Wade worked that one, and they did have extra bodies on hand to oversee the transfer. Why are they coming early, and where is Sheriff Stringer? The worry was justified. The supply convoy wasn't just for this hospital, but for a chain of 6 regional health centers being serviced for now by supplies withdrawn from the Strategic National Stockpile, and escorted by a company of National Guard soldiers in up-armored Humvees and MRAPs. The very existence of the SNS had been a topic of conspiracy theorists for years, and their location was still cloaked in an air of secrecy, even as the federal government doled out pallets of supplies to the various states affected by the state of emergency. "The sheriff and a large chunk of his deputies are tied up with a riot over at the high school," Brandon explained with a weary tone. "Somebody smuggled in some weapons to a group of anti-government protesters, and they now have themselves a hostage situation." With mention of the riot at the high school, where the county and state continued to warehouse displaced citizens in Jasper County, just like was being done over in Albany County, I heard the alarm bells going off in my head. This was too close to what happened the day the highwaymen were hitting trucks over outside New Albany. They were the distraction. When I looked at Sally, I could tell she was thinking the same thing. The raid we all feared would be going down today, and soon. "Guys," I started, trying to maintain my cool, "I've seen a couple of new faces today. What's up with that?" "Oh, that's Kit and Phil," Brandon replied, happy to shift topics if only for the moment. "Their wives are working in housekeeping, such as we have, and they started coming in with them." "They must be new," I mused, trying not to jump to conclusions in my paranoia. "Yes, just started last Friday," Larry confirmed. "When Phyllis quit after Andrea and her husband were ambushed last week, they had their applications already in place. They both worked together at one of the big medical centers in Houston before being evacuated. They were glad to get out of the gym." "Yeah," Sally murmured, and I could see we were thinking along the same lines. That was really convenient, stepping into place just that easily. But I was paranoid, and it might have simply happened that way. "Which one is watching the lot, Kit or Phil?" "Oh, that's Phil. He volunteered for it." "And where's Kit?" "I think he was working in with PFC Reisinger out back. If there's a supply convoy coming, the corporal wanted to get eyes on the approach, in case we get hit with raiders when the convoy is stopped." "What does Willis say about all this?" Brandon looked away, and I got the feeling he was starting to put the pieces together. "I haven't talked to him in the last hour, not since we started shift, in fact. Every time I call on the radio, I get the corporal." I sighed, then looked over at Sally. She nodded, then reached into her jacket and withdrew a small packet holding our tactical radio sets. We'd refrained from showing them before, even though Pat insisted they were legal, just mainly used by military or police forces. Though the range was short, they were encrypted and shouldn't even show up on most radio scanners. In a fight, the little radios would give us hands-free communications and allow us to coordinate action without having to split our attention. While Sally attached the small, lightweight case to her belt, I helped her thread the thin cords up through her jacket and attached the throat mic. It was an oddly intimate gesture, especially when Sally returned the assistance for me. I felt the eyes of Brandon and Larry on me, but I ignored their curiosity as I slid the earpiece in, which fit like a Bluetooth device, and we did a quick function check to confirm the radios were working. "I'll go get Wade," I volunteered, still ignoring the other two men. It was rude, but until they proved themselves, I wasn't going to waste the time or the breath. "Why don't you have a conversation with our friends here and see about rounding up the other deputies?" "What are you talking about?" Brandon asked. "We're about to get hit," I announced simply, deciding I was being a dick and resolving to act in a more mature fashion. That supposed supply convoy, if it shows up, is probably the way the raiders intend to breach our perimeter. But like I said, Sally can explain. I need to go get Wade. We'll post up in the ER for the time being. Stay off the regular radios for now. Turning on my heel, I headed for the door. "Wait, what about Patrolman Willis? Wouldn't he be in contact with the convoy? He should have the authentication codes." Larry's words told me the man wasn't picking up what the rest of us were talking about. I hoped he could shoot straight, at least. I didn't turn around. I didn't want to have to tell them that Willis was probably already dead. We'd see after the shooting stopped. I couldn't do anything for the man, not if he was locked in the security room with Corporal Kanzler, but there were plenty of other people who might be counting on me. Thinking about others counting on me, I reached back and pulled out my cell phone. To my surprise, I found I had a signal here and hit Wade on speed dial. Like me, I knew he kept his phone set on vibrate, so I gave him a few rings before I started to panic. I stepped into an exam room and scanned quickly, finding myself alone. Then the phone clicked as someone picked up. "Wade, you got me on speaker?" "No. What's up? You and Phil getting cozy?" "Nah, he isn't much of a talker. Seems focused on his business here. He's making a loop around the parking lot right now. Check and make sure he isn't standing right behind you." I heard a muffled scrape, and then Wade was back on the phone. I could tell I had his curiosity pricked with my questions. "Nope. I can see him out by the road, looking through a pair of binoculars." I sighed, wondering if I was right. "Yeah, probably looking for the rest of his gang to show up," I said softly, aware I was standing by the door with my phone in one hand and my cig in the other. "You think?" "There's a riot over at the high school. I've gotten word of another supposed supply convoy on the way, and 2 new volunteers showed up this week. Oh, and Corporal Kanzler is ensconced in the security room with the senior deputy on duty, and he isn't answering the radio." "That's not good, Bry." "I know. Look, grab the extra gear bag out from behind the seat in my truck, then come on back inside. Meet me in the ER. I need to pass the word around." "What if Phil says something?" "Tell him you gotta go to the can." "And the other gear bag?" "You really have to go, and that's got your extra roll of TP." I heard Wade laugh, and I started to disconnect the call, but thought of something else. "Hey, I forgot to ask. Are the 2 NG guys still on gate duty?" When we came in, I recalled seeing the 2 younger National Guardsmen under Kanzler, Williams and Ridgway, manning the only open gate for front access to the hospital. "Yeah, they have it until noon." With the need to keep the hospital guarded and the National Guard presence reduced to 4 men, Sheriff Stringer had to keep 12 regular and reserve deputies tied up guarding the premises. They were home now, and I was hoping to reach the sheriff with my next call to summon them out of their beds and back in to help bolster our defenses here. I had another call to make first, though. After I closed the call, I hit the speed dial for Mike's cell. Call failed. I tried again with the same result. I switched over to text and sent my brother a warning of an impending assault on the hospital. I hated doing it, but if I didn't and the worst happened, Mike would never forgive me. The plan was to lock down the place, including driving a tractor to block the intersection as a temporary barrier. Mike might get that done, but I knew my brother too well. If I thought Marta's life was in danger, he would be coming with reinforcements. When I reached Sheriff Stringer, I got his voicemail. I left a quick message detailing my concerns and disconnected. That was all I could do for now. I was on the clock, and I didn't know when the buzzer would sound. Chapter 38. I met Wade just as he came through the doorway, taking the long, heavy bag from my friend as he came inside out of the cold. I had been talking with Pete Standley, the head of maintenance for the hospital. When I saw Wade entering through the double sliding glass doors, I wrapped up my conversation with the older man and headed for my neighbor. The lobby of the emergency room was busy, as was usually the case, with 6 walk-in patients and their families waiting in chairs lining the wall across from the entryway. In normal times, many of these patients would have been seen by their primary care physicians in their offices, or at some place like the now shuttered urgent care clinic adjacent to my old office. but now they had to wait for someone to see them here. If the main lobby of the hospital was still being used, then some of them would have found their way in over there, but with everything concentrated into the ER entrance, I'd seen the patients piling up in this impromptu waiting room carved out of the front quarter of the emergency room. Inefficient? Definitely. But it was the best compromise under the circumstances, as the hospital lacked the resources to fully staff the rest of the facility. Defending the doctors, nurses, and patients scattered throughout the building wasn't going to work. Aware that the ER was covered with video cameras, all monitored from the security room, I had to be somewhat circumspect as I clued in the other 3 deputies about my concerns. Deputy Aranda didn't take much convincing, as he was already suspicious of the dregs of the National Guard left behind to watch over the hospital, while Deputy Paulson and Deputy Hamlin remained dubious. Hell, with Gil Aranda, I had to talk him down from trying to blow the door to the security room once he realized Willis was likely being held hostage or dead. I really wished my old friend with the Jasper County Sheriff's Department was here, but like most of the other deputies, Sergeant Keith Millwood was over at the high school. Now I had the rudiments of a plan to deal with the eyes in the ceilings once any fighting started, but in the meantime, we all needed to go about our business as usual. Phil say anything? Not a peep after I told him why I had to come inside. I think he was worried I might lose bowel control right there in his shack, Wade confided with a chuckle. He then looked around, taking in the dozen or so walk-ins already waiting to be seen by one of the doctors. Are you sure about this? Once I hook that thing up, bad things are going to happen, and you don't get to take it back, Wade whispered, hefting the bag in his hand. It's all on me, Wade. I'll take the heat, and I'll sing for the DA if I'm wrong, but I can't take the chance if I'm right. Just set it up like Pat showed you, please? Well, heck, since you said please, Wade teased. You got it. As Wade took off at a trot, I took another look at the people waiting for treatment here in the ER. Some had obvious reasons for being there. One of them had a makeshift bandage covering a bleeding wound on his upper arm or shoulder, and I imagined that was a woodcutting accident, while another was a woman who looked about 10 months pregnant and ready to have the baby there in the lobby. Others I couldn't figure out quite as easily. I did see one face I recognized, and I held up a hand to wave at Wade's retreating form as I hustled over to speak. Kelly, what the heck are you doing here? I blurted out, after catching sight of my favorite Tractor Supply checker and former classmate. She was sitting with a man about our age, powerfully built and balding. As I stepped closer, I saw he had one of his hands wrapped in a gauze bandage. Dan, she replied simply, hooking a thumb over her shoulder. The man is a licensed electrician with every kind of certification you can imagine, and he is as clumsy in the kitchen as a hog on ice. Sliced his hand cutting a bagel this morning. Dan, this is Bryan Harden, an old classmate of mine. Since the injury was to his right hand, we refrained from shaking and just exchanged nods instead. I could tell Dan was hurting, but too stubborn to kick up a fuss. Nice to meet you, I replied almost mechanically, and I turned my attention back to Kelly. Kelly, now is not a good time, I hissed under my breath. Y'all should go home. But what if there's nerve damage? Kelly replied, confusion and worry writ across her pleasant features. Better than lead poisoning. You think there's going to be trouble? I've got my pistol in my purse this time. Kelly volunteered that tidbit as she lifted a purse large enough to qualify as a diaper bag in my mind. Yes, I hissed, looking around with a probing sweep of the room. But keep it to yourself. My gut is telling me the NG boys they got stationed here are in on it, and their boss is holed up in the security office. Well, just lock his ass in there, Kelly huffed. That's the plan, but he has access to all the video feeds from the hospital. Fortunately, there's no audio, but he can see everything we are doing and coordinate his buddies coming in from outside." "Shoot," Kelly muttered. Then she looked over at her husband. "What do you want to do, honey?" "I can still shoot lefty," Dan admitted with a grimace. "If I can get some Tylenol 3 or something like that." I nodded, patting Dan on the shoulder. "I'll see what I can do. Once this kicks off, I need all of you folks to fall back to the staff lounge, just through those doors and to the right. You'll see the double doors. We've designated that as a shelter, and I've got our boys setting up to guard the entry." Wandering over to one of the unoccupied desks, I unslung my pack and removed a small tin from one of the side pockets, thumbed the container open, and shook out a pair of generic ibuprofen and dropped them in a paper cup. It wasn't Tylenol 3, but they should take the edge off. Then I filled one of the plastic mugs with water from the cooler and carried my offering over to Dan. He chugged the water gratefully after popping the tablets into his mouth. He gave me a murmured, "Thank you," but Kelly rewarded me with a hug instead. As she pulled me close, she whispered, "Anybody else we need to watch?" "The two ladies in the blue smocks, I think," I replied. "Nothing concrete, but I think they are plants for the gang. Just keep an eye on them." "Thanks. I'll let Dan know." "Just watch yourselves," I admonished, and Kelly gave me one of her impish grins that reminded me of the girl I used to know. With that, I moved back to the intake desk, then walked around to find Wade already back and huddled up in a tense discussion with Dorothy. I waited until the hissed whispers finished, then grabbed Wade. "Done?" "Yeah, you were right. Dead zone in the cameras. I need you to fall back with the staff when this goes down. I'm depending on you to cover the door, Wade." "But I can—" "Wade, if this goes the way we think it will, you'll be between Dorothy and the raiders who will likely be looking for hostages," I reasoned, giving my friend the best incentive I could think of to guard the door into the staff lounge. "Look, this won't be your first rodeo dealing with bad odds," I reminded him, "and we need a deputy to lead the civilian volunteers when the shooting starts." "But you're going to be out here," he protested. "And Sally will have my back," I shot back. "We trained for this, Wade, and I'm sad to admit I'm pretty good at doing this job. But you need to tell Dorothy and Marta to keep their pistols handy and to watch those new housekeepers." The plan we'd cooked up with Sheriff Stringer went pretty much that route already, with just a few tweaks. I'd asked Sally to buddy up with the other newcomer, Kit, so she could be ready if he turned his coat. I hated to put her in that position, but she was simply too good for me to risk asking one of the other deputies. If Kit Kamek stepped out of line, then Sally would end him. Period. Wade grumbled, and then went back over to explain the plan to his wife. I knew I could rely on her and Marta to watch Betty and Connie, the two new ladies on the housekeeping staff. The 3 Jasper County deputies had their own orders, and I wasn't in any position to argue with their stated plan to guard both the ER and the concrete and steel-reinforced room that housed the hospital's pharmacy. But I thought their chances against a determined attacking force were very poor, especially if the National Guard troops joined in on the other side. God, this was shaping up to be a real mess, I thought, as I scrubbed at my face in frustration. "Bryan, the gate guards just radioed in," the young LVN manning the radio announced. "They just checked in an ambulance. Got a local coming in with a gunshot wound. ETA 30 seconds. That was my cue, I realized. Time to fish or cut bait. I lifted my phone, hitting the send button on the text I'd already drafted. The recipient was Pete Standley, and shortly I was going to find out if I was right or not. If I was wrong, I would be very embarrassed and likely dismissed from my reserve position by Sheriff Bastrop. If I was right, well, even if everything went according to plan, a lot of people were going to die in the next few minutes. And that wasn't even counting what I'd asked Wade to do for me. 2 seconds later, the lights went out all over the hospital, plunging the emergency room into darkness before the backup lights flicked on, bathing the large open room in a ghastly red light along the interior walls. Well, that takes care of the cameras. The power leading to the security room was now cut, thanks to Pete, and restoring the connection would take longer than this shindig was likely to last. "Okay, folks, that means it is time for all of you to make your way to the back of the emergency room in an orderly fashion," I bellowed, my voice raised over the general hubbub of multiple panicked conversations and exclamations. "Follow Deputy Husband as he leads you to the designated shelter. That means everybody, people. If you are sitting here waiting to see a doctor, well, that's where the doctors and nurses are going. So get moving." Working with the other escort volunteers, including the newcomer Kit, we got everyone headed in the right direction, even as several of the medical staff emerged from the now darkened exam rooms behind the intake desk and started to the staff lounge and the shelter we'd rigged up in there. After another 5 seconds, the regular lights clicked back on, and the exodus momentarily slowed. I gave another yell, and the mass of people continued filing out of the exposed emergency room and down the hall to the lounge. Sally, as I had asked, stuck to Kit like glue and gently escorted him away from the other civilians as I saw the 3 deputies standing at the doorway leading back into the unused portion of the hospital, and then turning towards the hallway leading to the pharmacy room. "Come on in, boys," I called out to them. "We may need your help with this first." Grumbling, the 3 men stood like statues with their rifles hanging from their slings. They appeared unsure about which way to jump, and I hoped they figured things out if this was more than a run-of-the-mill gunshot victim being hustled in for treatment. I heard the approaching siren of the ambulance as it cycled once, then went silent, and I wondered if that was supposed to be some sort of a signal. I shouldered my M4 and looked over at the 3 deputies. Sally stood to the side, flanking Kit. "Y'all might want to get ready, deputies." Butterflies were busy breeding in my stomach as questions kept circling my mind. Did I completely misread the situation? Was I ready for a long rest in a nice padded room? Is it really paranoia if they are out to get you? I got my answer when I heard Sally shout, "Put it down!" The ensuing crack of a pistol shot in an enclosed space made me start to turn, but then I heard Sally's voice over the earpiece as she reported, "Target neutralized." That answered one question, I thought, as I decided to take a knee to reduce my profile. Standing to meet a charge went out of style about the time the Civil War ended. I decided as I shouldered my carbine again and peered into the sights just as the glassed double doors of the ER entry popped open on the tracks, and armed men started hustling in out of the cold. The familiar camouflaged pattern registered briefly in the back of my mind as I started squeezing the trigger, rapidly fanning my shots from right to left. They appeared to wear the same body armor as before, so I focused on shots to the lower extremities. After what seemed like an extremely long time, but was probably only a single heartbeat, other shooters around me repeated the pattern, but starting on the other side. The flat crack of 5.56 rounds splitting the air filled the air as we pumped rounds into the armed intruders without a thought spared for mercy. I counted 6 men down, and from the moaning and thrashing, 2 of them somehow appeared to have temporarily survived the onslaught. Amazing how the human body is so resilient, I mused, as I promptly delivered 2 more shots to silence the wounded. "Stand down," one of the other deputies shouted, and I did, taking the time to swap out my half-spent magazine as I rose to my feet. God, that got the old adrenaline pumping, even if the intruders failed to get off a single aimed shot in my direction. "What the hell was that, Sergeant Hardin?" I heard one of the deputies call out to me from behind, but I ignored him as I crept across the blood-slicked floor and approached the still open door. I stayed low, bent at the waist but with my head up as I scanned first the inside of the parked ambulance, then the near side. Both the driver's side and passenger side doors gaped open, as did the rear gate, but there was nobody visible. Dropping on my belly, I peered under the bottom of the ambulance for more hostiles, but I saw no one preparing to ambush me on the far side. Duck-walking forward, I took a quick peek inside the cab. No driver and no attendant present, so the real driver and paramedic were most likely dead in a ditch somewhere, and the clock was still ticking. "Looks clear," I announced. Then I risked a glance back to see one of the deputies pointing his pistol at Sally, covering her as another approached her with handcuffs ready. Hamlin and Paulson, I realized. Taking in the sight, I raised my rifle and aimed at a point midway between the two men as I calmly asked, "What the actual hell do you two idiots think you're doing?" "She shot Mr. Kamek. She will be detained and questioned, as you should be as well. There are rules in place for use of force, and you both violated them. Please lower your weapon." The speaker, Hamlin, sounded almost like he was reading from a training manual, but his eyes told a different story. He might have been a good deputy, devoted to protecting the public and all that jazz, but now he was in shock over what had just happened. Forget mounting a last stand to defend the pharmacy. In this state, Deputy Hamlin couldn't be relied on to guard the kiosk at Sunglass Hut at the mall. "What happened, Sally?" "Like you said, I was watching Kamek, and as soon as everybody else was looking at the door, he drew down on Deputy Aranda there. That's when I fired my weapon." I looked over at the only deputy who wasn't currently participating in our little drama. He looked more than a little upset. "She's right, Dean. We were all target fixated on the doors, and I looked up just in time to see that little bastard had me dead in his sights," Deputy Aranda hissed under his breath, then brought his own AR up and centered it on Deputy Hamlin's head. They were all wearing body armor, and I could tell the stocky deputy wasn't messing around, as his next words oozed anger. "She hadn't pulled the trigger, I'd likely be dead at that range. Makes me wonder why he was aiming at me and not you." Caught in the middle, Deputy Paulson took a step back and made a show of stowing his cuffs. Then he held up his own hands. This was going in a direction his training had failed to cover. "Look, we can straighten all this out now that the threat has been neutralized." I had to laugh, and all eyes swiveled to me. "Dude, this is so far from over," I growled, then lowered my M4 to low ready. This was the distraction. And by the way, if these guys got past Williams and Ridgway all kitted up like that, then those NG boys are either in on it or dead. That looked like a paramedic and driver bringing in an injured citizen. Either way, we are supposed to have a string of 18-wheelers off schedule pulling up to the back loading dock any minute now. Any of you guys have eyes on that convoy? As if on cue, I heard the bark of an energetic explosion from deeper into the hospital complex. "What was that?" Deputy Hamlin demanded. "Somebody blowing the roll-up door at the dock, I imagine," I replied, letting the lie roll off my lips without a hint of embarrassment. "My guess is they're making a charge for the pharmacy, but hey, what the heck do I know?" Before anyone else had a chance to add their own comments, I heard a weak cry from behind the intake desk. "Hey, a little help here?" I was closest, but my rapidly developing sense of self-preservation meant I took the extra second, laying flat on the floor before risking a peek around the corner. I found Larry, the civilian volunteer, staring back at me. He was clutching a bloody patch on the outer edge of his upper thigh, about 4 inches from his hip. "What are you doing?" Larry managed to ask through a whimper of pain. "Making it harder for somebody to shoot me in the face when I sneak a peek," I replied, waving with my offhand as I kept the Springfield loose in my right. I wasn't exactly pointing at Larry, but I was keeping my options open. Larry shrugged painfully. "Guess that makes sense," he allowed. "You think you can get me some help?" "Depends," I replied with a neutral tone. "If you can explain what you're doing out here, while you should have been back with Brandon and the rest, guarding." I thumbed the press to talk, or PTT button on my radio, so Sally, and more importantly, Wade, would hear what he had to say. "I was just coming back to find Kit when I saw those guys come piling through the door, and then the shooting started. I tried to lean out to get a shot when I felt like my leg caught on fire. I looked back and saw I was bleeding. I think you can figure the rest." I nodded, and I heard Wade in my earpiece. "He did head back your way," my neighbor confirmed. "Said he didn't want to let Kit out of his sight. Didn't trust him, he said. Well, he's got a GSW on the upper thigh. I'll get him loaded on a gurney and headed your way," I explained to Wade. Studying the layout of the emergency room as a whole, I realized we had a problem, even as I hustled over with Sally to grab that gurney. The ER was set up with an entryway leading into this wing of the hospital with the typical wide access doors, and the intake desk was a long, waist-high table on caster wheels that broke up what was in essence an extended, dead-end corridor composed of the curtained treatment bays on the left side and the 4 exam rooms on the right. This was the actual emergency part of the room, branching off to the left. To the right, we had another wide passageway that led to the suite of still-maintained operating rooms, then deeper into the now disused sections of the hospital. The door to the staff lounge was just 3 doors further down past the split to the corridor on the left. The staff lounge was carved out of space left between that curve to the left for the ER and led further back on that side of the building. Then, the operating theaters and accompanying recovery rooms took up most of the corridor on the right side. Pat had pointed this out during our earlier walkthrough, but I didn't grasp the full implications until that moment. This main corridor extended further back into the bulk of the hospital, running past the cafeteria before taking a hard right, then leading to the security room before and then the pharmacy. Access to the pharmacy was, by design, easier from the back side of the hospital than through the front, and with the dispensing half-door sealed up tight, the invaders would need to hold all of the corridor down to the 90-degree turn to ensure they had enough time and safety to set charges or bring in a burner to breach the bank vault-style door. Or, as I was realizing in horror, since they needed to push shooters far enough down the corridor to protect their efforts to raid the pharmacy, that would give them a clear shot at anyone outside the door to the staff lounge. That would also allow them to extract their man or men from the security room. We got lucky that Pete had been willing to listen to me about Corporal Kanzler, having most likely switched teams, as Pete was the only person still working in the whole hospital who had the knowledge of how to cut the circuits carrying the video feeds. He was also the one who suggested switching off the power as a distraction when he shut down the video. That was sneaky, and I was just glad the older man was on our side. Up until this point, I'd been toying with the idea of leaving the pharmacy to the raiders to penetrate and focusing all our efforts on protecting the staff and patients. But now I realized we were in a race to see who could seize that corner of the corridor and hold off the other side. If we held it, we could pick off their men as they tried to penetrate the pharmacy door, and if they held it, then a few shooters could suppress our guards with covering fire long enough for an assault element to get into the lounge for hostages. What would come next would be a foot race. We'd bought ourselves a little time with the booby trap I'd asked Wade to set up in the corridor just inside the rolling door at the loading bay. I wish I could claim superior tactical skill, but let's face it, when there's only one route the raiders could take through the back of the building, I wasn't exactly channeling Sun Tzu. And it was originally Pat's idea anyway. Just one of Mike's hand grenades, a little bit of fishing line, and a 5-gallon sealed metal jug full of gasoline, styrofoam pellets, and a double handful of 10-penny nails just to see if they did anything. The tank was only 3/4 full, as we wanted the gasoline to outgas a bit. I only hoped we didn't end up burning down the hospital, but that was a risk I was willing to take to protect our people inside. On top of everything else, we also needed to mount a guard at the front of the hospital, just in case those 2 crooked guardsmen and the last of the infiltrators tried to come in and hit us from behind. "Sally, can you set up a hard point here? Defend the entry in case we have unwanted visitors," I asked, not bothering to use the radio, since she was standing right here. "On it. Paulson, you want to stick with me and make sure we don't get flanked?" We are supposed to guard the pharmacy, Sally. That's what Julie told us to do." "Yup, and if the raiders get in behind us, we are all going to die. Let's get this desk moved while you finish explaining your orders." Sally gave me a wink as I went by, joined by Hamlin and Aranda, as we hustled Larry out the back of the ER, foregoing the gurney for a stretcher instead. We dropped Larry where Wade was waiting for us with Brandon and his wife. Aware the clock was still ticking, I hustled off behind the 2 Jasper deputies, plunging deeper into the corridors of the hospital. We needed to get to that corner first, and I strained my old body into a fast shuffle as I bent down to make a smaller target, as the 3 of us strained to cover the ground quicker. Chapter 39. Deputy Dean Hamlin was fast, despite his fireplug appearance, and he reached the ceramic-tiled corner a full 5 steps before I did, with Deputy Aranda a close third. Since Deputy Hamlin was leading, that meant he got the lion's share of buckshot, as one of the raiders popped around the corner with a shotgun raised to his shoulder. The barrel blossomed with a flash of burnt powder, and the hall exploded into chaos. "Fuck!" I screamed as buckshot tore into the ceramic tile of the wall next to my head, peppering my face with razor-sharp shards that slashed at my exposed flesh. I reacted instinctively, triggering the M4 in my hands as rounds stitched the raider across his body armor until the last 2 wrecked the flesh of his upper chest and throat. A blossom of arterial blood geysered as the shotgun fell with an unheard clatter and spastic fingers clutched at the terrible wounds. I kicked away from the wall as the body tumbled, and I arrowed around the corner in a slide across linoleum slicked with fresh blood. It was a stupid, reckless move, and I was regretting the foolishness of giving in to my adrenaline-fueled burst of insanity. I was committed, though, and resolved to make the best of it as I jolted into the unforgiving floor. I emptied the rest of my magazine in a wild arc as the fully automatic spray of bullets hit the walls, ceiling, and bodies gathered around the door to the pharmacy just a few 100 feet from where I lay. I couldn't get an accurate count, other than, "Oh crap, that's a bunch," as I tried to crawfish my way back to the shelter of the corner where the dead shotgunner lay. Yup, I thought, this is where my luck runs out. Then I heard shots coming from the corner behind me and impacting into the still confused raiders. This bought me a few blessed seconds to recover, and I picked up the pace of my retreat. As I was still scrambling back to the shelter of the intersection, a thought ran through my shock-addled brain as the firing from the raiders began to pick back up. I reached down, fumbling for an object on the floor, and then I called out, "Frag out!" and flipped my hand in a sideways throw as I dove forward. That caused a reaction, and the screams down the hall started up again as already disorganized raiders started hunting for cover in the wide-open hall. I saw shoulders being applied to doors as frantic raiders sought shelter from another blast. Nobody wanted to stand around if some idiot was going to play with grenades. In that heartbeat of confusion, I fumbled a fresh magazine into place, and I scrambled to my knees and fell back towards the cover fire being delivered by Deputy Aranda. I released the forward grip on the AR with my left hand, weapon extended to the limit of the sling, as I fired off another magazine while trying to maneuver the corpse of the shotgunner into a meat barricade I could collapse behind. In this funnel, formed by the hallway, I wasn't worried about accurate fire, and focused on simply unleashing rounds in the correct direction. "What happened?" I heard Aranda scream out, but I ignored him as I dropped another magazine and finally started to aim my shots. I hated laying prone like a dummy, but I hated the idea of getting shot in the ass even more, so I focused on the sight picture and began punching holes in targets. Despite my earlier indiscriminate assault on the overhead lights, enough illumination remained to allow me to take accurate headshots, but the deputy covering me quickly racked up an impressive toll. Aranda, stuck with a semi-automatic rifle, made his shots count, and soon we were left with nothing but the writhing bodies scattered across the hall. Resisting my initial urge, I left them alone for now. It was during that brief lull that I caught a flicker of movement about halfway down the hall, and the heavy steel door of the security room cracked open. Unfortunately for the person inside, the hinges mounted on the door meant it swung open in our direction. I came up to one knee, my rifle ready, and I froze. Maybe it was Deputy Willis coming out to help us. Maybe it was Corporal Kanzler doing the same thing. I still had no concrete proof the National Guard soldiers were working against us, and PFC Williams and his buddy Ridgway might be dead out at the front gate. The same with PFC Reisinger, who was assigned to guard the loading dock. I had built a lot of assumptions out of not much proof, and now I was suddenly confronted by the idea that I'd screwed up something along the way. I hesitated, so I took his first shot center mass when he came out shooting. It was Deputy Willis. His other bullets whizzed wide left as he jerked the trigger. "Damn," I hissed as the bullet slammed into my trauma plate, sending me sprawling onto my back. I squirmed like a flipped turtle just in time to see the follow-up. Deputy Aranda, finally picking up the motion of the door, squeezed off a round that ripped out the side of the other deputy's neck in a shower of blood and tissue. Willis dropped back into the security room as his rifle clattered to the floor. My ears ringing and my chest feeling crushed, I flopped back around to assume my prone shooting position. Just then, I heard firing behind us, back towards the ER. That's when I thought about Hamlin. "How's Dean?" I croaked, intentionally using his first name. We weren't friends, but on the same side, and I figured the news wouldn't be good. I was right. "He's gone, bro. How are you?" Deputy Aranda asked in a dull tone, or maybe it was just my ears. "Hit the chicken plate, so hurtin' like crazy but still alive. Never gets any better." "That wasn't the first time?" Aranda asked incredulously. "First was a pistol round. Still knocked me on my ass. This was worse," I explained, then risked a glance over the deputy's shoulder as another burst of fire erupted to our rear. "Think we can hold here? With the two of us?" "Yeah," Aranda agreed. "Not alone. They still got too many shooters. That was Willis, wasn't it?" "Yeah, and dude, that wasn't a blue-on-blue," I reassured him, knowing that Aranda had killed Willis out of instinct, not calculation. I saw him staring right at me when he fired. "Thanks. You saved my life there." I paused, firing a pair of shots at a shadow down the hall that moved, or I thought it did anyway. Even the light recoil of the M4 against my shoulder made my chest flare with pain, but now wasn't the time to baby the injury. "He knew what he was doing," I continued, as if nothing had happened. "Either he was in it with Kanzler and they had a falling out, or, well, hell, I don't know. But I checked fire, and he still tried to take me out. Would have gotten me with his next burst, if you hadn't saved my ass." Aranda grunted, and then we both jerked at the sudden burst of sustained firing coming from the emergency room. It sounded like 5.56, but going cyclic. I thought of the M249 carried by two of the National Guardsmen, and my worry for Sally spiked. The short deputy reached out and tapped my shoulder as I flinched. "She's got Johnny Paulson with her, Snake. He's solid. That Sally is pretty hardcore, too. We need to do our jobs here." I sighed. I remembered my radio then and wondered why I wasn't receiving any chatter from Sally or Wade. Then I reached up and found the earpiece out of place, hanging from the cord. I plugged it back in, but I still heard nothing. Thumbing the PTT button, I rasped out a quick message to my two friends. "Got them bottled up here at the corner. One friendly KIA. How goes?" I got nothing but silence back, and then things picked up as movement started back up at the other end of the hall, punctuated by a sustained burst of fire tearing in our direction, then another and a third. I worried they were giving an assault team cover fire to charge our position. Bullets sprang off the scarred floor around me, and I quickly realized this was the wrong place to be. I retreated back around the corner, sliding on my knee pads, and Deputy Aranda pulled back so only the barrel of his rifle broke the plane of the hall. Repositioning on the floor again, I raised up and, extending the M4 around the corner, dumped the rest of my magazine at ankle to waist high. Then I swapped out for a fresh one, and I repeated the process. The sound of the carbine going cyclic as I kept the trigger back canceled out any chance of hearing the attackers, but I wanted to make their reception as hot as possible. This was purely defensive fire, and I kept waiting for the rush to come. "They're pulling back," Aranda finally barked, and he leaned out just a fraction further and started firing as fast as he could squeeze the trigger. Then I heard him grunt, and this was different from his earlier aggressive expressions. It sounded more like he'd caught a baseball bat to his abdomen, or a bullet. Deputy Aranda slumped back, and I stopped firing, trying to see where he was wounded. "No, keep hitting them," he managed to grind out the words even over his own pain. "Gotta keep up the pressure." I knew he was right, but I worried that he would bleed out before help could arrive. I hit the PTT button again and sent out another call. The radio had a voice-activated function, but we'd learned the system ate batteries like crazy when it was in use. This way, we would have comms for hours. "Sally, Wade, anybody?" The 2 seconds of wait seemed to last an age. "Sally here, Bryan. Go." I was almost overcome by emotion at hearing her voice. "We're holding for now. Enemy falling back, but don't know if they're leaving or repositioning." I paused, hammering out more rounds downrange, even if I couldn't really see anybody moving now. The air seemed fogged with the residue of all the shooting. I did note more bodies littering the hallway, some still moving, others not so much. "Need medical down here. Aranda has a paper cut he needs seen to. What's happening there?" "Holding," Sally replied. "Sending medical in 30 secs. Check fire. Copy?" It was a mishmash of shorthand, but I knew Sally. "Check fire, copy." I was starting to get worried about my ammunition, as I realized I'd already burned through all but 2 of my loaded magazines. Stupid, I cursed to myself as I realized I could shortly be standing here with an expensive club. Well, I mused fatalistically. At least I still had both my pistols, if the action got too close. "How you doing, Deputy?" I asked, not bothering to turn around. "I think you can call me Gilbert, Mano," he drawled, and I could hear the hitch in his voice as the pain cut through. "I called in a medic, so hold tight," I replied, catching motion but stilling my finger before reacting again. "You got any extra mags?" "I got 2 left. Where the hell did you get something full auto?" "Probably off some of their teammates," I admitted. "I think they are tied in with the same crew that was hitting trucks back home." "Was that where you got the grenade? And why didn't it go off?" "Shit, man. I didn't have a grenade," I shared, fighting off the urge to giggle at the thought. That was just something my brother told me about one time. He did it in Iraq when his squad got pinned down, and they reacted the same way then, too. "Seriously?" Gilbert queried, and I could still hear the panting in his voice as he tried to ride the pain. "Yeah, he said the Hajis had them cornered in a village. They used up their grenades trying to clear some space, and the bad guys started reacting when his guys called out to take cover. He did it, and they scrambled away again." "That's funny, man. I can't believe they are retreating. There had to be 20 of them, and just 3 of us." I thought about that, and I wondered how many scouts they had watching the roads. I think they were on a timeline, and there's probably watchers out there with eyes on the sheriff. We just need to hold here for a few more minutes. You really think Willis was in on this? I've known that guy 5 years. He was always a little, well, he cut corners, but I thought he had our backs. The deputy was gasping now, and I debated abandoning my post to see to his wound. He was right, though. If I turned away, we would both be sitting ducks. I don't know, Gilbert. Like I said, he was looking right at me when he opened up. You saved my ass right there. That's all I can say. Even with my ears ringing, I heard the scuff of shoes on the hallway behind us, but I didn't turn around. Friendlies? I asked instead, but Gilbert didn't respond to my question. I twisted my head, leaning back briefly to take myself out of the line of fire. It was Brandon, carrying his rifle at the ready, flanking Sandra, his wife. Not exactly what I expected, but I couldn't fault a doctor who made house calls. I exchanged a grateful nod with the former Air Force officer as he approached, but it was his wife who spoke. "What's his condition?" "No idea," I said. "He was lucid and responsive up until about 10 or 15 seconds ago. I think he took a round to his side, but I couldn't see the wound." That was all I could tell her at the moment. As I risked a peek back around the corner, I saw a shape bent over one of the fallen, apparently trying to extract one of their wounded. I took the shot, aiming for the leg, and felt nothing as the would-be rescuer hit the floor and started cursing, clutching at the bloody wound. I felt a presence at my back, and I leaned away, allowing Brandon to take in the view. He was quick, and then I heard his voice near my ear. He had his rifle in hand, acting like he knew how to use it. "Holy shit," he exclaimed. "There's got to be 10 men down, maybe more. How many men did they hit you with?" I shrugged, then used my words. "Twice that. I think there's more dead and wounded in the rooms on both sides. A few minutes ago, some of them tried to bug out." "What did you do?" "I tried my best to kill them," I retorted, feeling my mood swing as the adrenaline crash started. "If they get out, we may end up seeing the survivors again." As the rush of the fighting began to fade, I also became aware of additional pain in my body. Specifically, in my neck and right cheek, I felt little flares like lit matches being put out in my flesh, repeatedly. "Hey, why don't you take a break?" Brandon offered. "I'll keep an eye out here. Why don't you help Sandy get Deputy Aranda back to the lounge when she gets him stabilized? A couple of volunteers will be down in a minute or two with a stretcher." I looked over at Brandon, and he was watching me with curiosity and something else in his eyes. Something I couldn't place. "Nah, I need to stay here. Gilbert said it earlier. There's too many for one man to hold off," I replied, and I fired on movement deeper down the hall to punctuate my words. "Hey, can you get me Gilbert's mags before y'all take him back? I'm almost out." "Yeah, I can do that," Brandon replied. "And where's Wade? I figured he would be down here with you. He's not answering his radio, so it must be on the fritz." "Wade? That's Dorothy's husband?" "Yeah, he's a husband that's a husband," I said, trotting out the old joke. Wade won't be coming," Brandon replied, his voice going low, and he looked away. "What? Did something happen? Wade was supposed to be guarding the lounge," I protested. "Did they get into the lounge? It was those 2 cleaning bitches, wasn't it?" "Kit and Phil's wives? Yeah. They tried to open the side door," Brandon explained. "I think one of the other nurses stopped them. Your sister, in fact." "Sister-in-law," I corrected automatically. "Marta, married to my brother. But how's Wade?" Sandra spoke up then, taking the lead from her husband, who was apparently floundering. "Hun, Wade didn't make it," Dr. Foraker announced gently. Delivering news like that was something doctors did, I thought idly, and I felt the floor give way under me. I slid into a seated position, not able to support myself. "Oh, God. Dorothy," I croaked. "She has Marta with her," Sandra said, this time reverting to her more compassionate persona, and now I could hear the regret in her voice. Wade was with Brandon, and they were helping Sally hold the doors when the soldiers came in with their machine guns. What about Sally and Deputy Paulson? The deputy was wounded in the leg, and I think he has a fractured tibia. Sally is fine, though. I felt numb at the news. Wade was my oldest friend from when I moved to Albany County, and I wondered how we would survive without his knowledge and his steadying presence. The world seemed to darken around me, and suddenly I sensed a flare in my middle that had nothing to do with the abuse my body had taken from the earlier deflected gunshot. "Can you get me those extra mags, please?" I asked Brandon again, and as he turned to comply, I pulled myself back to my feet, using the pock-marked wall for support. I reset the M4 and adjusted the sling, finally satisfied with the way the weapon felt. An extension of my arm. From behind Sandra, I heard a clatter as someone wheeled a gurney down the hall. Probably easier to move than carrying a stretcher, I noted, as I felt for my pistols to make sure they were still seated. Brandon handed me the 2 spare magazines from Gilbert's vest, and I slotted them into my own with steady hands. Brandon must have read something in my shifted demeanor, and he wasn't afraid to ask. "What are you planning to do?" "I'm going to finish securing this hall," I replied casually. "See about separating out the wounded. Please watch my back." With that, I stepped out into the hall and began my stalk. The first body I checked was that of Deputy Willis, because he was closest. He was dead, his body laying with his legs sprawled out in the hall, but his upper body fell back into the security room. I gripped the M4, leaning into it the way Pat taught me as I cleared the small space. In the corner, I found Corporal Kanzler, dead from what looked like a contact wound to the back of the head. Someone had executed the man, and I had a pretty good idea it had been Willis, since they'd been in a locked room together. A quick check of the video monitors showed snow on the screens, which meant my man Pete had delivered on his promise to isolate the room for us. I hoped he had survived, sheltering in his maintenance room, but it was the opposite way down the hall from where the invaders had struck. I exited the security room and only needed to take a few steps to reach the next body, which was also dead. I recognized the style of camo once again and reflected on the supplier, wondering if they got a bulk deal on the cut and style. Not designed for winter wear. I hadn't seen anyone else with that particular pattern other than the group hitting our delivery trucks. And now, the hospital. I caught movement in the corner of my eye as one of the wounded twitched a hand in the direction of a dropped rifle, and I fired one round, catching him in the throat and nearly severing his head. "I see you with a weapon, and you better already be dead," I declared, making my intentions known, as I also drew attention to myself. I saw another man flinch, but his hands were otherwise occupied, trying to staunch the flow of blood flowing out of a nasty-looking leg wound. Ah, the Good Samaritan, I realized. "I need to ask you a few questions, but those will have to wait." "Don't go anywhere," I said levelly, and the wounded man, an older white guy with a bushy head of gray hair, spared the breath necessary from panting long enough to curse me for a solid 30 seconds. "You done?" I asked, my voice again neutral and without inflection. The man glared his hate at me, and I stopped to kneel on the bloody floor. I saw a pistol on the floor, outlined in a pool of blood, and gingerly picked it up with 2 fingers to slide it away from the wounded man. "You got something else to say? Because I'll make a special stop to listen if you do." "You little punk-ass bitch," he started, and I lifted the barrel of the M4 to tap him not so gently in the forehead. "With language like that, you might hurt my feelings," I said, and something in my voice must have caught his attention. "Oh, you think you're a bad man, Mr. Deputy? I've lost count how many times I've made little bitches like you beg. Is that all you did in Florence? Rape the other inmates? Sounds kind of boring after a while." I saw the shock on his face at my question, and suddenly he didn't have anything else left to say. I would make sure to come back for that talk. The next 3 men were all dead. I stepped around the tangle, making a point of kicking any weapons out of reach. They all had what looked like more of the nice Colt M4s and wore holstered pistols. I would be back for more loot, for Wade's family, after I finished. Past the 3 dead men, I saw 2 more wounded, groaning pitifully and trying to stop the bleeding. One was a younger guy, shot low in the gut and occupied with pressing a gauze dressing against his blood-sodden trousers, while the other man was trying to reach a gunshot wound high up on his shoulder at the ball joint where the arm and shoulder met up. At my approach, the man with the abdominal wound let go of the blood-soaked bandage and reached for his rifle. I waited until he had a good grip, and I fired 1 shot, snapping his head back as the round caught him just above his left eye. That certainly drew the attention of the other wounded man, as he tried and failed to get both his arms above his head. I didn't want to be the one to tell him his left arm was never going to extend that high again without some serious orthopedic surgery, and that was never going to happen. I gave him a hard look, promising the same treatment if he gave me any provocation. He kept his hands where I could see them, and I gave him a nod of approval. Just beyond the man with the wounded shoulder, I saw the first of the patient rooms that had been forced open by the invaders. I needed to clear those rooms before taking the time to hold any meaningful conversations, so I gave the wounded man a look to freeze him in place as I stepped around him. He managed to keep his good arm up, at least. Leaning against the outer door jamb, I tried to take a quick peek into the room, but all I could see were a pair of patient beds and a pool of blood on the floor. The patient doors opened inwards, and I couldn't see what was behind this one, except for the blood. I was no expert, but I knew nobody could lose that much and still put up much of a fight. I released my grip on the M4, letting the sling take up some slack, and drew my Springfield XD instead. From my training and limited experience, I knew it was a better choice for any close-in fighting, but when I sprang through the door at waist height, I found no need, as not 1 but 2 corpses lay out on the linoleum behind the wooden door. Before stepping back outside, I stopped to survey the hall again, and I saw the man with the shoulder wound had tried to hide the pistol he'd drawn and stuck under his thigh, but I could see the empty Kydex holster from this angle. Rather than take the risk, I shot him in the back of the head with my own pistol and slid it back into place. "What the fuck?" I heard a familiar voice call out, and I looked back up the way I'd come to see Sally, carbine up and scanning for threats. "Just me, Sally," I responded in a projected voice, wanting to make my words clear. "Bryan, what the heck, man?" "Check under his leg. He was waiting to use it on one of us," I explained, and I saw Sally blanch as she turned over the now cooling corpse and discovered his little surprise. She brought her weapon back up and surveyed the rest of the hall as I stepped out of the cleared room. "You look like hell," Sally commented as she gave me the once-over. "Any of that blood yours?" "Probably, yeah. Caught some slivers in the face. Not like it's going to ruin my boyish good looks. What about you?" I countered, noting the drying splashes of dark red and brown on her Sheriff's Department issue jacket she wore over her vest. "Wade's," she admitted softly. I could see her eyes, still red from the tears. "Damn it, Bryan. I didn't even see him fall. Those 2 NG bastards were leading the charge, giving the other men covering fire as they tried to take the room. They used the ambulance to get close, and then it was a bull rush. If Wade and Brandon hadn't been there, they might have gotten by us, especially after Johnny went down." I nodded, not wanting to trust my voice for a few moments as I gathered myself. It was close here, too. Hamlin went down before we even made the corner. Gilbert and I managed to keep them on their back foot, and then the survivors started to pull back. Sally and I finished clearing the rest of the hallway, all the way back to the mangled door where the roll-up door once stood, leading out to the loading dock. At the dock, we found an 18-wheeler parked to the side of the dock, along with an old Humvee with a patched canopy that looked like it had been abandoned when something mechanical failed. Neither was big enough to have transported the assault team unless they'd packed them in the back of the trailer. We also found 6 more dead, 4 of them badly burned, and 2 more severely wounded raiders. I did the math, then did it again. Do you realize they lost over 20 men just on this hallway? How many raiders did you stop up front? 4, plus the 2 NG and your buddy Phil, but they had those M249s too. Not making it a contest, Sally, I said more gently than I was otherwise feeling. Just not believing the manpower they put into this. That guy with the bum leg I left alive, he better be willing to talk. He knows something. I think he was in that Supermax prison with some of those guys we killed in the barn. Saw the gear, so that makes sense, Sally agreed. I want answers, and I think Dorothy at least deserves them. I'm not willing to take no for an answer. I said that last bit with iron determination, and I saw Sally's fierce scowl as she nodded. Damn straight. Of course, when we made our way back up front, the gray-haired man was slipping into unconsciousness, and I ended up affixing a tourniquet to prevent him from bleeding out. Brandon came out with a pair of zip ties to secure him and the other 2 prisoners we'd found. What kind of deputy doesn't have handcuffs? Brandon teased, obviously trying to lighten the grim mood. He failed, as Sally responded with a deadpan delivery that made me want to shiver. The kind that normally doesn't take prisoners, she replied, and I saw Brandon recoil slightly at the softly spoken words, as he realized she was serious. Chapter 40. Our security contingent from the farms showed up about 5 minutes before Sheriff Stringer and his deputies, so they found our people securing the hospital. Mike was leading the pack, along with Nancy, Sean Tyler, Ethan, and Cece. Mike and Ethan I had expected, and Nancy was not a shock, but the arrival of 2 of our more recently acquired allies made me feel better, despite the grim situation. Sean looked suitably dangerous, garbed in a spare set of what we considered our full kit-out, while from her murderous glare, Cece was actively looking for somebody to kill. I resolved to thank both Sean and Cece later for their support. I was glad Nancy was here, despite the tragic circumstances, because Dorothy was reacting as one might expect to having her husband die of violence, nearly in front of her eyes. Ethan was equally devastated at the loss of his older brother, and Nancy by necessity took over as caregiver for her sister, as Mike and I took the time to clean up Wade for transport home. "He looks so peaceful," Mike commented softly, as he used a water basin to wash away the blood and dirt from his face and hands. My brother and I had volunteered to use one of the unused examination rooms to prepare the body, and I felt the need to spend one last afternoon with my friend. I was silent, going through the motions with a mechanical precision that belied the churning ball of anger, frustration, and remorse that cycled through my guts. I second-guessed my decisions and rethought every move I had made when the hospital came under siege. We should have just evacuated the building at the first sign of trouble, part of me insisted, while another part wondered what might have happened had we just forded up in the lounge and barricaded the entrance. What if? That was the theme playing through my brain as I used a cheap little pocket comb I carried to straighten Wade's longish hair while trying to cover up the hole in his temple that might have looked like an innocent mole from more than 3 feet away. That little hole had caused all this turmoil and anger inside me. I thought of the 3 prisoners we'd taken, and I wondered how many similar holes I could make in them before they too succumbed to that final embrace. I didn't realize I was crying until Mike handed me a tissue, not saying a word, until the flow of tears abated. He was the first friend I made here, and he was always willing to help out, not because he was looking for an angle or trying to pile up favors, just because that was his way. And I got him killed. How am I ever going to look Dorothy in the eye after this?" Mike sighed, then laid a hand on my shoulder. "Do you think Wade felt that way? For even 1 second, do you think you could have talked him into doing something he didn't want to do? Pat tried to tell us. He tried to tell me and Wade that this was a bad idea." Mike released a shuddering sigh before he could continue. "If anybody should feel guilty, it's me. I was right there, claiming we could hold this damn place against all comers. And where was I when it all went down? Sitting on my ass, watching a bank of monitors and counting the hours until everybody came home. Come on, Mike. This isn't on you. It was luck of the draw. And Wade drew the black bean," I retorted, and then I reflected on what I had just said. Mike could see the realization as it swept across my face. "You just figured it out too, didn't you? I felt the same way you did the first time I came back from a patrol and one of my buddies was in a body bag," Mike revealed, his voice filled with compassion as he spoke the words from his heart. "You have to learn to live with it, the survivor's guilt, the same way I did. Because if you don't, you're just belittling the sacrifice Wade made, that all our heroes make when they give up their lives for something they believe in, Bryan. But why him? Damn it. I asked him to guard the door to the lounge, to keep him out of the firing line. He had no business mixing it up with... Shit. I'm doing that now, aren't I? You tried your best, Bryan. Hell, nobody could ask for more, Mike said in a consoling tone. Then his topic changed a bit, and I could tell he was itching to ask something. In fact, I think you kind of scared Brandon a little bit when you started clearing that corridor by yourself. He said you just went through killing everything that was still moving, like a machine. Was that because you found out about Wade? I thought about the question for a second. Then I nodded. I wanted to kill them all, I admitted. Still do. I want to find their camp, Mike. I want to kill them all, then salt the earth. That's really all I can think about right now. If Julie hadn't shown up when he did, I think I would have been able to find out what I need to know. I don't have to tell you. That isn't a healthy place to be, brother. I know, because I've been there myself. Pretty sure Pat's had days like that, too. I know it doesn't help right now, but give it some time. That's the only advice I can give. Give it time, and don't push away those who care for you. You mean like Nancy? That's exactly who I mean. She's hurting too. She needs you to let her know you care, and that you share her pain. Wade was more to her than her sister's husband. He was her friend too, and a brother when she needed a shoulder to cry on. Go to her and Dorothy. They both will need your support. I thought about Mike's words as we finished preparing Wade's body for the planned funeral. Looking down, I straightened my friend's collar and thought about what we'd tried to do here. Wade gave his life to defend his wife, and before that, he'd spent so much of his time to make sure this community had access to the life-saving benefits of this hospital. I wondered how many lives had been saved since Rockfall because this emergency room remained open when so many other similar facilities had closed their doors. If Wade was willing to spend his life on such an endeavor, then who was I to second-guess his decisions? Can you finish this up? I have some people I need to find. Yeah, I got this. Now get going, Mike commanded imperiously, and I was too emotionally drained to respond in any way other than a vague wave of the hand. I found Nancy back in the lounge, sitting with a semi-comatose Dorothy and a shell-shocked Ethan. Jesus, Bryan, you look like hell, Ethan observed, and I saw Nancy wince as she looked up to examine me closely for the first time. I'd ended up needing 21 stitches and multiple butterfly bandages to patch up the damage to my face, with the worst being a slice from right cheekbone to chin that was long but fairly shallow and bloody. Dr. Foraker, again donning her medical persona, took care of the stitches after Marta did most of the digging to remove the foreign matter from my face. Given the shortages of certain medications, I was pleased at the time for the antibiotics I received, while sad not to receive even a shot of lidocaine before they started mining my flesh for chips and slivers of the ceramic from the hallway tiles. Nancy jumped up and grabbed me in a fierce hug, her exuberance making me wince. I tried to ignore the pain, but she was aware enough to sense when I flinched. "Where else are you hurt?" "Nowhere. Just bruised," I admitted. I was stripped down to the t-shirt I wore under my body armor, and I was also wearing a flannel shirt Mike had raided out of the lost and found clothes hamper at the hospital. My painter's pants with the knee pads survived, though they were caked with blood and dirt from my rolling on the floor. "Bryan," Nancy demanded, and I whispered in her ear, "My chest, but I don't want to talk about it in front of Dorothy or Ethan," I admitted softly. "Please, just let it go for now." Nancy had been around us enough to realize the implication of what I had confessed. I'd taken another potentially fatal hit to my trauma plate. She started shivering when I decided to ignore my own pain and returned her tight hug. "Oh, God, Bryan, I thought I lost you," she murmured. "And now Wade's gone. What is my sister going to do?" "She's going to raise those beautiful children of hers and remind them of their wonderful father," I said with complete sincerity as I stroked her hair. "Dorothy's hurting right now, but we'll be there for her. All of us." Eventually, our whole contingent made our exit from the battle-scarred emergency room. In my case, Mike went out and got my Datsun and drove it around to the parking pad outside the blown-open plexiglass doors. I was riding with Nancy, but she was driving this time. As I stepped out into the overcast gloom of the late afternoon, with no sun in sight, I looked around. The world looked the same, but I felt different in some way I couldn't explain. My mood mirrored the weather, though I noticed the cold much more intensely than before. I reached for the door handle and nearly cursed as the flesh of my palm burned at the touch, and once I had the door open, I left a layer of skin behind on the frigid metal. "Geez," I exclaimed when I got in the passenger seat, rubbing my frost-burned hand. "What's the temperature out there?" "Dropped down to about 20 degrees, Nancy explained, as she closed the door on her side and restarted the engine. We huddled close around the anemic heater for the ride home, and I noticed my earlier mournful mood was replaced by a more generalized worry as I thought about the first bite of frost from this winter. Cold, severe enough to freeze your skin to metal, wasn't something we routinely saw this far south, and certainly not so soon. I thought about the calendar and realized we hadn't even made it to the first official day of winter, but winter was most definitely coming early this year. That made me think of another area we'd shaded in on the calendar, since we didn't have an exact date to work with. By our calculations, and based on what Major Andy had let slip, we could expect the arrival of the first of our 3 celestial visitors sometime in February. Depending on what transpired after that, the shortest month in the year might turn out to be our last month on Earth. With that thought in mind, I wondered if I could follow through on my earlier brave words to Nancy. I resolved to spend what time we had left loving her, and to hell with whatever came next. We would face our fate together. Strangely, I felt a sense of peace fall over me as we made our way home. Epilogue. We laid our friend to rest on a cold, blustery day barely 24 hours after his death. Due to the frozen state of the ground, Will and Sean volunteered to prepare the grave using the backhoe attachment on one of Wade's tractors. It was a somber ceremony, and I nearly broke down again after the Bible reading when the mourners all sang Amazing Grace to conclude the services. The freezing wind made sure none of us lingered out in the field selected as the grave site. On a low hill overlooking one of the frozen ponds, Ethan revealed this vantage was one of Wade's favorite places to watch the calves play in the springtime. Dorothy was still nearly inconsolable after the funeral, and the arrival of Wade's mother, Esther, seemed to be the only thing that could calm down the young children in the husband household. Wade's sons, at 13 and 10, tried to put on a brave face, but they were clearly hurting. Nancy, at my insistence, spent time with her sister as she gradually seemed to pull herself together. I was secretly heartened to find out that despite my own sense of guilt, Dorothy didn't hold me to blame for Wade's death. If anything, she held herself responsible, which fueled her own continued grief. I could only hope she would be able to let go of that poisonous belief, but with my own lingering feelings, I didn't hold out much hope. Sally and I were pressed into detailing our observations to the gathered families over the following days, as the local radio station delivered a somewhat different take on the whole action. In addition to Wade and Deputy Hamlin, we'd suffered no other deaths amongst the defenders, though from the outside it might have appeared a bit different, so I understood the reporting. Others, not in the know, would count Deputy Willis, the 2 turncoat volunteers, and 3 National Guard troops to bulk up the losses. PFC Reisinger, who had been originally assigned guard duty on the loading dock, was not found amongst the dead or wounded, so he was listed as missing in action. Sheriff Stringer and Sheriff Bastrop made the trip out to our combined farms to both pay their respects to the husband family at the funeral. Later, the 2 returned to debrief Sally and me on our experiences and observations taken from the fight at the hospital. None of the members in our little group had left the farms in the week since the battle, so we were generally unaware of the turmoil generated in the nearby communities over this brazen raid. For the powers that be, Sheriff Stringer revealed he would be preparing a separate, confidential report detailing the actions of our rogue NG contingent, as well as the connection between these raiders and the ones preying on trucking in Albany County and elsewhere. The idea of having a well-supplied and funded criminal organization in our county nearby had both sheriffs clearly concerned. I wondered if they had been affiliated with Landshire, but none of our searches through his maps or other paperwork even hinted at such a relationship, so we kept our mouths shut on that topic. As for the dead National Guard corporal, Sheriff Stringer had revealed that the likely murder weapon had been found in the possession of Deputy Willis, but forensics on the fatal slug remained backlogged. For the time being, the sheriff of Jasper County was proceeding with the assumption that Willis was not the only rotten apple he had in the department, but a real investigation would take time and outside resources. Sheriff Stringer also decided he would force the administrators, without too much pressure on his part, to close the hospital for the time being. Again, on the surface, the closure would give the community the opportunity to perform needed repairs to get the facility up and running again. In fact, the sheriff confided in just me and a few others that he would not be willing to risk any more of his personnel until the state provided him with a proper security contingent to protect the hospital and staff. The staged riot at the high school, which ended up resulting in the deaths of 6 hostage-takers, 3 hostages, and another deputy, was causing Sheriff Stringer enough grief for his department without adding a corruption probe. Sheriff Stringer would force the state to provide some of those state guard troops to watch over the hospital, or else the facility would stay closed. Some decisions were made on the spot, like closing the hospital, while others would take weeks to work out. I listened to the sheriff vent and rage over his losses, while Sally and I sat in the living room and sipped hot drinks. Sheriff Bastrop watched and listened, but he didn't have much to add. He'd been over at the husband house after Wade's funeral, while Sheriff Stringer had only stayed for the services, and Sally and I had already filled him in on all we knew at that time. With Willis and Hamlin dead, and Aranda still recovering from his surgery, that only left Paulson, Sally, and grudgingly me to undergo the necessary questioning as the only law enforcement bodies on site. Paulson, recovering from his wounds at home, couldn't get away from Sheriff Stringer, and the deputy gave him his report first. Now was just our time in the barrel. During a break in our debrief, I talked Julie into inviting Brandon in as a reserve deputy, since the man not only participated in the defense, but he also had a military officer's eye for detail. I later heard Brandon had agreed to accept the invitation while threatening to get even with me for involving him in yet another fine mess. Since Paulson and the others in Jasper managed to fill in many of his questions, Sheriff Stringer only went over the bare bones of the action, but I made sure to heap praise on Deputy Aranda for his quick actions in holding the line. As for Hamlin, all I could say was that he had met his end bravely, and that he was present during the initial attempt at seizing the emergency room. I left out the part about him being a dumbass because I didn't want to speak ill of the dead, or risk getting on the already irritated sheriff's bad side. Afterwards, he said he might want to follow up with us later. I told him to be sure and call ahead when he came over to the house, because we were going to stay home for the foreseeable future. He didn't know how to take that, deciding to act like we were joking. That was fine, but I was completely serious. After Sheriff Stringer left, our own sheriff stuck around to talk about a few things, or so he indicated. Major Andy sends his best, our sheriff started off. Said he couldn't imagine how you guys managed to hold out against those odds. You just heard the story, I replied tiredly. I wasn't sleeping good, and the nightmares had returned with a vengeance. Now, in addition to seeing my wife and son die over and over again, I was kept up nights with visions of my more recent dead. Anything on those prisoners, Sheriff? I noticed Sheriff Stringer didn't say a word about them, Sally asked, her hard eyes probing the lawman. Julie's report, the real one, not what was announced over the approved news sources, revealed they found all three of them had criminal records. Yeah, the guy I shot in the leg let it slip. He also spent a stretch in Florence, just like those other guys, I revealed, and Bastrop gave me a shocked look. That wasn't in the report, Bastrop exclaimed, just that their fingerprints came back as hits. I need to talk to Uncle Andy about this. That's fine, but what I really want to know is where they're based. I didn't get a chance to chat with the prisoner like I wanted. Trust me, I'm sure the state boys are trying to get that information out of him right now. Martial law means the gloves are off for something like this. Those guys really are domestic terrorists pulling this kind of crap, especially now. I shrugged. Just let me know when you get the location. I'll go with you. Okay, Bryan, Sheriff Bastrop responded, but he seemed a bit nervous at my request. Why would you want to do that? I know you are worried about your security right here. I leaned back in my seat, looking around to make sure it was just the three of us in the room. Because some of them got away, I replied levelly, and I want to make sure every stinking one of them is rotting in the ground before the next meteor hits us. I might not live through the next impact, but I'll rest easier knowing those bastards aren't around to pick up the pieces. Yeah, Sally chimed in, hooking a thumb in my direction. What he said. Also, let me know if those investigators run into a brick wall with their interrogations. I can guarantee if they let me ask my questions, they'll talk. They might not survive the process, but I will get the information we need to wipe them out, once and for all. From the sheriff's expression, I could tell he thought we might be a little deranged, but he agreed to let us know if he heard anything. Good enough. Maybe my ghosts would let me sleep this night.